You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to Police Marathon. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. As always, the episodes have been remastered and optimized to bring them up to your high-quality audio standards. Lots of great police old-time radio shows for you today, from crime and detective dramas to police procedural dramas. And a reminder that you can skip my commentary by clicking on the timestamp in the description below and jump directly to the radio shows that you want to hear. Let's dive into the first few shows on tonight's compilation. First up, Call the Police, which ran from 1947 to 1948, and then from 48 to 49, and starred the character Bill Grant, played by various actors, who was a Marine during the war, but who returned to his hometown to find criminals had taken control. He joined the police and vowed to clean the town up. His girlfriend, a criminal psychologist, was played by Joan Tompkins and Amzie Strickland. Grant's assistant, Sergeant Maggio, was played by Robert Dryden. The show received mixed reviews in its day, but I like it. It's got drama and action, and it firmly fits in the adventure/detective class, and it's a lot of fun to listen to. Case of the Unknown Strangler is a great murder-solving mystery. Next, we have 2 episodes of Dick Tracy, which ran from 1934 all the way to 1948, and was one of the first detective dramas on radio. Based on the comic strip, it starred several actors in the title role: Walter Kinsella as Patton, Helen Lewis as Tess Trueheart, and Howard Smith as Police Chief Brandon. Although it was a children's show, it appealed to adults as well and was popular with a lot of Americans of all ages. These episodes, Going After the Ring and Dick Captures the Gang, ran on February 17th and February 18th, 1938. Next is that great procedural police drama, 21st Precinct, which ran from 1953 to 1956 and started out as a summer replacement for My Friend Irma. It was produced in cooperation with the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association of New York City and adapted real crime stories from the policeman's point of view. Ironically, there is no actual 21st Precinct in New York City. Initially, there was the character Captain Kennelly, played by Everett Sloan, then he was replaced by Captain Cronin, played by James Gregory, and then finally Captain Keogh, played by Les Damon. Other regulars in the cast were Ken Lynch as Lieutenant Matt King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters, and Santos Ortega as Lieutenant Gorman. This is an exciting and detail-oriented show, and was one of the very first true crime shows of its day, the appeal of which still continues to the present, with Americans' obsession with police shows in film and on TV. This episode, The Dog Day, starts out as a fairly small matter concerning a dog bite, but escalates into a more dramatic situation. And then we have the show Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police, which, again, although aimed at teen audiences, still appealed to older members as well. It ran for 178 episodes from 1937 to 1940, and it was basically divided into 2 stories. The first 100 episodes cover The Menace of the Octopus, about Speed's induction into the International Secret Police and his pursuit of the Octopus gang throughout the Orient. Then the last 78 shows cover the Atlantean Syndicate and follow Speed's adventures on the African continent as he continues chasing the Octopus. These 2 episodes, The Octopus Gang Active and Speed is Inducted, are their very first 2 episodes, aired on January 2nd and January 9th, 1937. All right, time to enjoy these shows. I'll see you in a little while.
Rinso, new Rinso with Solium presents Call the Police.
Attention, homicide section, frame smart detail. Murder suspect in your zone. Close in the
Between you and the evil outside the law stands the policeman of your community. He gives up his safety that you may be safe. And sometimes he gives up his life to protect yours.
New Rinso, the soap that contains solium, the scientific sunlight ingredient, brings you Call the Police, a new series of realistic radio dramas inspired by the courageous work of police departments all over America.
This is Commissioner Bill Grant. Putting the cuffs on a Jack the Ripper takes plenty of hard labor and all the breaks, as was demonstrated in number 3461 from the Ashland files. Never to be forgotten is the case of the unknown Strangler. The opening of this giant-sized comedy took place at 7:15 on the evening of July 2nd in a third-floor flat.
Just a song.
Miss Francie Abley, 47-year-old spinster who earned a small living teaching singing, was making herself a bite of dinner in her modest 2x4 kitchenette.
Oh, dear. There goes the doorbell. Probably somebody to inquire about lessons. Just a moment, please. Just a moment. I hear you. I'm coming. Won't you step in? I'm preparing a little food in the kitchen, so if you'll excuse me. Let me by. Will you let me by, please? I'm going to scream for help. Do you hear me? I'm going to scream for help!
That was the curtain raiser. We found the dead woman 2 hours later, and nothing, absolutely nothing, to give us any insight into the motive behind the crime. 56 hours later, the curtain went up on the second chorus of the Dance of Death. On the night of July 6th, an aging lawyer by the name of Joel Crocker creaked up the steps to his ancient office.
What? I didn't know there was anyone waiting for me. I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you'll just come along into the inner office, leave the door open, if you please. It's cooler that way. Now, just have a seat. Now, how dare you? How dare you strike me in my... How dare you?
And now there were two. Two crimes as alike as a pair of peas in a pod. Illogical death without reason or motive. The newspapers didn't catch on for 12 hours. Then suddenly they made the tie-up between the Abley and Crocker murders, and every sheet in town was off to the races.
Unknown Strangler takes double toll.
Police helpless to stop homicidal murderers.
Where will the killer strike next?
Bill, stop pacing. Bill, please.
Take a gander at those papers, Libby. A banner day for the press. This photo layout looks like a remake of The Cat and the Canary.
May I say something?
Say what?
This is really the criminal fact department speaking, Bill, but you're dealing with just what the papers say you are. A homicidal murderer.
So, why?
Murder is always on the verge of insanity, or, as we say, pre-psychotic. But murder without motive, pointless, disconnected, profitless killing, is psychotic. Whoever the man is, Bill, he's insane.
Hold it a second, Libby. Well?
I'm sorry, but I had to come. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to come.
What is this? Who are you?
My name is Liz Porter. You've got to help me. He's been missing for days.
Who has?
Leonard Walker, the boy I'm engaged to.
Look, missing persons you report at your local precinct.
I did, but all they've got on their minds is this unknown Strangler scare. Oh, please help me. I'm so worried.
How long has your fiancé been missing, Miss Porter?
Since the evening of the 2nd of July.
Yeah, very interesting evening. And what's the last you saw of him?
Well, we'd been on a date. He brought me home. He drove away in his car.
What kind of a car does he drive?
A small sedan.
License plate?
It's, 201G. Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. My mind's in such a fog.
Have a chair, miss.
Thank you.
Hello?
Maggio.
Well?
Nah, don't blow your top.
Thanks for carrying, but it's already blown. What's the news?
Bad. Another Strangler victim.
Another? The Strangler again, Libby.
Oh, Bill.
What address?
No address. This one was staged in a car on a side road off Highway 11. Young guy about 25. No identification.
Young guy killed in his car. What about the license plate?
201G48N.
Just a second. Miss Porter.
Yes?
Could your boyfriend's license have been 201G48N?
Miss Porter.
She recognized the numbers when I said them. And she was right to faint. It was Leonard Walker, all right. He'd been sitting up straight in his sedan for 4 days and nights, with the Strangler's fingerprints around his throat.
When I get down to the office these hot summer days, I shed my coat the moment I get there, and the rest of the boys do the same. Everybody knows that a man looks fine without a coat if he's careful to wear a clean, nicely washed shirt. But, I'm kind of proud of the way my wife washes my shirts. But the credit's only partly hers. The rest belongs to Rinso. New Rinso, that's the new Rinso with Solium, actually gets white clothes whiter than brand new, and washable colors even brighter than new. So I go around every day wearing a shirt that's whiter than a new one. And that's a fact. New Rinso with Solium, the scientific sunlight ingredient, puts sunshine in your wash. And I think it sort of puts sunshine in a man's whole outlook, too, because he knows he looks so good in a Rinso washed shirt. So, ma'am, how about it? Why don't you wash your husband's shirts and all the rest of your wash with safe, soapy-rich New Rinso?
Number 3 for the unknown Strangler was a young man named Leonard Walker. 3 motiveless, clueless murders in as many days. I channeled every available man into the hunt for the strangling maniac, but got nowhere until...
Bill?
Yes, Libby?
Remember I told you yesterday I thought I knew the way out of this? Well, now I'm sure I do.
I'm all ears.
I want you to meet someone, Bill. He's outside now. His name is Dr. Bernard Rayburn. He's an expert on abnormal psychology.
What can I lose? Show him in.
Won't you come in, Dr. Rayburn?
Thank you.
Dr. Rayburn, this is Commissioner Grant.
How are you, Doctor?
How do you do?
Miss Tyler seems to think you can give us a lead on this Strangler, Doc.
I can tell you that he's an obviously schizophrenic type.
Meaning?
Among other things, that even he, very probably, doesn't know that he's the Strangler.
How does that work, Doc?
On a principle of phasial changes. 1 minute the man may appear quite rational, whereas at the next he can become a monstrous personality. And remember nothing at all of his actions when he shifts back again to the rational phase.
Yeah, I get the picture. And it's a tough one to deal with.
Yes, I agree, Commissioner. But I think by an analysis of his crimes, one might arrive at something very like an identification.
And you? Could you make that analysis?
I can't promise you anything, but if you'll give me your records and notes covering the murders, I'll try to assemble some facts. They may even include a fairly dependable sketch of the killer's physical appearance.
By now I liked the man. And I knew also that he'd deliver. So I gathered together our meager records and packed them off to do his work. An hour and a half later, the tireless Sergeant Maggio walked into the office.
Here's a little jigger to add to your collection.
What's that?
I took a last look at Leonard Walker's car and found it stuck under the front seat cover. It's the cap of one of those newfangled dry-point pens.
Maybe it belonged to Walker.
I'm going to check on that. I called Miss Porter, and she's coming over after work to see if she recognizes it.
Uh-huh.
They told me you had an interview with a nut doctor.
I talked things over with Dr. Rayburn.
Where's he now, laundering his straitjackets?
Getting his work done, which isn't a bad idea for everybody on this case. next day was the 8th of July, and a very eventful day it was. Because at a little after 7 that evening, a schoolteacher named Miss Rosie McMahon was hurrying across the lonelier stretches of Burgoyne Park to beat an oncoming storm.
Who are you? What do you want? No. No.
Come here.
Go away.
Come here.
Let me alone. Let me alone. Help! Help!
Okay, boys, that's him. Trap!
Take it easy now, Bo.
You made a mistake. Let me loose. Let me loose.
Sorry, but you tried it once too often, Strangler.
When they brought him in, I took a look at him, and I was amazed. A little thin-faced man with steel-rimmed glasses and tobacco-stained mustache.
No, you are wrong. I know do something, only stop nice lady to ask for cigarette. Hinderman do no harm.
No, too bad about Hinderman. Sugar wouldn't melt in Hinderman's mouth. But take a look at what we found when we went over him.
What's that?
Key ring.
Man can carry key ring.
Man can also explain why his ring features this particular key. Look at the tag on it, Chief.
Huh?
Key to the basement of 894 Tyson Street.
894 Tyson?
Well, that's the address of the Abley woman.
Strangler, victim number 1. And maybe you also remember the address of lawyer Crocker, number 2.
Oh, sure. 54 Fulham Street.
Exhibit B from the same key ring.
Hinderman make no harm for somebody. Hinderman
What are you
only
doing with these keys?
make a living. Only make a living.
He says he works as a part-time janitor in both buildings. Kinda coincidence, huh, Commissioner?
Wait a minute. 894 Tyson, 54 Fulham. Where does Leonard Walker's girlfriend live? That Miss Porter?
Dale Avenue, the Horton Apartments.
And this last chivalry takes place in Burgoyne Park.
So?
Debbie, give me a map of Ashland.
There's one here on the wall.
That'll do, thanks.
Well, what are you doing, Chief? Plotting a new civic project?
I'm drawing
What?
the area of the Strangler's activities. Bounded on the north by Fulham Street. On the south by Tyson Street. On the east by Dale Avenue. And the center of the territory is Burgoyne Park.
You got something.
I got at least geography. The Strangler has operated in this penciled section. Every murder has either occurred in this area of these 3 blocks or has been tied up with it one way or the other. Hinderman?
Yeah, mister, yeah.
You're under arrest for the murders of Francis Abley, Joel Crocker, and Leonard Walker.
No, I know do something. I know do something. You can't tell me I do something.
We lifted the hysterical Hinderman into my office. And Libby pointed out that we get nowhere with him until he had recovered a little. According to her, an injection of liquid Nembutal would tide him over his panic. And this she brought from the lab.
I don't hear. You can't do
All right,
that to
Bill.
me. I know.
Help him onto the sofa.
No,
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, get the needle ready. He's in bad shape.
All right, I will.
Commissioner,
Miss Porter.
you sent for me?
Oh, just a minute, Libby. It was about this fountain pen cap found in Walker's car. Was it his?
No. No, that wasn't Leonard.
Okay, thanks. Obviously, it belonged to the Strangler here. Now, if you'll just wait outside
The
until...
Strangler. Hinderman.
You know him?
Know him? Why, yes, of course I know him. He insulted me once outside my apartment house. He killed Annie. He did it. He did it.
Easy, Miss Porter.
He did it, I tell you.
Get out of here, Libby, will you?
Come on, Miss Porter. Now try to calm down, please.
Maggio, help Miss Porter downstairs and put her in my car. I'll drive her home myself as soon as we finish inside.
Okay. Come on now, Miss Porter. Everything's gonna be all right.
Let's get back to Hinderman.
All right. Where were we, Bill?
About to give him a shot.
I don't want you to
Okay.
get... No.
Now, here's a needle. Hold his wrist,
I
Bill.
don't want you to...
Okay.
There we are. There we are.
All done.
All done. I'm going to get the desk at City Hospital and have him taken to the ward, Bill. He'll be better off there until he's well enough to answer questions.
He was sleeping peacefully, this man whose one love was murder. I looked down at him, fascinated by the sheer evil of his face. And then...
I leaned forward.
hovering over him to catch an unconscious confession. When suddenly, his head came up under my chin, the bony skull catching me square on the button with the power of a mule's kick. My eyes bugged as the room started to do a swirling tarantella. And then, down I went, swaying off into Never Never Land, without a care in the world. When I came to, the couch was empty. Hinderman had been on his way for who knows how long. And then I saw it. A spot on the carpet not 3 feet from my nose. I smelt it. Nembutol. In those few minutes while we were lugging Liz Porter outside, Hinderman had emptied the needle and filled it again so that we gave him an injection of Aqua Pura, H2O, water. When the full impact of what had happened hit my muddled brain, I grabbed the phone and began to shout, turning every able-bodied gun-toting man in the force into the chase and hem-stitching the borders of Ashland with a ring of squad cars. After that, Libby and I staggered out for something to revive us. She was trying to cheer me up, I remember, telling me not to despair when suddenly, just as we neared the car...
Bill.
Huh?
Bill, look. Look. Look.
I looked. Through the window of my car, I saw Liz Porter smiling out at us. On second glance, I saw that the smile was really the toothy grimace of her last attempt for that final gasp of air that hadn't come. Elizabeth Porter had met the Strangler, face to face.
Getting the whitest, brightest possible wash you can is much more important than ever these summer days. That's when it shows up the most in women's dresses, men's shirts, and children's play clothes. Well, new Rinso with Solium gives clothes a brilliance that you've never seen before. And if you'd like to prove it, try this. Do your next wash with Rinso. Then compare it with any other wash you've ever seen. You'll find that your white clothes are actually whiter than brand new, and your washable colors even brighter than new. That's because of Solium, the amazing scientific sunlight ingredient that's in new Rinso and in no other soap. Rinso with Solium is an entirely new idea in washing clothes. It really gets them whiter and brighter than brand new. See for yourself. Do your next wash in new Rinso Soapy Rich Suds. Rinso is so safe and so kind to your hands. Find out for yourself how new Rinso with Solium, even on rainy days, puts sunshine in your wash.
There was no reviving Liz Porter. 4 days, 4 murders, and the Strangler was still ranging the town with his fingers curled like the talons of a buzzard.
What are we going to do, Bill?
Call the governor. I'm putting this in his lap. It takes 1,000 more men to cover this city. I need the militia.
Bill.
Bill me no bills. Death has come to stay, baby. Hello, State Capitol?
No, Commissioner. This is Dr. Rayburn.
Oh, hello. How you doing, Doc?
Fine. I've got some material for you, as I promised.
On the Strangler?
Yes.
We know who he is, Doc.
Congratulations.
But he slipped us.
Now, this may help you pick him up again. Come on over.
Rayburn lived in a comfortable brownstone on Chestnut Street. And we sat over his dining room table drinking cold beer and examining what amounted to the work of genius.
Now, take a look at this sketch, Commissioner.
Yeah. Who is this, Doc?
It's a picture of the Strangler.
Huh?
It's not exactly a camera portrait, Grant, but it's been discovered recently that all mental illnesses have similar physical correlatives. In other words, this is what the Strangler must look like based upon his symptoms.
I get it. You're okay, Doc. You're okay.
You can study it for a moment while I get my other notes.
I did study the sketch. And the longer I looked at it, the more I realized that it looked nothing like Hinderman. But I had the strange feeling that it looked like somebody I knew.
Now, here are the balance of the notes. I want to jot in a couple of remarks, then you can have them.
He took out his fountain pen and began to make additions in the margins. And as I stared at him, the short hairs on the tender part of my nape stood up as sharp as quills. It's a nice suit, Doc.
This one?
Yeah. You could damage it, you know, carrying that pen in your pocket without a cap.
I know. I'm a careless man at best. I lost the cap the other day.
Where?
Why, I don't know.
I think I do.
You think you do?
Yeah. You lost it, Doc, where it was found. In Leonard Walker's car.
Leonard Walker? He was one of the victims, wasn't he?
Number 3, to be exact.
How could I have lost it in his car? I never laid eyes on him.
Here's the cap. Maggio found it yesterday. I'm afraid you laid more than eyes on him, Doc. I'm afraid you laid hands on him.
Let me see that thing. Thanks. It is mine. There's a crack down the middle. I dropped it and stepped on it the day before it disappeared. Grant.
I know, Dr. Rayburn.
Me.
This street, Chestnut Street, comprises the fourth side of the square in which the Strangler is operated. Also, take a look at the picture you drew.
Yes. Yes, it does look like me. How could I have missed it?
So, diagnose for me, Doc.
My diagnosis stands. Advanced schizophrenia.
And who's my Strangler?
I can hardly believe it. I am.
Prescription, Doc?
Get me to headquarters. Quick.
We said nothing on the way downtown. We said nothing as we started up in the elevator. I looked at him, feeling sorry for a nice guy who was very, very sick. And what I saw as I looked meant nothing to me. I'd never seen a facial change occur. And it's difficult for anyone to see, so I wasn't prepared when the elevator stopped. After you, Doc.
Turn loose! Turn loose!
I went down, falling across the elevator entrance. And I didn't know that Libby was in my office. And she didn't know Rayburn is anything but a nice guy.
Oh, hello, Doctor. Where's Bill?
Bill?
Bill Grant. Oh, Commissioner Grant. He was with you, wasn't he?
Yes. He was.
Oh, well, I hope he hurries. I've got news for him. Maggio just called. They've picked up Hinderman.
Hinderman?
Yes, Hinderman the janitor. The Strangler. They found him hiding in the basement of an old house. Oh, don't you realize what that means, Dr. Rayburn? Everything you and Bill have been through, it's all over. Finished.
Finished?
No more murders, no more terror, no more innocent victims. They've got the Strangler. What are you laughing at? Are you trying to make fun of me? Dr. Rayburn, what's the matter? What's the matter? Doctor!
What brought me to the surface was... And that same force dragged me out of the elevator. And down the hall, I saw the glass door with my name on it. William Grant, police commissioner. Ashland. Not strong enough to open it. I lunged forward and fell through. He swung around. And in that moment, as he tottered back, a change occurred. Dr. Rayburn snapped back, himself again. And there was more surprise than accusation in his eyes as he said,
Why did you do that, Grant? Why?
Why?
And the terror was over. And Libby and I, we tried to forget.
So, Hinderman was all coincidence. Sick enough, but definitely not the killer.
That's about it. Now let's not talk about it, huh?
This thing. It can happen to anybody, and you never know a thing about it.
It doesn't happen unless you're the type, sweetheart. And you get warnings, don't worry.
Such as?
Well, you take me. The last year or so, I've felt a peculiar sort of thing. Tightening of the pulses, heightening of the blood pressure, quivering around the heart.
Really, Bill?
Yeah. It comes on at certain times.
What times?
Times when I look at you, baby.
Bill. Oh, now stop. Stop. Oh, Bill Grant.
In just a moment, Commissioner Grant will return with the Call the Police Plaque of Valor. This week presented to a police officer who single-handed captured a group of armed bandits. But now, you know, millions of women say that there's nothing like Rinso's safe, soapy-rich suds. So safe for clothes, so easy on your hands. Next time you go to the store, be sure that Rinso heads your shopping list. Remember, the Rinso you get today is new Rinso, the only soap that contains the scientific sunlight ingredient solium. Rinso with solium puts sunshine in your wash. And mark this, Rinso is used by more women than any other wash day soap in the world.
This is Bill Grant. It's with considerable pride that I present this week's Call the Police Plaque of Valor and Cash Award to an heroic Deputy Inspector of Police, James MacArthur of Cleveland, Ohio. MacArthur's deed of valor was reported by San Giaimo, chief police reporter of the Cleveland Press. Shortly after midnight, a police broadcast announced that a robbery was in progress in a coffee shop in downtown Cleveland. MacArthur, who was cruising in the district, sped to the scene of the holdup. Without thought to his personal safety, he ripped open the door and confronted a group of armed bandits. As MacArthur stepped into the room, 3 bullets whizzed past his head. He drew his revolver and fired. One of the gunmen went down, wounded. The other 3 tried to escape, but MacArthur blocked their exit at gunpoint. The 4 bandits were sentenced to 10 to 25 years in Ohio State Penitentiary. His swift action, his cool courage and gallant devotion to duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of the police forces of America. Congratulations to Deputy Inspector James MacArthur, Chief George J. Matowitz, and the entire police department of Cleveland, Ohio.
George Petrie was starred in the role of Bill Grant. Music was arranged and conducted by Ben Ludlow. This is Hugh James reminding you to be with us again next week when Lever Brothers Company, makers of new Rinso with Solium, bring you another exciting police case. Listen next week to...
The Case of the Mandarin's Macaw.
Be sure to listen next week to Call the Police.
Calling all adventure fans. Calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
The makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns, bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy adventure. That's the way the big guns in the Quaker plant sound when they're making puffed wheat and puffed rice. Remember that the next time you sit down to a big dish of crisp, crunchy puffed wheat or puffed rice for breakfast. That special, careful Quaker process, plus the fact that puffed wheat and puffed rice are triple sealed in moisture-proof packages, keeps Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice firm, crisp, and plump for you. And that's why they taste so much better than ordinary cereals. Puffed wheat and puffed rice are especially easy to digest, too. Each grain of sun-ripened wheat or rice is actually exploded to 8 times its normal size when it's shot from the guns. Each tiny food cell is unlocked so that you get all the trigger-fast food energy quickly and easily. It's the kind of energy that helps make you strong, healthy, and alert like Dick Tracy. So join the thousands of happy puffed wheat and puffed rice fans. And if there isn't one of those famous red and blue packages in the pantry now, be sure to remind Mother to ask the grocer for some Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. And remember, there'll be a secret code message today, so have your pencil and paper ready. The Black Pearl of Osiris, belonging to an Egyptian society dedicated to the worship of the ancient god Osiris, is desired by a band of thieves and murderers. Dick Tracy has concealed the pearl in the secret compartment of a mysterious ring given to him by Umibatik of the cult of Osiris, who told Dick it would bring him good luck. In our last episode, we heard how Dick, Pat, and Junior, while dining in a restaurant, suddenly realized they were surrounded by henchmen of the murderous band.
I noticed, Pat, that we're being watched. 4 different tables around us. Certain shady-looking gentry have not taken their eyes off us. Don't look up now.
No, I won't. What do you think we ought to do?
Well, I'm trying to formulate a plan. We're undoubtedly after the ring and the Black Pearl. Yes, we're surrounded, Pat. I can see that now.
We've got to do something, Dick.
I'll say. Get ready for trouble. We're going to have plenty of them when we try to leave this restaurant. Go on with your dinner, both of you. Pay no attention. Pretend you haven't noticed a thing.
What? This dinner's got to end sometime, Dick.
Yes, I know, Junior. By that time, let's hope we'll dig up an idea that will get us out of here safely. That was good coffee. Finished, Pat?
Yeah, I'm finished. I'll tell you one thing, though. I certainly didn't enjoy my dinner the way you evidently did.
I didn't get much fun out of this food either. Gosh, Dick, I don't know how you do it. We're surrounded on all sides by these men, and you calmly eat your dinner.
And enjoys it, too.
Well, why not? Nothing could have happened until we were finished, ready to go.
Look, Dick, 5 or 6 of those guys are going outside.
Yeah, they see we're through with dinner, and that we'll be going out any moment. Well, shall we go?
Into the hands of that welcoming committee out there? Could we have some more coffee? I really feel like having another cup.
Pat, it'll keep you awake tonight. Unless I'm mistaken, you'll have plenty to perk you up in a few minutes.
Gee, Dick, aren't you worried at all?
Well, I'm trying not to be. If you try hard enough, you know. Here, I'll take the checks. Come along. Cashier's down this way.
$2.25 out of 5. Here's your change, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, look. Those guys at the other tables are following us out, sort of nonchalantly.
Not a very good way of showing nonchalance, is it? Just have your gun ready. Junior, I've taught you how to stay out of harm's way if anything happens. See that you do it.
No, not me. I'm going to stick to you, Dick.
You'll do as I say. All right, now. There's the door to the street. Let's get going. Well, there's the car.
Yeah, and a couple of fellows leaning against the fenders.
Come on.
Just a minute, buddy. Just a minute. This your car?
Yes. Do you mind?
Maybe you don't know it, buddy, but this is my private parking place, see? I usually parks me car here.
Well, that's very interesting. Step aside, please.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
What's the matter, Joe? This guy getting tough?
Yeah. Looking for a paste in the jaw.
So happens I wasn't looking for anything. However, I see that you very possibly are, and so...
Hey, you can't do that well.
Get in, Pat. Junior, quick.
Come on.
Get him, boys. Get him.
Here they come, Dick.
Let him have it, Pat. Keep behind me, Junior.
That's the old featherweight. The ring dinner. They're trying to get the ring.
Keep slugging and stop talking.
Get him, you guys.
The cops. They're coming, Dick.
Yeah. Swinging kind of wild, aren't you, big fella? Here's the way to do it.
Run, you guys! Run! It's the cops! Jesus!
They're running away, Dick.
So I see. Well, they're taking a few of our souvenirs on their jaws.
Yeah.
Hey, what's been going on here? Street fights, eh? Well, we'll soon...
Hello, Donovan. Lovely evening, isn't it?
Tracy, well, what the devil...
All right, Donovan, it's all right.
The boys are chasing those rascals. They'll bring him in all right.
Good. Meantime, I've got hold of someone's coat. I grabbed one of those yeggs by the collar, and he slipped out of the coat, leaving it in my hands.
I wish we had gotten the fellow in the coat.
Perhaps we will, Pat.
Oh, Dick. Oh, great Scott, Dick.
What's the matter?
Your finger. Look. The ring. The secret ring of Osiris. It's gone.
Gone. Gee, then so is the Black Pearl.
Oh, they got it. They got it after all.
No. They didn't get it, Pat. Because you see, you have it.
I have it. Now, listen, Dick. This is no time for gags.
Feel in your pocket. The right-hand pocket.
Huh? Let me see. Well, I'll be a cross-eyed owl. It is the ring. How'd it get in my pocket?
I put it there. I slipped it off and put it in your side pocket. I knew they'd try to get the ring. They were sure I was wearing it. I didn't think they'd suspect you.
Yeah, that certainly was fooling them, all right, Dick.
2 of them made for the hand that was supposed to be wearing the ring. I'm afraid they were a little disappointed when it folded into a fist.
Yeah, I'll bet they were, Dick.
If only we knew where we could get our hands on that gang. If we had some idea of their hideout.
We do have, Pat. Or rather, we will.
What do you mean?
We've got the clue we've been looking for. And now, once again, we can take the offensive. I much prefer it as a fighting move to watching and having to be on the defensive.
What is the clue you're talking about, Dick?
This coat, Pat. The coat I took away from one of those gangsters.
But I don't get it. How can a coat help us find the gangster's hideout?
Well, of course, I'm not sure it will, but I'm going to have a try. Come on, let's get down to my private laboratory at headquarters.
Why your private laboratory?
There are certain things there I need, Pat, including a vacuum cleaner.
A vacuum cleaner? Hey, as I said before...
I know. You don't get it, but you will.
Say, Dick, what's the point of going over that coat with a hand vacuum?
Yeah, come on, let us in on it, will you, Dick? Why all the little piles of dirt you put on the table? Why don't you put them all in one big pile?
Well, you see, Pat, each one of those piles of dirt is labeled. Now, this pile here came from the right-hand pocket of the coat.
Yeah?
This one came from the left-hand pocket. This pile here is the dust I took out of the back of the coat. And when I empty this dust bag, this little pile will be the dust from the sleeves.
All of which adds up to what?
Well, Pat, you know that there's more to being a detective than hand-to-hand encounters with criminals. There are times when the fight against crime is carried on not by guns and forces, but science and skill. Some of the most brilliant wars against crime are fought and won in scientific laboratories. Now, I said that this code would lead us to the gang's hideout, and it's going to do just that. Yeah, now, let's see. Hand me that microscope, will you, Junior?
Sure I will. Here you are, Dick.
Thanks. Now we'll examine each of these little piles separately. Yeah. Have a look, Patrick.
Okay.
Well, what do you see?
Well, you got me. All I see are some particles of black stuff that look like hair, and some gray dust that gleams a little bit, and some more gray stuff that seems sort of dull, and some colored particles of, well, it might be cloth.
Is that all, Pat?
Yeah, I think so. What else is there to see?
Here, let me have a look, Pat.
Well, Pat, you'll have to learn to identify things like that at first glance. Took me several years of study, but it was worth it. Tracing the origin of these little particles, being able to build up the story they have to tell is indispensable to a detective. Now, let me demonstrate.
Go ahead, I'm waiting.
Those black particles that look like hair, Pat, they're really horsehair. I'll test them later, but I'm sure of it without testing them.
All right, horsehair. So what?
Those gray particles that gleam in the light, they're particles of emery dust. From machines, Pat. Machines.
Horsehair and emery dust. Go on.
Now, these gray particles that don't gleam are particles of felt. Gray felt.
Gray felt. I'm still listening.
And those other little pieces of dust, the colored pieces, are particles of vari-colored cloth. You see, Pat, your clothes pick up and retain the dust that is in the air about you. Examine the clothes of a man who works, let's say, for a coal company. And his clothes will contain coal dust. A man who works in a coffee factory will have particles of coffee beans in his pockets and in the dust of his coat, and so on.
Okay, but where does all this get us?
Well, Pat, don't you see? We've taken from this coat particles of horsehair, emery dust, felt, and colored cloth. Now all we've got to do is to decide what industry uses these articles. In other words, what's made out of them.
Put them all together and they spell zero for me.
Well, as I figured out, Pat, the one product in which these particles will be found exclusively, including the horsehair, will be mattresses.
Mattresses, eh? Oh, say, that's right. I should have thought of that. Now what? Where do we go from here?
Well, don't you get it, Pat? All this means is that the gang we're after probably has its hideout in or near a mattress factory.
Well, I'll be darned. Say, Dick, that's amazing. And a lucky thing it was that you got that coat.
Well, don't let's get too excited about this. We may not be right. We've got to find out how many mattress factories there are in this town. And we've got to check every one of them.
But it's getting pretty late, Tracy. How long do you intend to stay at headquarters and keep these men here?
We'll have to wait until I hear from Pat. We've discovered that there are only 3 mattress factories in town. There are 3 squads out now. Pat's in charge of the squad on Clay Street, and he's going to report back to me the moment he gets what we're looking for.
And what are you looking for?
Proof that one of those factories is being used as a hideout by the gang we're after. Factories are being watched very closely. They're supposed to be shut at this time of night. If the boys see anyone prowling near one of them, entering the building, they'll know that that's the one we want.
Will Pat telephone?
Yes. I told him to use the code. We're taking no chances on a slip-up.
Swell idea. Well, Tracy, I hope you're right about this mattress factory business. I know you're a bug on scientific detection and all that, and you've always been right in the past.
We'll just have to wait and see. Ah. Yes?
Patton speaking.
Go ahead, Pat.
Buffalo, 14, 1, 11, 18, 21, 4, and hurry.
Right. Let's see that code book. Buffalo, 14, 1, 11, 18, 20... Wait a minute, that's the end of that word. Buffalo, 14, 1, 11, 18, 21, 4. Ah, just what I've been waiting for. All right, men, let's get going.
Is Dick Tracy on the right trail at last? Will he bring the thieves to justice? And what was the code message that Pat sent over the phone? Well, you'll know in a minute, because it's time for our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you by the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. Those two specially delicious, specially nourishing cereals that are shot from guns. Okay, Junior.
The meeting will now come to order.
So get your pencil and paper ready, patrol member, because Junior is going to repeat the secret code message that Pat sent Dick Tracy today.
Are you all ready? Here's the message. It's Buffalo, 14, 1, 11, 18, 21, 4.
Better repeat it, Junior, so all the patrol members are sure to get it.
Okay, Mr. Quakerman. Are you ready, members? It's Buffalo, 14, 1, 11, 18, 21, 4.
Now, when you decode that secret message, you'll know where Dick Tracy is headed on the trail of the High Mogo.
And here's some extra good news, patrol members. Dick Tracy is going to tell us all about that big surprise tomorrow. Isn't that great?
So be sure you're listening in, patrol members. Believe me, it's something you just wouldn't miss for anything.
Do you know what it is, Mr. Quakerman?
Yes, Junior, but I promised Dick I wouldn't tell a soul.
Come on, you can tell me.
No, Junior, you'll have to wait till tomorrow, too. All I can say is, start saving Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice box tops right now, because you'll certainly wish you had when Dick Tracy tells you what that big surprise is.
Boy, I can hardly wait.
And here's another thing, boys and girls. Every box top you save also means a lot of delicious, quick energy breakfast for you and Mother and Dad. So have Quaker Puffed Wheat one day and Quaker Puffed Rice the next. The way thousands of boys and girls and grown-ups do. And that gives you a grand taste variety because there are two different delicious flavors of the famous cereals that are shot from guns. There go the big guns now to remind you to have your delicious, nourishing puffed wheat and puffed rice breakfast regularly, so that you get lots of that same kind of trigger-fast food energy that keeps Dick Tracy so alert. So look in the pantry to make sure there's some there, and if there isn't, ask Mother to get some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's. And be sure to save the box tops.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at this same time. That is all. Adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
Now, the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two nourishing, delicious cereals that are shot from guns, bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy detective adventure. Big guns. That's the way they sound when they're making puffed wheat and puffed rice. It's a special Quaker process that makes it possible for you alert boys and girls and all your friends to enjoy nourishing wheat and rice every day in this most digestible, most delicious form. Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice are two swell, different flavors, you know. So you can have puffed wheat one day, then puffed rice the next, for a delightful change. When the nourishing grains of wheat and rice are shot from the Quaker guns, the grains are actually exploded to 8 times their normal size. They're plump and crisp and nut-like, as different as day and night from ordinary cereals. Shooting them from guns makes Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice specially easy to digest, too, which means that you get the food energy you need to be as quick-thinking and fast-acting as Dick Tracy is, much more quickly and easily. So for a real treat that you and Mother and Dad all enjoy for breakfast, ask Mother to get some Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker puffed rice at the grocery store. The Black Pearl of Osiris, which Dick Tracy wants safely returned to Egypt, is concealed in the secret compartment of a special ring given to Tracy by Humi Batik, a member of the cult of Osiris. In a hand-to-hand encounter with members of a secret gang who were trying to get the pearl, Dick ripped the coat from the back of one of his assailants. In our last episode, Dick examined the dust taken from the coat with a vacuum cleaner and thereby narrowed the search for the gang's headquarters. Pat, heading a searching party, telephoned and gave Dick a message in code. What was in that message?
What's the news, Pat?
You were right about a mattress factory being a hideout for these gangsters. We watched all three of them, and it just happened that I was watching the right one. 6 men have gone into that dark building over there in the past half hour, Dick. 2 more went in since I called you on the phone.
Good. Sounds like the place we want. Where are your men?
One moment. Here they come out of doorways and alleys.
All right, boys.
Yeah, all right.
We're ready now.
Yeah.
Higgins, take 4 men and go around and guard the back of that factory.
Okay.
Jones, you take another 4 and stay out here in front.
Right.
The rest of you men come with me.
What are you going to do, Dick?
Surprise raid. Walk in and nab them, Pat.
All right, boy, I'm with you. And I hope we nail the big shots.
All right, then. Let's go.
Come on, man. Come on.
Try that door, Pat.
Right. It's unlocked, Dick.
Good. It's a dim light burning at the top of those stairs. Come on, you men.
All right.
They're in there, Pat. You can hear them talking.
What do we do?
Follow me. I'm going to surprise them. When I give the word, all of you rush at that door and break it in.
Right.
All set?
Yeah.
Then now.
Get him up.
Get him up fast.
Get on there, you. Go on, move.
Well, may I inquire what this means?
Are you the head of this mob?
I don't quite understand. This is a factory. These men are my employees. We'd met here tonight to discuss something pertaining to to new shipments. Would you be good enough to explain your violent entrance? Certainly there's no call for a raid by the police.
I'm sorry, it won't do. I have a fair memory for faces, and I can positively identify at least 4 of these men as the ones who attacked my friends and myself earlier this evening.
Yeah, and so can I.
Why, this is preposterous. You can't get away with this.
We'll see about that. You, I suppose, are the high mogul I've heard about.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't you?
Oh, no, I'm
now,
sure
my suggestion to you, Mr. High Mogul, is to relax, because we're taking you and your friends down to headquarters. And so, if you're smart, you'll talk now, when it might do you some good.
All right. All right, I'll talk.
You bet you will.
And talk fast.
You got the high mogul, all right. He used to be the owner of a couple of art galleries, but they folded up. Now he's in the game of stealing art treasures and paintings, priceless books, anything some collectors will pay a high price for.
Go on.
Well, Dryden Small was a member of the gang, although the mogul is really the brains. Small was going on a trip to Egypt, and the mogul arranged with him to steal the heart of Osiris at Black Pearl and bring it back. Well, you know the rest.
Yes, that's all the information we want out of you. Have that confession typed and bring it in for him to sign.
Right, sir. Now, listen now. I get a break out of this, don't I, if I turn state's evidence?
You'll get as much of a break as I can give you.
I'll take it, Dick. Hello? Yeah? Oh, just a moment. For you, Dick. The tomb.
Oh, thanks, Pat. Tracy speaking. Batik wants to see me. See me and Junior. What's he want with Junior? Oh, you don't know, huh? All right. We'll be down in a little while. Pat, I've got to go down to the prison. Homie Batik wants to see me and Junior. Says it's urgent. Have this bird sign that confession and then send him down to the tombs.
Right.
I'll look in on the High Mogul while I'm down there, too. I want to have a talk with that fellow anyway.
And as I was telling you, Mr. Tracy, this High Mogul fellow has been very quiet. Not a peep out of him all day. He just lies there in his cot in cell 15. He doesn't say a thing. He doesn't even stir.
I see. All right, I'll go in to see him after I finish with Batik.
Yes, sir. Yes, here. Batik's cell is right down this way.
What do you think Humi Batik wants with me, Dick?
I don't know, Junior. We'll soon find out.
Well, here you are, sir.
Well, Batik.
Oh, do come in, Mr. Tracy and Junior. I am
Hello.
very happy to see you both.
What's on your mind?
I understand that you have captured the High Mogul.
Yes, he won't worry us any longer, Batik.
I wish I felt as certain about that as you seem to feel, Mr. Tracy. The Mogul, you know, is an extraordinarily clever man.
I don't doubt it. We'll keep our eyes open, you can depend on that. Batik, When are you going to send your agent to me, the man who's to carry back the Black Pearl of Osiris?
Oh, he will come soon. He has at last made the way clear, I believe, for the safe transportation of the Black Pearl. Yes, he will come to you shortly.
Say, Mr. Batik, what about me? Didn't you say you had a surprise for me?
Yes, I have. And I was just about to discuss it with you. Earlier this week, I gave to your great and good friend, Dick Tracy, a special ring which contained a secret compartment for carrying the Black Pearl of Osiris. Do you know the legend of that ring?
Well, no, I don't.
Neither do I, Batik, and I think I'd like to hear it.
Oh, you shall, my friend. Many hundreds of years ago, there lived in the city of Fezzan in the province of Libya a certain prince named Bani Suef. He was a great man, this prince. But alas, there came a time when the young prince was wounded on the field of battle. Dangerously wounded.
Gee.
His father's heart was full of sorrow, for he feared that his son might die, and death seemed very close. Then one night, the pharaoh, his father, was awakened from his sleep by a vision of Osiris the Great. Osiris gave to the pharaoh a ring in which there was a secret compartment, and in this compartment was some fluid that looked like water, but was not water. And Osiris said, "Take that fluid from out of the ring and anoint your son with it, and he will be well." And then he disappeared.
Did he get well?
Then the pharaoh leaped from his bed and rushed into the room where his son lay dying. He opened the secret chamber of the ring and anointed his son with the fluid, and lo, the eyes of the young prince opened. The fever left him. Once again, he was strong and healthy.
Gosh.
And all was well. That, Junior, Mr. Tracy, is the legend of the secret ring of Osiris.
It's a wonderful story.
Gee, I'll say it is.
But, you didn't call us down here just to hear a legend.
Oh, no. Earlier this week, when I gave the secret ring to you, Mr. Tracy, I could not help noticing the eyes of your young friend, Junior, as he studied the ring. They were wide with eagerness. He said that he would like to have a ring just like it. And so, as a small token of my gratitude to you, Dick Tracy, I wish to present this to your young friend.
Wow. It's a ring. A secret ring of Osiris.
Yes, we have had it made especially for you, just like the ring of Osiris. And it is all for you, Junior. We have made one special change. We know how greatly you admire Dick Tracy. So your ring bears the likeness of Dick Tracy on it. We thought you would prefer it that way.
Oh, boy, I'll say I do. Gee, it's wonderful.
Wear it always, and I am sure it will bring you good luck.
I certainly will. Gee, thanks. Thanks a lot. Gee, Dick, isn't it a beauty? And that secret compartment, I can make good use of that for carrying secret messages and things.
Yeah.
Gee, Mr. Batik, you're swell.
I'm glad it brings you happiness, my young friend.
Gee, Dick, now I've got a ring just like yours, except that it's got your picture on it, and that makes it better than yours. Oh, boy.
Batik, I certainly appreciate this thoughtfulness on your part. And, Junior, I'm glad
Mr. Tracy.
Yes, Keeper, what is it?
Will you please come with me? I think something's happened to that high mogul guy.
What? Wait here for me, Junior. You say you think something's happened to him?
Mm-hmm. Yes, look, he looks dead. There, here's his cell door. Remember I told you he was very quiet all day long? Well, I went in to have a look at him, and, well, here you are. See for yourself.
No pulse. He is dead. I wonder who could have done this.
It must have been a heart attack.
Yes, probably. The medical examiner will undoubtedly be able to tell us exactly what happened.
Hospital again, Joe? Yeah, we're taking this fellow over to the police hospital to the medical examiner. Oh. Someone kill him? No, but he died in a strange way. Just passed out in his cell. Oh. They didn't even know he was dead for a few hours.
Gentlemen.
Holy mackerel. It's the dead guy. What? He's talking.
I am not dead, my friend. At least I am sufficiently alive to keep you covered with a gun. You'd better do what I say. And I warn you, do it quickly.
What is the answer to the riddle of the High Mogul's miraculous recovery? And what will happen if he makes his escape? Well, that's a surprise. And get ready for another one, because it's time for the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol Meeting, brought to you by the makers of delicious, nourishing Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. And here comes Dick Tracy with Junior to tell you all about the big surprise he has for you.
The meeting will now come to order. Okay, Dick, we're all ready for that big surprise.
Well, I don't know whether you can stand another surprise, Junior. You were nearly bowled over when Humi Batik gave you that secret ring.
Say, let me see your ring, Junior.
Here it is. Isn't it a beauty? Mm-hmm. See the swell picture of Dick on it? And here's the secret compartment. You see how it works?
Say, that's great. You're a mighty lucky boy.
Gee, you can carry secret messages in there, just the way Dick keeps the Black Pearl of Osiris.
Junior, how do you think the patrol members would like to have secret rings just like yours?
What? The patrol members? Secret rings for them? You mean a real secret ring like this for every patrol member? Holy smoke!
Well, that's emphatic, if not clear. But I gather you think they'd like them.
Oh, I'll say they would, Dick. Anybody'd give anything for a secret Dick Tracy ring like this.
Well, I've talked to the Quaker man about it, and he says that our friends who make Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice will do everything they can to help.
That's right. They're glad to make it possible for all the patrol members to get secret Dick Tracy rings free with Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice box tops if we can find a jeweler to make the rings, and we're looking into that now. So save some Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice box tops over the weekend, boys and girls. You know, when Dick Tracy makes up his mind to have secret rings made for all of you, you can count on it. And believe me, when you see one of those beautiful gold-plated rings, you'll want one. Listen Monday and learn how to get your secret Dick Tracy ring free. In the meantime, get your Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice box tops. Don't send any in yet. Wait till we tell you on Monday. But look in the pantry for those famous red and blue Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice packages. Tear off the tops as soon as they're empty and save them so you can get a beautiful secret Dick Tracy ring free. And if there isn't any Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice in the pantry now, ask Mother to get you some at the grocer's. Then you and Mother and Dad can join the thousands of happy families who enjoy those two nourishing, delicious cereals that are shot from guns to give you quick energy.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting Dick Tracy adventure Monday at this same time. That is all.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Well, who got bitten? Out? 4. Where's the dog?
You are in the muster room at the
there?
21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right. You just wait right there in the emergency room. Yes, right there. I'll have an officer come over. Yes. Right away.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between Fifth Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them if they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
21st Precinct, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. It was 3:55 p.m. when I came into the precinct house for my night tour, which would keep me on the job until 8 the following morning. As I signed the blotter, Sergeant Burns, who was filling in as desk officer, told me that acting superintendent of buildings of the department was in the house making a routine inspection. After I turned out the platoon, I went upstairs and found the acting superintendent of buildings on the 3rd floor. I called his attention to the cracked plaster in the hall ceiling on that floor, and to the fact that during the last winter the radiators failed to heat the floor comfortably. On the way down, I showed him the worn condition of the stairs from the 2nd floor to the back room, And as we came out into the muster room, I told him about the plumbing difficulties in the cell.
Well, thanks, Captain.
Do you have any idea when these repairs will be made?
Well, there's a lot of work to do, Captain. There's nearly 100 buildings in the department, and most of them need work, lots of work.
Oh, yes, I understand that, but some need attention sooner than others, don't you think?
Oh, yes, some do. That's why I'm making the inspection.
Well, this muster room, for instance, it hasn't been painted since 1941. Did you realize that?
Captain, you know I'd like to do everything, and I'd like to do it right away, but there's been only so much money appropriated. Well, it's been a pleasure, Captain. Sign the blotter and get on my way. A little bit behind schedule. I still have to visit the 23rd this afternoon.
Where were you? Mr. Balney wants to sign the blotter, Sergeant Burns. Step on around the back of the desk, Mr. Balney.
Right over here, Mr. Balney. Well, thank you, Captain.
That one's got whiskers. I used to use it myself. Swinging on time.
What's doing, Sergeant?
Oh, nothing much, Captain, except that young fellow over there is waiting to see you.
Who is he, do you know?
He says his name is Weald, Harold Weald. Said it was personal. I told him you were busy. He said he'd wait. He wouldn't tell either me or Sergeant Burns what was on his mind. Excuse me, Captain.
Yeah, go ahead.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Well, thanks for all your courtesies, Captain. I'll try to get something done, I promise you that.
Oh, sure. What, ma'am? Absolutely necessary, Mr. Balney, that we get sufficient heat up on the 3rd floor. No one can work up there.
Listen, madam. Oh, it's a long time until winter.
Please, madam. Yes, it was a long time since last winter, too. That's when I reported.
Madam, you have my word, Captain. There'll be someone here within 2 weeks.
That's a civil action, madam. If he owes you money, we can't collect it. You better see your lawyer.
Oh, I'll talk to that fellow that's waiting, Sergeant. Yes, sir?
If you can't afford a lawyer, go to the Legal Aid Society. The Legal Aid Society.
Mr. Weald?
Yes, that's right. Captain Connolly?
Kennelly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, listen, Captain, I'm sorry to bother you, but I got an awful problem. It's my kid.
Well, what's the trouble?
Well, she got bit by a dog.
When was this?
Friday morning.
Where?
In the playground there, 62nd Street, York Avenue.
How old is she?
4. She's 4.
Excuse me, Captain.
Yes?
Division captain is calling in for you.
Oh, all right. Thanks, Sergeant. I'll take it in my office.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Mr. Weald.
Yeah, thanks. My mother takes her to the playground almost every day.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Have a seat there.
I didn't think there was anything to it.
Excuse me a minute.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Captain Kennelly. Hello, Denny. Oh, just fine. When? Well, just a second. Let me look at my chart. Yeah, I'm working Monday. Where? All right, I'll be there. Okay, so long. How'd you happen to get bitten, Mr. Weald?
Well, I wasn't there personally. I was working.
Mm-hmm. What do you do?
Me, I'm a driver for the Ace Taxis. I should be on the job now, but I thought I'd better take off the afternoon and get this straightened out.
Yeah. How bad was the bite?
Well, bad enough, I guess. He got her in the thigh, He really dug in.
Did she get medical treatment?
Oh, yeah. My wife said the lady with the dog was very nice. Janet, that's my wife. She got kind of excited at first, but doctor fixed it up, said it was nothing serious. So I forgot the whole thing, until I got a call from my wife this afternoon.
Uh-huh. What happened then?
Well, my wife was all excited. She called my dispatcher, left word for me to call her. When I did, she said somebody had been around from the Board of Health. Told her they couldn't get hold of the lady with the dog, and if they didn't by tomorrow morning, she'd have to bring the kid down for rabies shots. There's 22 shots. It takes 22 days.
Well, where does the woman with the dog live? In this precinct?
I don't know whether it's in this precinct. It's Mrs. Charles Whitney, 190 Sutton Place North.
That's in this precinct, yes.
So I took a walk over there before. It's a big apartment house, very expensive. I started to go in. The doorman asked me who I wanted, so I told him the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
He buzzed up to the apartment. There wasn't any answer. He told me a policeman had been around 2 or 3 times today and the day before. Policeman couldn't find anybody there either. Is he from here, that policeman?
Yes, that's right. In dog bite cases, there's a 480V notice to be served on the owner.
Mm-hmm.
A notice to deliver the dog to the ASPCA for observation.
Well, anyway, I got to talking to the doorman, and he said he thought sure somebody was home because the elevator man heard the dog barking in the apartment when he went up there on the floor for something else this afternoon.
Oh, is that so?
Well, I'm only going by what the doorman said, the elevator man said. Now, look, the lady was very nice, but I don't want my kid to go through any 22 shots. What's more important, a dog or a kid?
What do you think, Mr. Wheel?
Well, I know what I think. The important thing is what you think. That, Mrs. Whitney, her husband is a big-shot judge, the doorman told me.
You sit here, Mr. Wheel.
Well, I'll sit here, but is that going to get me action? That's what I want, action.
That's what you're going to get. I'll be right back. Sergeant Burns.
Yes, Captain.
What are you doing about a 480V on the dog bite case?
All right. Is that this one on Sutton Place North, Captain?
Yes, that's the one. What are you doing about it?
It's still hanging, Captain. Lieutenant Snyder said he had a man go by there 3 times during the day tour. There's nobody home.
Well, did they go upstairs and see?
I don't know about that, Captain. He just said it was still hanging. They haven't been able to serve it.
I gave it to Singleton and told him to try as soon as he got over there. You know who that is? That's Judge Charles Whitney.
Yes, I know. Now, listen, the father of the child the dog bit is in my office. He's been told to bring the child down to start a series of 22 rabies injections beginning tomorrow morning, unless that dog is delivered today.
There doesn't seem to be anybody home, Captain.
Well, the father says the doorman told him there was somebody home. Now get on it.
Yes, sir.
I went back into my office and told Mr. Wheel, the father of the dog bite victim, that we would make a further effort to serve the 480V notice on the owner of the dog. I advised him to return to his home and promised that we would notify him later concerning any results we obtained. Patrolman Singleton rang in and reported that he again went to 190 Sutton Place North and attempted to reach the occupants of the Whitney apartment by the house phone. There was no answer. He left a copy of the notice with the doorman. He was instructed to go upstairs and knock on the door. In the meantime, I read and signed such reports as had accumulated since I was last on duty and placed them in the box to be sent by messenger to division headquarters. At 10 minutes to 5, I went back out into the muster room and walked over to the desk.
He's trying to reach the judge at his office, Captain.
Good. Sergeant Klein, did Singleton ring in again?
No, sir, not yet.
Judge Charles Whitney's office, please. I thought this might be the quickest way to get some information, Captain.
Well, it might be, yes.
Hello? This is Sergeant Burns at the 21st Precinct. Is Judge Whitney there, please? Oh, is he? Oh, I see. Well, when? Thank you very much. Oh, did Mrs. Whitney go with him? Yes, I see. Well, thank you very much. He's out of town, Captain.
Yeah?
He went to Boston for the American Bar Association convention. Secretary expects him back tonight. He's flying in.
Did Mrs. Whitney go with him?
No, sir, not that his secretary knows of. As far as his secretary knows, Mrs. Whitney's at home.
I see. Look up the telephone number of their apartment and call over there.
Yes.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein.
Their phone might not be listed, though.
Yes, Singleton. What'd you find out?
Is that Singleton, Sergeant?
Hold on. Yes, sir, it's Singleton.
All right, let me talk to him.
Please right there, Captain. Hold on, Singleton.
This is Captain Kennelly.
Yes, sir.
Did you serve that notice?
No, sir.
Oh, did you go up to the floor?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
Well, I knocked on the door, Captain. There wasn't any answer. Then I heard that dog bark inside. I knocked again. Finally, she came and talked to me through the door.
Who came?
Mrs. Whitney, Captain.
Oh, wouldn't she open the door?
No, sir. I told her I had the notice to serve on her to deliver the dog for observation. She said she wouldn't give up the dog. She wouldn't open the door.
Did you explain to her that the Department of Health just has to examine the dog, that they won't molest or mistreat the animal?
Yes, sir, but she refused to open the door.
Where are you calling from now?
The lobby of the apartment building.
All right. You stay there. I'll be right over.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Put out a call for a car to come by the house for me.
Yes, sir, Captain.
She's there, huh, Captain?
She's there, yes. So's the dog. She wouldn't open the door.
CB, is this
Well, did she say why she wouldn't, Captain?
No, that's what I'm going over to find out.
What if she still refuses?
Okay.
You get a warrant to go in and get the dog.
That won't look very nice. Cops break down judge's door. Some headline.
Is this better? 4-year-old girl takes 22 anti-rabies injections. No headline. The disease of rabies is almost extinct. This is due almost entirely to the cooperation between police and public health authorities and the strict enforcement of the laws relating to dog bite cases. These laws call for the compulsory observation of dogs and other animals who are carriers of the disease after they have bitten, and for compulsory treatment of human victims bitten by an animal that has escaped. The fact that the disease is now rare does not lessen the strictness of enforcement. The idea is to keep it rare. At 5:05 p.m., the car came by the station house and drove me to 190 Sutton Place North, a new apartment building in a high rent classification. As we drove up, I saw Patrolman Singleton on the sidewalk in front of the building. A man was standing there talking with him. All right, wait for me here.
Hello, Captain.
Singleton?
Captain, this is Mr. Tedburn. He's the super of the building.
The resident manager. Mr. Tedburn? How do you do? You've been waiting down here since you rang in, Singleton?
Yes, sir.
I really don't see what's all the excitement, Captain. Don't you?
The Whitneys are respectable people. He's an important judge. To have policemen running through the halls over something like this, it's ridiculous.
Mr. Tedburn, I've just been talking to the father of the girl who was bitten by that dog. If that dog isn't delivered for observation, that 4-year-old girl will have to start a series of 22 injections. Is that ridiculous?
Well, I just want to save embarrassment is all.
There's no embarrassment on our account. If she'd accept service with the notice, everything would be very quiet and simple. What kind of dog is it, Singleton?
Well, the doorman told me a boxer, Captain.
That is right, a boxer.
Big fellow, hmm?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go up.
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if I come along also?
I'd be glad to have you, Mr. Tedburn. You can see that we don't embarrass anyone. The doorman held the door open for us, and we walked into the foyer of the building. It was decorated in black and white. On the elevator, Singleton directed the operator to take us to the 14th floor. When we got off, Mr. Tedburn led the way to apartment 14B. No one was in the hall. Either the neighbors on the floor didn't know what was going on, or they didn't care.
This is it.
Shall I ring, Captain?
Go ahead.
Yes. There it is.
Try again.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Whitney, we're police officers. We want to talk to you.
It is a wonder the neighbors haven't complained about that dog. He certainly does raise the roof, doesn't he?
Mrs. Whitney!
You know, Captain, I'm beginning to more and more see this thing from your point of view.
Are you?
Under these circumstances, I think I have a right to use my passkey. She's got on the door chain.
Quiet.
Mrs. Whitney, please.
Go away. Close the door. Please.
I want to talk to you, Mrs. Whitney.
You can't take him. I won't let you.
I'm not going to take him. I want to talk to you, that's all.
Yes. Quiet. Come on.
Where's she going? I don't know. She's coming back. She went to put the dog in the other room.
I want you to shut the door and let me alone.
You don't seem to understand the seriousness of this, Mrs. Whitney.
You want to take Jeff away.
I don't want to take him away.
He's all we've got. Jeff's all we've got. We have no family, just Jeff, that's all.
I'm not going to take him away. I just have to give you this notice. Singleton.
Oh, yes, sir. Here it is.
I want you to take this, Mrs. Whitney.
No, I won't.
It's a notice to deliver your dog to the ASPCA by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll take it, but I won't deliver him. I won't. You can't have him. He's the only thing I've got left. The only thing.
All right. Let's shut the door. Thank you, Mrs. Whitney.
I won't.
Do you think she will bring that dog down there? I don't.
She's been served with the notice. Okay, Singleton, get back on the job.
Yes, sir. People can live in a building 20 years, and you never know they ever existed. 20 years.
Hit that elevator bell, will you, Singleton?
Yes, sir. Then a little thing like this can cause so much trouble.
It's always the little things that cause trouble, Mr. Tedburn. People seem to manage the big ones. We rode down in the elevator. I thanked Mr. Tedburn for his assistance and came out of the building with Singleton. He resumed walking his post, and I got into the car and went back to the precinct house. There, as the officer who served the 480V form on Mrs. Whitney, I filled in the lower half and delivered it to the desk officer to be forwarded to the Bureau of Preventable Diseases, Department of Health. Sergeant Burns told me that Patrolman Mercado had come upon a boy, 17, in the act of turning in a false alarm. He chased him up the stairs of a tenement and over the roofs of 3 adjacent buildings before he was apprehended. The boy admitted turning in at least 5 false alarms during the last month. I went on patrol of the precinct, during which I stopped on post number 2, saw Patrolman Mercado, and congratulated him on the arrest. Later, while I was still on patrol, there was a radio signal to call in. He stopped at the nearest box, and I was told by Sergeant Klein that a visitor was waiting for me, Judge Charles Whitney. I had my operator drive me around to the precinct house. When I got out of the car, I instructed him to pick up his partner who had been taking his meal period and resume patrol. As the car drove away, I crossed the sidewalk and walked up into the muster room.
Hello, Sergeant. Captain. 21st Precinct, Sergeant
Where's the
Klein.
judge?
I suggested the judge wait in your office, Captain.
Good.
All right.
Oh, what's doing, Sergeant?
Oh, it's been a quiet tour, Captain.
All right, I'll be in my office.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. Open the what?
Judge Whitney?
Oh, hello, Captain. We've met before, haven't we?
Yes, I think so, at some dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Well, sit down, Judge.
Thank you. I just got into LaGuardia from Boston an hour ago.
Yes, sir, I know.
I understand you were over to the apartment, Captain.
Yes, that's right. We were there. And I'm sorry if we found it necessary to be a little insistent with Mrs. Whitney, but I don't have to tell you the law in these dog bite cases, Judge. If I wasn't able to effect service the way I did, I would have been required to get a warrant and break the door down. I hope you were able to explain that to Mrs. Whitney.
Captain, I haven't been able to explain anything to Mrs. Whitney. She wouldn't open the door for me either.
Wouldn't she?
No. I came home from the airport and went upstairs and tried my key. She had the chain on the door. Wouldn't open it. Wouldn't even talk to me. Building manager came upstairs and told me what had happened.
Well, I'm sorry, Judge.
Well, it's not your fault, Captain. I don't blame you. I should have seen it coming. Perhaps I even knew it was coming, and I couldn't bring myself to believe it.
What's that, sir?
A breakdown. I should have seen it the night I left for Boston. That was the same night that Jeff bit the child.
Oh?
He's a boxer, you know, so we named him James J. Jeffries, Jeff for short.
Mm-hmm.
I told her before I left that she would probably be called upon to deliver the dog for observation. And I should have seen from my attitude then that this was going to happen. I was in a hurry to catch the plane. She was all right until then. I understand she was fine when the dog bit the child, that she took the mother and the child to the emergency room, paid the bill, so forth.
Yes, that's the report we got, too.
But the minute I mentioned the possibility she might have to turn Jeff over for observation, she changed.
Well, what was the reason for the change? You know, Judge?
Yes, I do. I think I do. See, Captain, we had two sons, Richard and Charles, Jr. They were a year and a half apart, 19 and 20. They were in school at Yale. Last June, they were driving down to New York after school. Their car turned over on the Merritt Parkway. They were both killed. Both of them.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Judge.
If you have children of your own, you can imagine what it did to us. We went away, but that didn't help. Nothing helped. For myself, I found escaping my work. A judge can work hard, you know, and I did. But Nora didn't have anything like work, I suppose. She turned to the dog, as Jeff was the boy's dog. When she saw the possibility that she'd lose the dog, that brought it on. I'm sure that that's the answer.
Well, it probably is, yes, sir.
Wouldn't even open the door. She doesn't even trust me.
If I'd have known what the circumstances were, perhaps we could have used some other means.
Wasn't any way for you to know, Captain. I'm not worried about that now. She's locked up in there alone. That's what I'm worried about. I don't know what's preying on her mind.
Well, if you want to go into the apartment, Judge, I can call the emergency squad to give us a hand. They have a way with doors, you know.
But it's only as a last resort. No, I'd like to try persuasion some more. I had the door open this wide, the same as you did. I called to her. She wouldn't answer. I couldn't think of anything else to say or do. I came over here. Well, do you have any ideas, Captain, besides the emergency squad?
Well, perhaps I have one, just one. It might work. I don't know.
Anything, Captain. I'm willing to try anything.
Judge Whitney was a forlorn-looking man as I left him sitting in my office and walked out into the muster room. I gave Sergeant Klein instructions to have a car drive around to the precinct house to pick us up. Also, I told him to have sector car number 1 go to the home of Harold Weald, the father of the dog bite victim. They were instructed to locate Mr. Weald and ask if he would accompany them to 190 Sutton Place North. The car came by to drive Judge Whitney and myself to his apartment house. We rode the elevator to the 14th floor in silence.
Is this way, Captain?
Yes, I know.
Oh, of course you do. Well,
I'd suggest you try your key again, Judge.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Still on the chain.
Nora! Nora! Why don't you try calling the dog? If he comes to the door, maybe she will, too.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Jeff, boy. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Come on, Jeff.
Usually comes when I call him, Captain.
Well, I think she has him in the back with the door closed. That's where she had him before.
Nora. Please come to the door, Nora. Please. Nora.
Let me try.
Mrs. Whitney. Mrs. Whitney. All right, wait till you're right.
One minute, Captain.
Oh, yeah.
Took us a little while to locate him, Captain. Hello, Captain.
Judge Whitney and Mr. Wheel.
Hi.
How do you do?
Judge, Patrolman Singleton.
How do you do?
Pleased to know you. He told me about all the trouble you've been having, Judge. I don't like to cause any trouble, but after all, my little girl...
I think it's the other way around as far as trouble being caused is concerned, Mr. Wheel. Now, don't worry about that. Well, I think you better call the emergency squad, Captain. This isn't going to do any good.
Try again, Judge. Once more.
All right.
Nora. Nora, please come to the door, Nora. Nora.
I think she's coming.
Please, close the door, Charles.
Let me in, Nora. You've got to.
Close the door and go away, Charles.
Sweetheart, now, please.
I'm not going to let you in. You're part of the law, too. You're on their side.
Mrs. Whitney.
Close the door, please.
This is Mr. Wheel. He's the father of the little girl.
Oh, how is she?
She's all right, I think, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Jeff never bitten anyone before. I think it was an accident. I think he was just trying to get that red ball she was playing with. Just the red ball. He's a very good dog, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure she's all right?
We hope she'll be all right. She has to take 22 injections.
22 injections? Why?
Because we can't get Jeff to see that he doesn't have rabies.
Oh, Jeff doesn't have rabies. You know he doesn't.
We have to make sure, ma'am. That's the law.
I don't want to hear about the law. That's all I ever hear about.
You don't want that little 4-year-old girl to go through 22 injections, do you, Mrs. Whitney?
Oh, no. That'd be a shame.
Well, it's up to you.
It's not up to me. Jeff doesn't have rabies. Anybody can see that. Anybody.
When were you told to bring your little girl to the Department of Health, Mr. Wheel?
Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
All 22 at once?
No, ma'am. It takes 22 days.
Oh, no. Poor little girl.
Now, nothing will happen to Jeff, Mrs. Whitney. Believe me. They'll take good care of him. You'll have him back.
They'll keep him. They'll take him away from me, just like everything else. 22 injections.
That's right.
And she's such a little girl. How old is she?
4.
Yes, 4. That's right. She was crying and her leg hurt her. With those little curls with a ribbon. I remember those little curls with a ribbon. I never had a little girl. I always wanted one. Not 22 injections.
Yes, ma'am. 22.
Please close the door.
Mrs. Whitney.
Please close the door. I can't get the chain off if you don't close the door.
Yes, ma'am.
What's she waiting for?
All right. Take it easy.
Sweetheart, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
There's a lot to be sorry about, isn't there? So much.
Thank you, Mrs. Whitney.
Nothing to thank me for. Jeff's in there in the bedroom.
I'll see that he gets where he has to go, Captain.
Good.
Young man?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Whitney.
Watch her. Watch her every minute. Every minute of your life.
Yes, ma'am.
Because without her, you won't have any life.
'21st Precinct, Sergeant Klein. He jumped, or he's going to jump? Where is he? On a ledge? Where is it? East 71?
And so it goes, around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly. Featured in tonight's cast were Lawson Zerbe, Wendell Holmes, Bill Zuckert, Don McLaughlin, Barbara Weeks, Bill Lipton, and Donald Bain. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Gaylord Avery speaking.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Clint Barlow, one of the youngest, most brilliant, and trusted men in the International Secret Police, has just brought a spectacular criminal case to a successful conclusion. Now he is about to go on a well-earned vacation, and we find him in his rooms with Speed Gibson, his orphaned 15-year-old nephew whom he is raising. He has his hands full, for Speed is the typical American boy, interested in shortwave radio, aviation, and most of all, in the International Secret Police. Because of Speed's interest in the organization and his evident aptitude, Clint has been teaching him as many rules and regulations of the secret police as he could without violating his oath of secrecy. As a result, Speed looks on crime as the height of weakness, failure, and cowardice, and has determined to do his part to end it. His admiration for his uncle and his work drives Speed on to study everything useful to a member of the secret police, for he is determined to join that organization and work with Clint. At the moment, however, Speed is working on a model of the China Clipper while Clint is reclining on the couch, snowed under with travel folders.
Oh boy. This is the life. Nothing in the world to do but decide where to go on a vacation. Hey, let's see now. Here's Palm Springs, Miami, the mountains. Hey, Speed, where would you like to go best?
China?
China? Look here, fella. I can only get away for about a week or 10 days. Be reasonable.
What's that, Uncle Clint?
Oh, no, you didn't hear a word I said. Come back from wherever you are and listen to me, will you? This is important.
Gee, I'm sorry, Clint. But when I get working on this Clipper model, I forget about everything else around me.
You imagine you're actually flying in it, huh? I suppose I yanked you back from Wake Island when I asked you where we ought to go for our vacation.
No, I believe it was Midway.
Say, Speed, with your imagination, you could stay right in this room and fly all over the world.
Yeah, but I'd a lot rather really fly, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you know flying is my middle name. I've had enough traveling for a while. What I want to find now is a nice, quiet place where there's nothing to do but rest.
Oh, heck, that's no fun.
Well, maybe not for you, but it's fun for me. On my vacation, I'm going to do nothing but enjoy the beauties of nature.
No. Someone's at the door.
So I hear. See who it is, Speed. If it's anyone for me, tell them I've gone to China.
Okay. Oh, it's Barney.
Hello, kid. Is the mastermind at home?
Yeah, he's on the couch trying to find a vacation spot where he can do nothing but admire the beauties of nature.
Well, he don't have to go away on a vacation to do that as long as he's got me around.
Oh, say, when you come around, I see nothing but trouble. Now, you better not tell me that you've just come from headquarters and that the chief wants to see me about another job.
Can't a guy drop in for a friendly visit without being accused of everything under the sun?
No, I'm glad you came, Barney. Look at my clipper model.
Say, that's a beaut, kid. First thing we know, you'll be piloting one of them clipper planes across the water.
Maybe. But I'm going to be in the secret police like Clint and you. That's why I've been studying all the rules and regulations and asking you and Clint so many questions.
Well, you've got a flair for it, all right, Speed. But you know, it's the hardest work a man can do.
I'll say it is. Especially when you're in the strong-arm division like me. That's what you want to work for, kid.
Oh, is that so? Oh, listen, you big ox. Brains will get you out of many a fix that brawn never could.
I thought I'd get you off of that couch sooner or later.
The first time he's been off is his breakfast, Barney.
And you'll notice I didn't use any muscles getting him off either. It was brains. Who was it said he had the brains and me the brawn for our partnership, huh?
Both have plenty of both, if you ask me. I don't know where that's going to leave me when I start working with you.
Oh, now don't worry, Speed. You have youth, a fresh viewpoint. We've been in the game so long, we're apt to get in a rut. You'll be able to see many things that we may overlook.
Well, now that that's all settled, is there anything to eat in this place?
No, but that's an idea. What do you say you go out and buy some food and bring it back here?
Oh, yeah? If I get food, I should come back here with it.
Oh, please, Barney.
Can I go on your vacation with you if I do?
Nothing doing. I see enough of you when I'm working with you. I want to rest in peace.
Yeah. If it wasn't for me, you'd have been resting in peace long ago. I've gotten you out of plenty of scrapes. Why, the time...
All right now, yes. I admit that I couldn't breathe if it weren't for you. But if you'll only forget the past and stop talking shop. I'm on my vacation, my boy, even if I am still at home.
I bet you'll stay at home, too, Clint. The chief will have a new case for you before we can get away.
He will not, because we're leaving tonight.
Where you going?
I don't know yet. And I do know it'll be someplace where headquarters can't reach me.
Uh-oh.
So you're going on a vacation, huh?
Answer it, Speed, and say I'm not here.
But, Clint...
Answer it.
Hello? Oh, hello, sir. Yeah, he's here. For you, Clint. It's the chief.
Speaks well for your training, Clint. The kid won't lie even for you.
No, sir. Hello, Chief. Yes, we're leaving tonight.
Gee, but it's another big job. I wish you'd take it.
What's that, Chief? Oh, now look here, sir. You promised me a vacation, and I'm going to hold you to that promise. Well, if something's up, let the other boys handle it. Why, sure, you're plenty of good men. Yes? No. Yes? No.
Wish he'd make up his mind.
Shh, I want to hear.
Oh, yes, I can reach Barney Dunlap for you. He's right here. What's that, Chief? You want Speed?
Gee, the chief wants me.
Pipe down and listen.
Oh, no, I can't do that, sir. I'm very sorry, but... Oh, yes, I'll send Barney over, but don't count on me. And certainly not Speed. What's that, Chief? The Octopus. I'll be right over. Yes, sir.
What's on the fire, Clint?
What'd the chief want me for, Clint?
The vacation's off, Speed. Come on, Barney. We got to get down to headquarters right away. The Octopus gang's at work again.
The Octopus gang? Suffering whangdoodles. Where to now?
Hong Kong. Oh, where's my tie? Where's that comb?
Here they are, Clint. But what's the Octopus gang?
It's the worst criminal gang in modern history, Speed. No one has ever seen the leader, the Octopus, but his organization covers the earth, exactly like the tentacles of a giant octopus. He's diabolical, a genius of evil, with a brain so brilliant that he has successfully eluded every effort made by Scotland Yard, the French Sûreté, and even our own secret police.
Gee, he's sure public enemy number one then, isn't he?
Kid, from all I've heard of him, he's a super colossal public enemy number one.
Yes, and his power is constantly growing. He must be trapped. It'll be our biggest job, Barney.
I'm ready for it, buddy.
Come on, then. The chief naturally didn't give me any details on the case over the phone. He just mentioned the Octopus. But that was enough for me.
But what about me, Clint? The chief mentioned me, too, didn't he?
Oh, yes, Speed, but he had the wrong idea. Haven't time to tell you now. I will when I get back.
Oh, no, Clint. Let me go with you, please.
Now, Speed, what's the most important thing a member of the secret police must know?
How to obey orders.
Well, then, as your superior officer, I order you to remain here until we get back.
Yes, sir.
And carry on with the China Clipper while we're gone, fella.
Gee, Barney, how can I work on a clipper model when there's something really big in the air?
Well, kid, I don't know.
I wonder what the chief wanted with me. Oh, doggone it.
So long, kid. I'll bring some food back.
Clint always says how fine I'm doing in the secret police studies. But when I maybe get a chance to do some real work, what happens? I gotta stay home. No adventures could ever happen here at home. Now what? Oh, hello.
Does Clint Barlow hang out here?
Clint Barlow? Why, he's not here.
Oh, no.
Don't try shutting the door in my face. If he ain't here, that's fine. I'll just come in and wait. But not long enough for him to get back.
Who are you?
Just call me Blackie if you must call me something. Nice little joint Barlow's got here.
Well, what do you want with my uncle?
Listen, I didn't come here to answer no questions, see? Just keep out of my way and you won't get hurt. But don't bother me none.
I won't, but I gotta make a few phone calls.
Keep away from that phone if you want to stay healthy.
Well,
Speaking of phones, your uncle was talking on that one just a few minutes ago, wasn't he?
I don't know.
You don't, huh? And I'll tell you, he was and I wasn't here. Barlow was chinning with his chief about the Octopus gang.
Octopus? That's a kind of fish, isn't it?
Sometimes. Play dumb if you want, Speed Gibson, but you ain't fooling nobody. I heard the chief talking to Barlow about you.
You heard him?
Yeah, your phone wire's tapped. I didn't learn much, but what I did hear made me kind of curious. I saw Barlow and his pal leave, so I thought I'd mosey in and learn some more.
Well, who are you?
Never mind. I'm going to take a look around. Maybe I'll find something that'll tell me more than you can.
Hey, keep away from that desk.
Who says so? Sit down and shut up.
Keep your hands off those things.
You keep away from me or I'll fix it so you won't worry about what I'm doing here. What's that on the table?
My clipper ship.
Yeah? I suppose your Uncle Clint made it for you.
No, I made it. It's just like the real one. The body's real heavy. I weighted it so it'd have perfect balance.
I ain't interested in clipper ships.
Well, here's one that'll be interesting to you. Oh. Golly, I knocked him cold.
Speed! Hey, Speed, let us in. The idea of locking this door.
Yeah, I forgot my hat.
Suffering wang-doodles. Who's this guy? Somebody's put him on ice. And look at Speed's clipper model. It's wrecked.
Yeah, I ruined it.
Who is this man?
He was looking through all your papers in the desk here, and he knew about you talking with the chief about the Octopus gang. Said he tapped our wires.
Let me get the handcuffs on him.
Did I do the wrong thing, Clint?
The wrong thing? Why, you're the best man of the three of us. Come on, get your coat, Speed. You've got to come along and deliver your prisoner.
What?
If the chief doesn't make you a bona fide member of the secret police for this, I'll eat Barney's hat. Speed, you're the first person who's ever captured an Octopus gangster. Come on, let's get to headquarters.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
In the first episode, you remember, Clint Barlow, brilliant young operator of the International Secret Police, was called to his chief's headquarters for details of a new case concerning the activities of the Octopus, the most dangerous criminal alive. With Clint was Barney Dunlap, his right-hand man. During their absence, a member of the Octopus gang came to Clint's rooms, and in spite of the presence of Speed Gibson, Clint's 15-year-old nephew, sought to go through the operator's papers. Speed knocked the man unconscious with the model of the China Clipper that he was constructing, and now we find Speed, Clint, and Barney in the chief's office with their sullen prisoner, Blackie Spears.
Why did you go to Barlow's room, Blackie?
I ain't talking.
He did plenty of talking to me, Chief Riley. He knew that Clint and Barney were on their way here. Said our telephone wires had been tapped, and he'd heard you talking to Clint.
And here I is shortly after Clint and Barney left, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, that means he must have been in the same building.
Maybe he took a room there, too.
But why? Why was my phone line tapped? How did he know anything was in the wind?
The Octopus has ways of knowing things, Clint, almost before anyone else knows about them. Blackie, it'll be a little easier on you if you'll tell us what you know.
You're in the secret police. Supposing you find all that out for yourself.
Let me smack him one, Chief.
No, Barney. Keep your fist to yourself. We'll keep Blackie Spears with us for a while. Maybe he won't talk to us, but neither will he be able to talk to his gang or be able to get word to the Octopus as to what's happened.
You can't keep me here. No, can't we? You force an entrance into my rooms, admit to my nephew that you tapped my phone wires, then you go through my private papers. We can keep you here all right.
Yeah? Well, if it hadn't been for that kid slugging me with his aeroplane, you guys never would have touched me. I'll get you for that, Speed Gibson.
You just try anything and I'll sock you again.
Threats to Speed aren't going to help you any, Blackie. Take him out, Barney. Tell Kelly to put him in solitary.
Yes, sir. Come on, tough guy.
You can't do this to me, I tell you. The gang will rub you out.
Ah, save your breath. We don't spare him.
Well, I guess that takes care of Blackie Spears, all right.
Yeah, thanks to you, Speed. If you hadn't used your wits, he'd have gotten away or perhaps shot it out with Clint and Barney when they returned before he expected them.
That's right, Chief Riley. And all because Barney forgot his hat.
Well, he made me sore going through Clint's papers like that. And the secret police books I've been studying say that you should never give a criminal an even break.
Something to that effect, Speed. The idea is that the criminal never gives the detective a chance, so it's better to capture him first, disarm him, and then start talking.
I sure smashed my China clipper on his head.
Didn't do his head any good either. Has a lump on it about the size of an egg.
Speed, how would you like to fly in the real China clipper?
The real clipper? Oh, gee, Chief. Honest?
Now, hold on there, Speed. Now, what do you mean, Chief?
Well, you remember I said something over the phone about using Speed on this job, Clint?
Mm-hmm. And I said no.
Oh, Clint.
Supposing you hear the whole story before making a decision, Clint. Our Far East operator sent word by code that the Octopus has reared his ugly head in China. Hong Kong, to be exact.
What's his racket this time?
Smuggling. Dope and natives. Running dope in and natives out. Doing it on a wholesale scale. His enormous and very effective organization makes his illegal business a lot safer than most legal businesses. And far more profitable. And the best way to combat the evil is at the source. China.
Mm-hmm. You want Barney and me to break it wide open, huh?
Yes. You're to take the next clipper ship. Leaves day after tomorrow. I've already reserved passage for you. You proceed to Hong Kong at once.
Good. Doesn't give us much time, but I've done more and less. Lucky, though, you reserved the passages.
Yes, for you, Barney, and Speed.
Oh, boy.
Now, listen, Chief. Now, Speed doesn't fit into this picture. I wouldn't think of taking him into that hotbed of danger.
He's already in it, Clint. I said before that the Octopus has ways of knowing things. Perhaps he already knows of Speed's part in Blackie's capture. Once you leave for China, no matter where you may send your nephew, his life will be in actual danger.
Well, that's true.
On the other hand, the Octopus will never dream that he's traveling with you. In fact, he can have no knowledge that you're crossing on the China Clipper. And this is where your uncanny knowledge of makeup may bring you close to the Octopus.
So you mean I should use a disguise? Huh?
Well, you've never been yourself on any job you've undertaken. That's been one of your secrets of success. No criminal knows how the real Clint Barlow looks except Blackie Spears. And his knowledge won't do him any good for a long time.
That's right, Clint. You know more about makeup than any actor. Well, you can change your whole appearance by just adding a little to your nose, or changing your eyebrows, or taping your eyes.
Yes, the stage lost an excellent actor. And the secret police gained its best operator. But I not only want you to travel under an assumed face and personality, Clint, but Barney and Speed as well. No one is to know who you are. Your safety lies in your lost identity.
Well, it's an old story to me, Chief, but as for Speed here,
Please let me
know.
go, Clint. I can help out in all sorts of ways.
I'm counting on you, Speed. Your quick thinking in Blackie's case convinced me that you can help us in the capture of the Octopus. You'll never be in the front line, so to speak. That'll keep him out of actual danger, Clint. But you, as a boy, will be able to see and learn things that an adult cannot.
You bet I will. Oh, gee, Clint. Can I go? Can I?
Well, after what Chief Riley has said about the danger of leaving you here, and if I can use makeup on you, all right. Yes, you can go. I can't see anything else now.
Whee! Oh, boy, what adventure this is going to be.
Not an adventure, Speed. But hard, dangerous work. The odds are tremendously against capturing the Octopus. But you can't fail. And now, I have here full details as to the course I've laid out for you, Clint. Oh, but first I must swear Speed into the International Secret Police. Are you ready to take the oath, Speed?
I'm ready, sir.
Then listen carefully. And see if you're still willing to join our force after hearing the oath.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Do you, Speed Gibson, as a member of the International Secret Police, promise to obey and protect law and order in your own country or wherever else your duties may carry you? Will you cooperate with the foreign police after you have fulfilled your mission? And will you, above all else, recognize the code of the secret police? Courage, honor, and silence. And not betray it in any manner whatsoever?
I promise, sir.
You've bitten off a large hunk there, fella.
And I welcome our newest and youngest member.
Thank you, Chief.
What's going on here?
Barney, I'm a member of the International Secret Police now, and I'm going with you to capture the Octopus.
Huh?
That's right, Barney. After we get our orders from the chief, we're off.
Off where?
Alameda. After I change our appearance with makeup.
Alameda? You mean?
We're taking the China Clipper day after tomorrow.
Well, there's the Clipper speed.
Isn't it a beauty? Look at that wing spread.
Yeah, I hope them wings are spread enough to take us where we're going. Oh, doggone this mustache.
What's the matter, Barney?
Oh, this phony misplaced eyebrow you stuck on my upper lip tickles.
It sure looks like it grew there, though, Barney. And that squint that Clint gave you, I never know you in a million years.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know you either. What with them specs you're wearing and the way Clint made your nose thinner by shading it with grease paint, you look real studious. Not like the guy that knocked Blackie over the head with a clipper model.
And Clint looks kind of foreign, don't he? With his hair dyed black and curled. He darkened his skin, too, and wearing kind of foreign clothes, like a Frenchman.
Well, now, don't forget that I'm supposed to be your French tutor, Speed. Now, wait. Have you got the whole story straight?
I think so. Barney here's supposed to be my dad. We're from Texas.
Yeah?
He's kind of rich from his oil wells and wants me to grow up a gentleman. And you're supposed to help make me one, teaching me French and manners.
The whole thing's crazy, if you ask me.
Yeah, but nobody's asking you. You just stick to that story. What's your name?
Now I know you're crazy.
Oh, not your real one, your assumed name.
Oh, Fletcher, Jim Fletcher. And Speed here is Earl. Earl Wells, get it?
Yes, and I'm Pierre Dorset. Now, I'm going to speak with a very slight French accent. And you'd better use a drawl, Barney.
What should I use?
Oh, you talk as you always do, Speed. It'll be safer because you're not as old in the game as we are. You might forget to keep up an accent. Well, anyhow, you're getting an education from your French tutor and by traveling around the world.
Hot ziggity.
Oh, now don't say things like that. In fact, the less you say in public, the better. Kind of carries out the student idea.
Yeah, you're supposed to be thinking instead of talking.
Say, they're winding up the Clipper motors.
Yeah, won't be long now. Yeah, they're warming them up.
Gee, I'm so excited, I don't know what to do. Just think, I'm really going to fly in the China Clipper.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
That man in that blue serge suit standing right over there. Remember him, Barney?
Say, wasn't he in on that jewel smuggling racket 3 years ago?
Right. One of the cleverest smugglers in the business. But we caught him, and I thought he was safe behind the bars for a good long time.
He must have been paroled.
Yeah, but why is he going on the China Clipper at this time? Say, I wonder if he's going in with the Octopus on his smuggling.
We don't even have to wait to get to China before we start meeting up with that gang.
Well, maybe I'm all wrong. Maybe his going is pure coincidence. And then again, maybe not.
You think he'll recognize you and Barney, Clint?
No, Steve. Our disguises are entirely different.
On the board for the China Clipper. Stops at Honolulu, Midway Island, Wake Island, Guam, Manila, and the Orient.
Gee, now we can go aboard.
Wait a minute, Steve. Let our friend in the blue serge get aboard first.
What happens when we get to Manila?
We'll wait and see what happens aboard the Clipper first, Barney.
Can we go now, Clint? The flight crew has gone aboard.
Yes, but remember, from now on, when there's anyone else within hearing distance, you're Earl Fletcher, Barney is Jim Fletcher, and I'm Pierre Dorsey. You got it?
Yes, Monsieur Dorsey.
Monsieur Dorsey. Now, watch yourself. Here come some other passengers, and... Wait a minute.
What do you see?
That man in the blue serge suit. He's talking to that little guy in the checkered suit.
Yeah, and they're looking straight at us.
Clint, that guy has spotted us. He's recognized us.
They're going to keep us from getting aboard.
He's calling that policeman.
Come on, we've got to make it.
Secrets of Scotland Yard was a great police crime drama that ran from 1949 to 1951, and it focused on true crime cases from the London Metropolitan Police HQ, Scotland Yard. It served as the inspiration for another show about Scotland Yard, The Black Museum, which came out in 1952. This episode, The Case of the Kindly Doctor, is about a case from 1859 about Dr. Thomas Smethurst, a rather famous murder case in English history. Next up is Police Headquarters, one of the very first police radio crime dramas, which ran in 1932 and produced 39 episodes, all of which survive today. Most episodes started with a citizen reporting a crime on the phone, and then police using the two-way radios in their communications. Most of these 12-minute shows involved either solving a crime or apprehending a perpetrator, and they were based on actual crimes. This one, Jim Bradley, Jewel Thief, is a good story with drama and some good action that I think you'll find pretty intriguing, especially when you put it into the context of how old this show is when it was recorded. Next, one of my favorite police shows, Squad Cars, which was one of the most popular South African radio shows ever produced. It ran originally from 1969 to 1985, and it is believed that over 800 episodes were aired, although for the longest time most episodes were lost, except for 71, which radio collectors have treasured to the present day. However, I will add that recently a collector announced on the internet that he had religiously recorded over 700 episodes on reel-to-reel tape, and that he's in the process of transferring them to a digital format. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to this or not. You always got to be careful what you hear on the internet, but it would be amazing if this is true, and hopefully before much longer, we'll have all those episodes available. Squad Cars was based on real cases, and it's very similar to America's Dragnet show, only it's based on the South African police force. Speaking of Dragnet, the next one, Red Light Bandit, aired on July 14, 1949, and of course starred the great Jack Webb as Detective Friday. Webb is assigned to a robbery detail and tries to bring down a ruthless criminal masquerading as a police officer, robbing, beating, and even kidnapping citizens, usually when there's a red traffic light. One of the best Dragnet episodes, in my opinion, full of intrigue and suspense and lots of action. Next, we have Gangbusters, one of the earliest and longest-running true crime police dramas on radio from 1936 to 1957. Originally, it was known as G-Men in 1935, and the very first episode dramatized the story of the gangster John Dillinger, and the second episode covered the gangster babyface Nelson. Gangbusters came along after that, with one of the loudest and most sound effect-laden introductions of any radio show ever. So much so that it led to the famous catchphrase, "Came on like gangbusters," the referring to the introduction of this show. Each episode opened with real former policemen introducing the stories. Now this one, The Case of the Triple Threat Bandit, involves a Minneapolis gang of thieves that are terrorizing the city. The voice acting and the story are outstanding, with great action and drama, not just from the police side of things, but also from the criminal side of the story as well. Now let's enjoy these shows, and I'll be back in a little bit.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooker. Once ever so often, we take for our subject a case which is not really one of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Today's subject, for instance, which we call The Case of the Kindly Doctor. To begin with, it took place some 90 years ago, in 1859. By the way, Percy, how old is Scotland Yard?
It's a good deal older than that, Clive. In fact, you can trace its history right back to the Bow Street Runners. One of these days, we might tell the story how Scotland Yard began.
That's a good idea, Percy. But Scotland Yard didn't come into the case of Dr. Thomas Smethurst. In fact, from the point of view of the police, the case of the Kindly Doctor was all too simple. However, when the trial began, or rather the trials, the fur really started to fly.
You're right, Clive. The trials of Dr. Smethurst are among the classics of English legal history.
When you hear his story, I think you'll agree that Dr. Smethurst was the kind of doctor whose bedside manner was certainly quite unique. Such a nice, kind doctor. The Central Criminal Court, the Old Bailey, London, Thursday the 7th of July, 1859. Dr. Thomas Smethurst is charged with the willful murder of Isabella Banks. Mr. Sergeant Valentine makes the opening speech for the Crown.
The charge I am about to prefer is one of the most serious character. The allegation is that the accused at the bar took away the life of a fellow creature by poison. The accused is a man of information and learning, and he availed himself of the knowledge he possesses and made use of a slow and irritant poison, which he administered himself. Probably you will be of opinion, when you have heard the evidence, that every means was taken by him from the beginning to shroud the whole affair in the deepest mystery.
When our story begins, the romantic Dr. Smethurst is living with his wife, a woman considerably older than himself, at a very respectable lodging house, number 4, Rifle Terrace, Bayswater. It was while he was living there that Miss Isabella Banks first met the doctor. Miss Banks was a lady of respectable family and possessed property to the extent of £1,800. She also had a life interest in £5,000, which on her death went to the other members of the family. This is rather an important point, as you'll realize later. A friendship soon sprang up between Dr. Smethurst and Miss Banks. Friendship is perhaps rather a mild word for it, because some weeks later their landlady found it was necessary to have a word with them both.
Now, Dr. Smethurst, I've been waiting for a chance to speak to you for some time, and I think it's just as well that Miss Banks should be present. Well, really, Thomas, if you'll excuse me.
No, dear, I think we should hear what she has to say.
I haven't got much to say, but it's to the point. I simply will not allow such goings-on. There's your dear wife upstairs, Dr. Smithurst, and you downstairs up to I don't know what.
And what do you propose to do about it?
Just this. Miss Banks has got to go. I'll give her till the end of the week, but after that I shall be obliged if she'll find fresh lodgings. I'm not going to ask you to leave, Dr. Smithurst. You and Mrs. Smithurst have been here some time. But these are my final words to you, Miss Banks. You've got to go.
And so she went. But a fortnight later, Dr. Smethurst made his departure too. And if you and I had visited a church in the neighborhood of Battersea on the 9th of December that year, you might have been present at a touching little ceremony.
Repeat after me. I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
I take thee, Isabella, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
From this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
In sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part. Well, as matters turned out, Dr. Smethurst had only some 6 months in which to concentrate his loving and cherishing, because by May the 2nd, Isabella Banks was dead. But we're going a little too fast. The so-called marriage took place in December, and in April, Louisa Banks, sister of dear Isabella, had a letter from Dr. Smethurst. It was marked
private and confidential. Dear Miss Banks, your dear sister wishes me to request the favor of your calling upon her as early as convenient, as she is very, very ill and desires to see you. She also wishes me to say that you will greatly oblige by coming alone. Row from Waterloo Station about every half hour, and Richmond buses from the White Horse Cellar, Piccadilly, about as often. Yours sincerely, T. Smethurst, 10 Alma Villas, Richmond Hill.
When Sister Louisa arrived, she found Isabella in bed, in a very feeble state.
Isabella, my dear, what's the matter? Oh, don't say anything about it. It'll be all right when I get well, won't it, dear?
Yes, it'll be all right soon.
But what has been done about it?
She is having the very best medical attention.
Yes, Dr. Julius from Richmond comes to see me every day, and now there's another doctor coming as well, Dr. Bird. But I'm afraid I'm still sick, sometimes several times each day. But when I get well, all will be right, won't it, dear?
Yes, my dear. It's just a matter of time.
Time was running short. On the 30th of April, a Saturday, Dr. Smethurst visited a solicitor of Richmond, Mr. Senior, taking with him a draft in his own handwriting of a document of some importance.
Mr. Senior?
That's my name.
I've come to see you, Mr. Senior, to find out whether it would be possible for you to come up the hill to the lodgings at which I'm residing in order to make a will for a lady.
Why, certainly. I could, if necessary, come at once.
No, not today. Today would not be convenient. It would have to be tomorrow. I'm afraid the lady will be too ill to see you this afternoon.
But today is Saturday. I presume you mean you would like me to come on Monday?
No, I mean tomorrow.
I must say,
Dr. Smethurst.
I must say, Dr. Smethurst, I don't like doing business on Sunday. And for that matter, the law doesn't like wills being executed on a Sunday. But I suppose if it's a question of necessity, I shall have to do it.
I have with me a draft of the will. It was drawn up by a barrister friend of mine in London. As a matter of fact, the lady wished to write it herself. But I thought it would be better to be done by a professional man.
Right. Let me have a look at it, will you?
This is Mr. Senior, my dear. The gentleman who's come to make your will.
Yes, my dear, of course. I have the paper here.
Let me give it to Mr. Senior, Isabella, dear.
Yes.
Thank you. This is the document we drew up on Saturday.
It is?
It will be necessary to have another witness.
I'll ring for the daughter of our landlady. Meantime, perhaps you'll read the will. Would you like to hear it, dear?
It's not really necessary. I've read it.
Nevertheless, I think you should hear it again.
This is the last will and testament of me, Isabel Banks, now residing at number 10 Almar Villas, Richmond, in the county of Surrey, spinster. I give and bequeath to my beloved friend Miss Jenkins of Walthamstow, Essex, my brooch set with brilliants and pearls, and containing the hair of my late father. And as to my real and personal property, estate and effects, whatsoever and wheresoever, and of what nature or kind soever the same may be, I give, devise, and bequeath the same unto my sincere and beloved friend Thomas Smethurst, Doctor of Medicine, now also of number 10 Almar Villas, Richmond, aforesaid, for his own use absolutely forever. I hereby appoint the said Thomas Smethurst sole executor of this my will.
By this time, Dr. Julius had started to become a trifle suspicious. Miss Banks showed no signs of improvement. She was constantly sick, and the doctor suspected that some irritant poison was being given to her. He mentioned this to his partner, Dr. Bird, and as Miss Banks still did not improve, decided to call in Dr. Todd, a well-known consultant attached to King's College Hospital. He agreed with the diagnosis of poisoning, but no trace of poison could be found. A second examination was made, and arsenic was discovered. Dr. Smethurst was arrested and charged with
feloniously administering poison to one Isabella Banks.
Your worship, I protest. I've been arrested in my own house and brought before you on this ridiculous charge.
Be silent.
But this lady is in the gravest condition. I've been forced to leave her at a critical moment. I must ask to be allowed to return to her at once, this evening.
And, strangely enough, the magistrate granted Dr. Smethurst's request. He was allowed bail and hastened back to the bedside of Isabella. He was not, however, allowed to interfere in any way with her treatment. On the following morning, she died. It was in these circumstances that Dr. Smethurst faced his trial at the Old Bailey on the 7th of July, 1859. From the very start, it was dramatic. On the second day, one of the jurymen fell ill, and the first trial had to be abandoned. In August, Dr. Smethurst came up for trial again. One after another, the doctors gave their evidence.
I am physician to King's College Hospital. Dr. Julius told me the nature of the case before I saw the deceased, but he did not tell me his suspicion that irritants were being administered to her. When I saw the deceased, I noticed a peculiar expression of countenance, an expression of terror, as though she was under the influence of someone, and that was not in accordance with the appearance of a patient suffering from an ordinary disease.
During my practice, I've seen many cases of acute dysentery of an epidemic character. In my opinion, none of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased was a proof that she died of acute dysentery. I am of the opinion that her death was the result of some irritant poison having been administered to her.
Witnesses were called to tell the whole sordid story of the doctor's relationship with Miss Banks. The solicitor gave evidence concerning the rather unfortunate circumstances in which her will was made. Everything seemed to tell against Dr. Smethurst. Louisa, her sister, for instance, told of her first visit to Richmond.
I went upstairs and found she was very much altered, but she knew me and she put out her hand and tried to speak, but was unable to do so. I only remained in the room a few minutes. Dr. Smethurst was there all the time. I'd taken some soup with me for my sister, but the accused said it was too strong for her, and he mixed some warm water with a portion of it. Dr. Smithhurst then said he'd take it downstairs to cool, and he left the room for about a minute. When he returned, he gave the soup to my sister, and she was very sick. I only saw her once after this. As Dr. Smithhurst told me, she could not bear me in the room.
A critical moment of the doctor's trial occurred when Dr. Taylor, the analyst, was giving evidence concerning the first discovery of arsenic.
I next examined the medicines that had been supplied by Dr. Julius, and found that they contained the ingredients of which they were represented to be composed. I examined another bottle, number 21, which appeared to contain a clear watery liquid of a saline taste, and I tested a portion of the contents by a Ranch's test. And upon first trying the copper, it was entirely consumed. I made a further test, which led me to suppose that there was arsenic present in the solution.
Which led you to suppose?
Yes.
And this was the evidence you gave before the magistrates when Dr. Smithhurst was first charged?
That is correct.
But since then, you have made a further statement.
Yes. It turned out that I was mistaken, and that it did not contain either arsenic or antimony, but that the arsenical appearances originally produced came from the copper gauze.
That little mistake over bottle number 21 was the first hint that perhaps things were not quite as black as they looked for Dr. Smithhurst. If ever a man was confronted by damning evidence, it was the nice, kind doctor. But as yet, little had been said in his defense. By the third day of his trial, all London was consumed with interest to learn the outcome, for by the third day, evidence of a strange and unexpected kind was to be brought forward. Dr. Smithhurst, it appeared, might still have the ace up his sleeve. On the third day of the trial of Dr. Thomas Smithhurst, counsel for the defense, Mr. Sergeant Parry, rose to make his speech.
After having undergone the agony of a double trial, and having endured for a long period the accumulation of prejudice that has been cast upon him, the unfortunate gentleman at the bar has at last the opportunity of laying before a jury of his countrymen the defense he has to offer upon this most serious charge. What is the charge against the accused? It is that he inveigled the unhappy lady into his power, and that he basely and cruelly murdered her for the sake of her property. I believe that the will made by the deceased was the entire foundation for this charge, and that no charge would have been made against the accused if this will had not been executed. Supposing, however, that the will was to be taken as evidence of a motive, what was that motive? It was that he had perpetrated this crime to obtain possession of about 17 or 1800 pounds. But he would equally have come into possession of it if the deceased had lived, for it was clear she was deeply attached to him, and that she had handed over to him the dividend that she received in April. While she lived also, she was entitled to a life interest in £5,000, and the accused would have had the benefit of that also. And therefore he had a much stronger motive for her to live than he had to destroy her.
Having disputed the motive, the defense now moved on to even more controversial ground, for just as the prosecution had called one medical witness after another, the defense retaliated.
I am a doctor of medicine, a licentiate of the College of Physicians, and professor of anatomy at the Grosvenor Place School of Medicine. I have heard the evidence as to the symptoms of the deceased, and in my opinion, they are not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I'm a doctor of medicine and a lecturer on practical and experimental chemistry. I've heard the evidence of the symptoms exhibited by the deceased and the appearances presented upon the post-mortem examination, and according to my opinion, all these symptoms are consistent with the deceased having died a natural death. And, in my opinion, she died of dysentery.
There was a further complication when the medical witnesses revealed that Miss Banks was expecting a child. One way and another, the doctors managed to contradict each other with alarming frequency. All the circumstances were against Dr. Smithhurst, but the medical evidence on which the case really rested was not conclusive. Dr. Smithhurst could have poisoned Isabella. In fact, it very much looked as though he had. But, and it was a big but, it seemed equally possible that he hadn't. The judge, in his summing up, went very fully into all the evidence given in the case, occupying some 9 hours in his address to the jury. He pointed out to the jury the basis on which they must consider their verdict.
Gentlemen, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
How say you? Is the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
It is my painful duty to record him guilty.
I swear to God that I'm perfectly innocent.
Dr. Smethurst was then called up for judgment. Before being sentenced, he spoke from the dock for over half an hour. His speech contained a number of inconsistencies to which the judge drew attention before saying,
I think you must be perfectly aware that if the whole of it were true, it could not interfere with the painful and awful duty I have to discharge. And it remains for me only to pass the sentence of the law, which is that you be taken to the place from whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution, and that there you be hanged by the neck until you be dead, and that your body be afterwards buried in the prison in which you were confined previous to your execution. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. The execution of the judgment of the court is committed to the sheriff of the county of Surrey, where the offence was committed.
I declare Dr. Julius to be my murderer. I am innocent!
But this was not the end of the story, for the sentence of Dr. Smethurst brought forth a fresh wave of interest and indignation. The Times was full of letters from doctors, lawyers, and people from every walk of life, including even a letter from Dr. Smethurst's legal wife, who protested his innocence. There was no doubt about it. Whether you believed the doctor was guilty or innocent, there was quite a lot of evidence to support your story. Too much evidence to make the verdict as clear-cut as a verdict should be in an English court of law. All the letters and all the petitions poured into the office of the Home Secretary, and surrounded by so many conflicting opinions, the Home Secretary decided to rest his case on one opinion. He sent all the evidence and all the documents to a personal friend, and the foremost surgeon of his day, Sir Benjamin Collins Brodie, who, after considering the case, replied,
My dear sir, having carefully gone over the papers which were forwarded and relating to the trial of Thomas Smethurst, I send the conclusions at which, using my best judgment, I have been able to arrive. Smethurst's indifferent moral character rendered him a just object of suspicion. 2. There is really no trustworthy evidence of Miss Banks having taken arsenic, and indeed, many of the symptoms which it is well known arsenic produces were absent in Miss Banks's case. 3. Since his conviction, nothing has been found to show that Smethurst had purchased poison at any chemist's, or that he had taken any other means of procuring it. 4. It is rather in Smethurst's favour that although the period of her death was uncertain, the will under which he inherited Miss Banks's property was not made until within a very short time from the fatal termination of her illness. Taking into consideration all that I have now stated, I own that the impression in my own mind is that there is not absolute and complete evidence of Smethurst's guilt. I am, dear sir, yours faithfully, B.C. Brodie.
For a great many years, Monday had been the day upon which executions took place in the county jail. But as this meant the erection of the scaffold on the top of the jail on Sunday, adverse criticism led to the alteration of the day to Tuesday. And, according to the custom of the time, Tuesday fortnight was fixed for the carrying out of Smethurst's sentence. Time went by, and only 48 hours before the appointed day, the Home Secretary received the reply from Sir Benjamin Brodie. The Home Secretary made his decision.
After a very careful and anxious consideration of all the facts, I have come to the conclusion there is sufficient doubt of the prisoner's guilt to render it my duty to advise the grant to him of a free pardon, which will be restricted to the particular offence for which he stands convicted. It is my intention to institute a prosecution against him for bigamy. The necessity which I have felt for advising Her Majesty to grant a free pardon in this case has not, as it appears to me, arisen from any defects in the constitution or proceedings of our criminal tribunals. It has arisen from the imperfection of medical science, and from the fallibility of judgment in an obscure malady, even of a skillful and experienced medical practitioner.
And thus the Home Secretary managed to get himself out of a dilemma by annoying the medical experts on both sides, who were at last unanimous on one point. They deeply resented the Home Secretary's remarks. The law didn't waste any time, and in point of fact, Dr. Smethurst was brought up on a charge of bigamy before his pardon had been confirmed. In the course of his defense, Dr. Smethurst's counsel alluded to this pardon,
I am sure the jury will agree with me that the prisoner ought to be now treated upon the footing that he is perfectly innocent of the crime of murder. And I cannot help expressing my opinion that the Home Secretary has done himself great honor by the investigation he has made, and which has resulted in his advising Her Majesty to grant the prisoner a free pardon.
If I may interrupt, I must say that the learned counsel is hardly justified in making the observation he has done with regard to the innocence of the prisoner of the crime of murder. A pardon is no more a certificate of innocence than a verdict of not guilty. Silence.
Throughout these proceedings, Dr. Smethurst didn't utter a single word. After all, there was very little for him to say.
You have found the prisoner guilty on this charge, and I have consulted with the officers of the court upon the subject, and they have concurred with me that the sentence I am about to pronounce is a proper one, and that is that you be imprisoned and kept to hard labor for 1 year.
And that, you might think, would be the last appearance in the court of law of our friend the doctor. Far from it. Having had so much trouble over the little matter of Isabella Banks's will, Dr. Smethurst was not likely to forget it, and having completed his year's vacation at Her Majesty's expense, he returned to the battle determined to get his dues. He produced the famous will and endeavored to prove it. Sister Louisa claimed that it had been procured by undue influence and control of the plaintiff, and that her sister had not been of sound mind. Once again, the old story was told in court.
After Dr. Smethurst was taken into custody for the first time, I went immediately to my sister. She thanked me for my kindness and wished me to be with her. I was with her until just before she died. Except on that occasion, I never had any private communication with her.
I am not able to assign any natural cause for her death. I had ordered medicines principally of a soothing character. None of the medicines I ordered would account for the appearances that were exhibited. Certainly not.
In my opinion, the symptoms of the deceased were not reconcilable with a case of slow arsenical poisoning. There was an absence of several symptoms I should expect to find in such a case.
I believe that her death was occasioned by the administration of some irritant poison, such as arsenic, antimony, or corrosive sublimate.
The old story. But you see, they couldn't really prove it one way or the other. And Dr. Smethurst again had the benefit of the doubt. The court ordered probate of the will to be granted to the plaintiff. In other words, he got the money too. Well, Percy, what do you think about the case?
I know one thing, Clive. It couldn't happen today.
I should hope not. But why exactly do you say that?
Well, you must remember this case occurred in 1859. Since then, the scientific tests for arsenic have been so greatly advanced that any doubt on the presence of the poison will be removed. Today, it can be detected in the hair or the fingernails. Of course, there was the interim period.
You mean, Percy, we might have got away with it? But how?
That's one of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
After hearing Percy Hoskins, I think you'll agree that it may be a very good thing, too, that nice, kind Dr. Smethurst lived when he did, nearly 90 years ago. Well, that's all for now, but Percy Hoskins and I will be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye, and pleasant dreams.
Headquarters. I'm sorry Lieutenant Owens is on special duty tonight at the Ritz Hotel. Police headquarters.
Hello, Lieutenant. I see the thrillers have got you working for them tonight, too.
Oh, hello, Mullen. How's the boy?
Okay, Lieutenant. How's things down at headquarters?
Oh, about the same, Mullen.
How's it with you?
Oh, one of these hotel dig jobs as assistant lieutenant. I'd rather be back on the riot squad. If I don't have some excitement on this job before long, I'll make the commissioner put me back on the old job again.
You'll soon get your fill of it. This is your speed, Tim. Watching for jewel snatchers at a swell party.
Yeah?
Come on, Tim, spill it. What's the matter?
Nothing, except the hotel tells me to roam around this affair, keeping my eyes open so none of these swells don't lose their sparklers. And this guy Vandergrist comes up to me and he says the help is supposed to stand over by the door.
Yeah, I can see what burns you up, Tim.
I ain't got no use for guys like that, living on his wife's money. What are you doing here tonight, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Vandergrist called the commissioner this afternoon and requested someone from the detective bureau to look over the party this evening. Evidently, she wasn't impressed by the hotel protection.
Nah, I never seen the day I couldn't handle something that'd take 10 of you punks to take care of.
Hey, where's that scream from?
Oh, over there by the promenade. Come on. Hey, let us through here. Will you partners, please? What happened over here?
My wife has fainted.
What caused her to scream?
I don't know. I was...
Oh, my brooch! My diamond brooch! It's gone!
Who took it?
Oh, I don't know. I was standing over there.
But, Martha, perhaps you dropped it.
Wait a minute, Mr. Vandergrist. Let your wife tell her story. Go ahead, ma'am.
Well, I was standing over there by that curtain, showing the brooch to some friends. I had just pinned it onto my dress when a hand reached out from behind that curtain and tore it loose. See? My dress is torn right here in front.
I see.
But, Martha,
Was it a very valuable pin, ma'am?
Not so terribly valuable, officer. I valued it more as an heirloom.
How much would it cost to replace it?
Oh, I don't suppose it'd be worth more than $1,000.
And that string of pearls you're wearing, ma'am, what are they worth?
Well, you embarrass me in front of all these people, officer.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I had a special reason in asking that question.
Well, they cost me, that is Henry, $10,000.
And the thief made no attempt to grab them?
No, officer. I can't understand it.
Well, maybe I can. Will you show us just where you were standing, ma'am? Come along, Lieutenant. I got some ideas, and I'd like to see what you think of them.
All right, Tim.
Now, I was standing right here.
And the thief reached out from behind this curtain?
Yes.
And did you get a look at his face?
No, I didn't. I just saw his hand. It seemed to be clutching at my throat. I screamed, and then I must have fainted.
Now, ma'am, you get back to your party and let us work on this thing. There's no cause for any excitement, and if any of your guests feel uneasy, they can put their valuables in the hotel safe.
Very well, officer. You've been very kind. Oh, and I do hope that you'll be able to recover the pin. You see, I was going to give it to my niece for her graduation.
Oh, you were going to give it to your niece?
Yes. You see, she has always admired the pin.
You just let us work now, ma'am. We'll have a report for you before the party breaks up.
Thank you, officer. Oh, dear, I feel so trembly. Henry!
Well, you took the investigation right out of my hands, Tim.
I just wanted to show you, Tim, that even though I'm retired, I'm still as good as any of you boys.
All right. You've been off a chunk of trouble. I'm going to let you handle this case, and if you run up against the wall, don't come running to headquarters.
Don't worry. Come on.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find that dame's diamond pin.
What do you expect to find behind those curtains?
Dust. You see, I know the employees of this hotel better than you do, Lieutenant. They wouldn't think of dusting behind the curtains in a million years.
What is it?
Just what I thought. You see this radiator?
Yeah?
There's a cover on it. This cover probably hasn't been dusted since it was put on.
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
Just this. This jewel snatcher, whoever he was hiding behind this curtain. He probably had to wait quite a while until someone come near enough to let him grab a sparkler and scram by these back stairs.
Right.
He probably got tired standing, so he looked for a place to sit down.
Right.
You see that spot in the dust? That's where the guy sat while he was waiting.
Oh, I see what you're up to. You're going to line up the gentleman guests and ask them to lift their coattails. The one that has dust on the seat of his trousers is going to be clapped in the jug, huh?
All right, now stop razzing me, Lieutenant. You know as well as I do that none of these swells pull that job. They're all wearing more jewelry than Mrs. Vandergrist lost.
Oh, what's so significant about the dust?
Nothing, except that to hoist himself up here on this radiator cover, the guy we're after had to use his hands. If you'll quit razzing me and take a close look at this cover, you'll see prints of both hands. Perfect prints, just what we need.
By Jove, you're right, Mullins.
I beg your pardon?
For what?
I mean, excuse me. Have you gentlemen found anything?
You're darn right. We just the same as found the life history and picture of the guy who stole your wife's pin. Hey, stay away from those prints. What are you trying to do, smear them up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Get a fingerprint man from headquarters to check these up, Lieutenant, while I stay here and sort of look after them. I got a hunch that these prints will tell us everything we want to know. What's the dope, Lieutenant?
Well, the prints belong to Gentleman Jim Bradley.
Gentleman Jim, huh? When did he get out of the big house?
The first of last month.
I suppose you put out an order to pick him up.
They'll have him by morning.
Hello? Yeah, this is a hotel detective. Huh? Huh? All right, I'll be right down.
So what is it?
I guess I'm getting what I asked for tonight. One of the guests just took a header out of a 14th-story window. Come on.
Who was it?
I didn't know. Let's take these stairs. They will shoot us right out onto the street. Yeah, right here. All right, open up here. Let us through, will you? Come on, get back. Holy smoke, Lieutenant, look.
Gentleman Jim Bradley.
Yeah, and wasn't much of a job to find him. And there's one jailbird who'll never fly again. Come on, let's search him for the diamond.
You're crazy as a loon, Tim. What do you expect to find in here?
Well, if Bradley didn't have the diamond on him, it's probably in his room here. Shut the door.
I'm beginning to believe that he isn't the man we're after.
How about the fingerprint? Sure he is. Say, that's funny.
What?
This slipper up here.
Oh, what's funny about that? We found the other one in the street.
Yeah, but I was thinking... Say, Gentleman Jim didn't suicide. That's where I've been wrong. If he'd have jumped out, we'd have found both slippers in the street. But if he'd been hit on the head and tossed out, one of the slippers could have easily come off while the killer was dragging his body to the window. Quick, get Tommy Woods on that phone for me, will you?
What Tommy for?
Tommy knows more about what goes on in this town between midnight and morning than the town itself. When you get him, I'll talk to him. And then you chase down to room 826 and get Saul Levinson out of bed. He'll yell his head off, but get him up here. I've got a job for him.
All right, Tim. You got me all mixed up, but it's your case.
Yeah, just do as I say, that's all. I think I'll have an arrest for you.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Tommy. Yeah, you've told me all I need to know. Yeah. I think we got a pretty good case on him. I'll let you know. Yeah. Come in.
So what's the big idea, Tim? Here I am sleeping soundly, and this guy breaks in and says you want to see me. So what's the idea, huh?
Yeah, you'll find out. You're the best diamond expert in town, Saul. I want your advice on something.
At 12 o'clock at night? Hey, I'm going back to bed.
No, you're not. You wait here. That'll be Mr. Vandergrist. I sent a boy to ask him to come down. Open the door, Lieutenant.
Did someone... Oh.
Yes, come on in, Mr. Vandergrist. We want to talk to you.
But my wife is giving a party. I really should...
This ain't according to law, Vandergrist. But...
Yeah, what's the idea?
Yeah, search him, Lieutenant.
You can't do this while you blackguards, you ruffians.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Yeah, you found it, did you?
Yeah. Here.
That's the diamond pin, all right.
You can't do this.
It's a poor time to be telling us. Here, take a look at this rock, Saul. What's it worth?
Well, it's a pretty nice setting. Offhand, I'd say $20.
His wife claims it's worth $1,000.
It might be if it was real. I'll call my lawyer and he'll...
Yeah, you won't call nobody until we tell you you can. Where'd you get this rock?
I won't say a thing until I see my lawyer.
All right, I'll tell you. You lead a pretty wild life, Vandergrist. You haven't got a dime of your own. You spend what your wife gives you, but that isn't enough for the kind of parties you fling. So you hire gentleman Jim Bradley to steal your wife's diamond pin. Now, you're going to stay locked in this room until we make a little visit upstairs.
I'm not. I tell you, I'm not.
No? Come on, boys.
Well, maybe you know what you're up to, but you're liable to get in an awful jam. Who lives here?
Vandergrist. They got nearly the entire wing.
I wish you'd tell me what this is all about.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Vandergrist, but we just received word that all your jewels have been stolen out of your safe.
Why, I'm sure that they haven't. I was just...
I wonder if you'd mind looking again, ma'am.
Why, certainly not. Come in. The safe's right over here. Oh, but I'm sure there must be some mistake. You see? They're all here. Everything.
Yeah, see this diamond necklace?
Why, yes.
Take a look at it, Saul. What's it worth?
$50.
$50? Why, I'll have you know that...
Peace, lady.
Hey!
Look at this other stuff, Saul.
Same thing. Peace.
Why,
Mrs. Vandergrist, I'm sorry to tell you, but your jewels have been stolen, and to keep you from finding it out, these imitation stones were replaced in the original settings. Now, if you'll lend us your cooperation, I think we'll be able to apprehend the criminal.
Why, what do you want me to do?
Just sign this complaint here. We'll do the rest.
Well, I really should consult my husband.
I don't believe that's necessary, ma'am.
Well, there.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. We'll have some news for you within an hour.
Tim, what in heaven's name are you up to?
So I'm too old to be in the force, huh? You young punks would have had a swell time with this case.
Oh, I haven't got it straight yet.
Easy. This guy Vandergrist needed money. His wife wouldn't give him any more, so he's been steadily stealing her jewels and replacing them with imitations.
But why did he have Gentleman Jim Bradley steal the pin if it was worthless?
Because his wife was going to give it to her niece. The niece would have probably discovered the imitation and told the old lady.
Yeah, but why did Bandit shove Gentleman Jim Bradley out of the window?
It'll be hard to prove that, but he knew that we'd get Bradley sooner or later and that Bradley would squeal. Well, come on, Lieutenant. There's work to be done.
Say, officer, please, can I go to bed?
Squad cars. General Motors and their dealer organization throughout Southern Africa proudly bring you the drama, the danger, the thrills, and the facts when the long arm of the law travels in squad cars. The story you're about to hear is true. Details are supplied from the official case files by the South African police. Only names and places have been changed to protect innocent people involved.
Thursday, June the 7th, 6:42 p.m. Car headlights throw beams of illumination on the Heidelberg Road leading out of Johannesburg. The traffic is moderately light. The heavy rush hour traffic has thinned, and the cinema crowds have not yet begun. One car, moving slowly, approaches a belt of trees at the side of the road.
We're coming to the side road now, Johnny. About 50 yards up on the left.
It's all right. I remember it.
Things look different tonight. I didn't want you to go past the tunnel. Better slow down, Johnny.
There it is. Just the way I remember it. You were worrying for nothing, Martin.
Well, I wasn't worried. I just want everything to go off the way we planned it, that's all.
So why shouldn't everything work out that way?
No reason. I hope your car's all right. It'd be lovely if we found somebody to swipe the wheels or something.
It'll be all right. It's too out of the way out here to worry about something like that. Car thieves work in towns, not out in the country. Ah, there it is, up ahead. It looks all right to me, just where we left it.
Good. So far, everything's gone off well, the way I like things to go. Tidily and neatly. There's too little order in life today, you know? Everything's messy.
I know what you mean. Well, here we are.
Yes, here indeed we are. It's the end of the line. It feels peculiarly empty. I expected something different.
It's not too late to change your mind, you know.
I am aware of that, but I have no intention of changing my mind. The gun's in the cubbyhole, Johnny. Take it out.
.45. Sure big enough.
This way there'll be no mistake. It'll only need one shot. I took that very much into account. Well, you ready, Johnny?
Yes, I'm ready. Look, Martin, I mean, are you sure about this? It's what you really want.
Don't be ridiculous. I planned this entire thing out to the last detail. Of course it's what I want.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, that's all.
All right, Johnny. Go ahead. Kill me.
Friday, June the 8th, 9:20 a.m. Patrol van number 87 has just left a mine compound a few miles outside Johannesburg. At the wheel is Constable Balthazar van Vuren. Beside him sits Sergeant Nico Barnard. They've been investigating a report of theft at the South Magaliesdrift mine. Now the patrol van heads back towards Johannesburg.
That's such a bright start to the day, Sergeant. We must have questioned at least 50 of them.
53 exactly. None of them knows a thing about any thefts. There's a couple of them who are lying. We'll sort out everything once we get those statements in detail.
Well, how do you know they were lying?
I've been on the force for 16 years, Constable. You develop a nose for things like that.
Control to van 87. Control to van 87. State your position, 87. Over.
87 to control, 87 to control. We are proceeding north on Durban Road, over.
We've received a report from a farmer out on the Heidelberg Road. One of his workers has found a car parked on a side road with the body of a man in it. The car registration tallies with that belonging to a man reported missing late last night. The farm is 11 miles past Turfentine Racecourse. The farmer will be waiting at the turnoff. Investigate and report. Over.
Message received and understood, Control. Over and out. You heard the man, Constable. The next break in the center island, turn round and head back the way we've come. I don't like the sound of this. I don't like it at all.
The patrol van reaches the turnoff to the side road in a little under 20 minutes and finds the farmer waiting for them. He points up the dirt-surfaced side road to where a car is parked under some trees. Then he gets into the van and drives with the policemen up to the car.
What are all those people doing up there?
Oh, well, you know how it is when something like this happens. The word gets around fast. They all come along to have a look at the car. But don't worry, I left 3 of the farmhands there to keep the others back. They won't let anyone get near the car.
Good thinking, Mr. Niemand. The fewer people around, the more chances there are of finding some clues. You've no idea how often people stomp around and wipe out all the footprints. Pick up valuable evidence to keep as souvenirs. All right, Constable, pull up here. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Right, John.
Just stay here, please, Mr. Niemand. We'll take a look around.
All right, I understand.
It's a Barnsport 120S, German car, and a new one.
Yeah, expensive. Check the number, Constable. And walk on the grass, will you? There might be some footprints in the dust over there. The murder and robbery boys won't be too happy if they found our footprints all over the others.
Hey, hang on. Take a look down there. Another car's been parked at the side of the road. You can see the wheel marks pulling out onto the road itself.
Yeah. Tread's nice and clear. Yeah, well, let's hope a wind doesn't come up and blow away all those tracks. Now, let's have a look at this car.
Rear door's locked. Front door's both unlocked. How does it look to you, Sergeant?
Dead. I don't think there's any doubt about that. You'd better check all the same. Plenty of blood in here. And an entrance wound in the right temple. I can't see the other side of his head, but it'll be a mess. Looks like a pretty large caliber gun was used. No pulse. Body's cold. The rigor mortis has already set in. He's been dead a long time. All right, Constable. I'll stay here and make sure everybody keeps out of the way. And go back to Mr. Niemand and find out where the nearest phone is. Report in. Tell them it's definitely a murder. No gun in the car. They'd better send out the murder and robbery squad.
The description and registration number of the murder car tallies with that of a car belonging to a man reported missing the previous night. Martin Kruger, age 39, height 5 foot 11, weight 175, hair black, eyes blue. The dead man carries no identification, but he is 5 foot 11, approximately 175 pounds, with black hair and blue eyes. When the murder and robbery squad detectives have completed their examination of the scene of the crime, the body of the murdered man is brought back to Johannesburg. The wife of Martin Kruger is contacted and brought to the government mortuary. When she sees the body, she breaks down. Later, she is questioned by the investigating officer in the case, Captain Rolf Duplessis.
Now, when did you last see your husband alive, Mrs. Kruger?
Yesterday evening. At about 6 o'clock, I think. Maybe 15:15. I didn't notice the time particularly.
Where was this?
At home. We have a house in Hyde Park.
Do you know where he was going?
No. Martin just said he had some business to take care of. He never talked to me about that sort of thing.
What sort of business was he in?
Lots of things. Property, mining, jewelry. We're well off, you see. Martin had mineral rights to a lot of land in Southwest. When they discovered diamonds up there, he sold the rights for a lot of money. He's been investing and speculating since then. He must have done well. We've never wanted for anything.
Where is your husband's office?
He doesn't have one. He's always conducted any business he had from the house. Then he'd meet people in hotels. Everything was very casual.
I see. So you don't know any of his business associates, then?
No, not really. You might speak to his lawyer, Solomon Stein. He'd probably know more about that sort of thing.
Yes, I'll do that. What about personal enemies? Do you know of anybody who might have wanted your husband killed?
No, Martin had a lot of friends, but no enemies. I don't know why anyone would have wanted to kill him.
Was he in the habit of carrying large sums of money with him?
Not that large, never more than a few $100.
Well, people have been killed for a lot less than that, Mrs. Kruger.
I just don't understand it. I can't believe that Martin's dead. He was so happy yesterday.
Any special reason?
No, nothing special. He was nearly always like that. Friends with everyone. Generous. They all borrowed money from him, and he didn't expect to get it back. He was a wonderful man. So kind. So very kind. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go on.
Apart from Mr. Stein, do you know of anybody else who might be able to help us in our inquiries? Any people with whom your husband associated in business? Any particularly good friends? Someone in whom he might have confided, perhaps?
Oh, I don't really know. Martin had so many friends. Oh, there's Johnny, of course. Johnny Argus. We'd known him for years. Martin might have talked to him about things he wouldn't tell me about. But I don't know.
Anyone else?
No one. No one special, really.
Why should this Johnny Argus be different?
Oh, I don't know. We often go out together. Martin and I and Johnny and a girlfriend. That is, we went out. Not anymore.
Where can I find Mr. Argus?
He works for some insurance company. I'm not sure which one. He has a flat in Hillbrow, though. Burlington Mansions in Goldreich Street.
What number, Mrs. Kruger?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know. I've never been to his flat. I only know where it is because, well, we often picked him up there when we were going out.
I see. Well, we'll have a word with him this evening, then, and see if Mr. Stein can see us this afternoon. I think that'll be all for the moment, Mrs. Kruger. If you should think of anything that just might help us, you will get in touch with me. Anything at all, no matter how small it is.
Yes, of course. I want whoever did that to Martin. I want him caught and punished. Martin didn't deserve that kind of death. He didn't deserve it. And I want whoever did it to him to pay for it.
He will, Mrs. Kruger. Believe me, he will.
Friday, June the 8th, 3:20 p.m. Captain Duplessis telephones Solomon Stein, Kruger's attorney, and makes an appointment for that afternoon. Stein is a large, florid-faced man with penetrating grey eyes. He waves Captain Duplessis to a seat and leans back in his comfortable chair, tenting his fingers and raising an eloquent eyebrow.
You put me in a difficult position, Captain. Whatever goes on between an attorney and his client is privileged information. Yet I naturally wish to do everything I can to help bring my client's murder to justice. How can I help you?
It's probably the information that you would consider privileged that's going to be of any use to us, Mr. Stein. Let's start with the straightforward things. Who benefits materially from your client's death?
Anita does, his wife. They have no children. She is his sole heiress, but I hardly think that's a motive for murder, Captain. Not in the circumstances.
What circumstances? I understood that Kruger was extremely well off. His wife talked about properties, mineral rights, investment speculations. She says they've never wanted for anything. Just how extensive is the estate?
Yes, I suppose you will have to know about this. You'll find out about it sooner or later. The estate is practically non-existent.
What?
Martin Kruger was a gambler, a compulsive gambler. Made a great deal of money, invested it wisely, but he lived well, certainly at least up to his means. About 2 years ago, I'd say he was worth several $100,000. That was 2 years ago. Today, 2,000 or 3,000 at the most.
But that house of theirs in Hyde Park, that must be worth a lot of money. And his cars.
Mortgage to the hilt. The house, the cars aren't fully paid for. That leaves you with the furniture and so on. It doesn't add up to a great deal.
I see. Does Mrs. Kruger know about all this?
You'll have to ask her. I'm afraid I don't know.
You said Kruger was a compulsive gambler. In what way?
Recently, in every way possible. You can be found in any of those hillbrow clubs before you people close them down. The races, the bookmakers, Kruger would bet on anything. Recently, he's been plunging deep. Going down to Swaziland, taking more and more cash with him, selling up everything here, raising capital however he could, and handing it over at the gambling tables down there. The last trip of his, about a month ago, dropped over 50,000 rand.
I didn't know people gambled for those kind of stakes. Can you think of anybody who would want him killed?
No one. Kruger was a loser, not a winner. It's the winners that make enemies, the people he wins from, not Kruger. People liked him. He was easygoing, generous, thoughtful. So there you have it, a man who's lost everything, who doesn't have an estate to provide a motive for murder, and one who's extremely well liked. Who would want to kill him?
That evening, Captain Duplessis goes to Hillbrow, turns into Goldreich Street, and finds Burlington Mansions without any difficulty. He checks the tenants' list in the foyer and finds the name J. Argus opposite number 1203. He takes the lift to the 20th floor and knocks on the door of a flat.
Good evening. Mr. Argus?
Yes, that's right.
I'm Captain Duplessis, police. I'm investigating the death of Martin Kruger. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Oh, well, better come in.
Yes, thank you.
I read about it in this evening's paper. I could hardly believe it. I've been trying to phone the house to talk to Anita, but there's been no reply. I was going to drive round there tonight.
That wouldn't help. Mrs. Kruger is staying with friends for the time being.
Oh, I see. Yes, I suppose she would, what with the shock and everything. What happened? Did he kill himself?
What makes you think he would?
Well, I don't know, really. The paper just said his body was found in his car out near Heidelberg, that he'd been shot. You read about that sort of thing often enough. People driving to a lonely place and killing themselves in their cars.
So you thought that might have happened to Kruger?
Yes, I suppose I did.
Why should he have wanted to do that?
I don't know. Except he's been a bit worried lately. He's lost a lot of money at gambling.
He told you about that?
He didn't have to. I've been with him to Swaziland a couple of times. I've seen the kind of money he's passed across the tables. You'd never believe it, Captain.
Actually, I would. I heard all about the way he's been gambling recently, but I didn't know it had depressed him, not to the extent of wanting to commit suicide.
Well, you drop a few 100,000 and see how you feel.
Mrs. Kruger told me her husband was particularly happy just before he went out yesterday evening.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know about that.
You didn't see him at all?
Not yesterday, no. A couple of days before that.
Where were you last night, Mr. Argus?
Me? Well, what do you want to know that for?
Oh, routine questioning. Of course, you're not obliged to tell me anything, but I thought if you had nothing to hide, you'd want to help us as much as possible.
Well, the thing is that I stayed in last night. Came home straight after work, and I didn't go out at all. I had a pretty rough night the night before, you see. But I sort of wanted to recuperate.
Can anybody vouch for your having been here?
No, I don't think so. I didn't have any visitors. Went to bed early, about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
And between, say, 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, what did you do?
Nothing much. Had a couple of beers, read the paper, listened to some music, had a bath, went to bed. I told you I just messed around the flat, that's all.
I see. Mr. Argus, do you know of anyone who might have wanted Martin Kruger dead? Anyone at all?
No, nobody. Everyone liked Martin. He was a great guy. Well, you ask anybody, Captain. He was a mate to the whole world. Didn't have a single enemy.
He had one, Mr. Argus. The one who killed him.
Monday, June the 11th, 10:15 a.m. Captain Duplessis obtains a court order to examine the banking account of Martin Kruger. He goes straight to the office of the manager and shows him the court order. The manager sends for the account records.
I've been expecting something like this, Captain, ever since I read of Mr. Kruger's unfortunate death.
Why should you expect it, sir?
Well, you'll see for yourself in a minute. Kruger's account used to be fairly substantial, but in the past 2 years or so, he's drained just about everything out of it in large amounts.
Mr. Kruger's file, sir?
Yes, thank you, Miss Verity.
The last entry was made on the 7th, sir. There's been nothing since then.
Oh, thank you. That'll be all for the moment.
Very good, sir.
Here we are, then, Captain. Is the complete file.
Thank you. That young lady said the last entry was on the 7th, didn't she?
Yes, so she did. You'll find that on the top sheet, Captain. Why are you so surprised?
Yes, here we are. He drew out 3,000 rand, just about all he had. Left a balance of 38 rand in the account.
Quite correct. I told you the amounts were fairly large.
Well, I have to take these with me, I'm afraid.
Oh, dear. You will let us have them back, though?
Yes, of course. Now, what are all these stop orders here?
Oh, the monthly accounts, his insurance premiums. We pay directly to the companies concerned.
They must be very high policies. You don't pay out premiums like this for peanuts.
Well, no doubt, Captain, but I'm afraid I can't help you there. I have no information concerning them.
Well, thanks anyway. If you just let me have the names of the companies concerned, I'll find out everything from them.
Captain Duplessis ascertains that Martin Kruger had carried extremely heavy insurance, and that the policies had only been taken out over the previous 3 months. He contacts Mrs. Kruger and learns that her husband had occasionally used a small wall safe at their home. She's not opened it since his death. He later picks her up and takes her to the house, opening the safe with a key on a ring found in the death car.
I hadn't thought of this until you asked me about it, Captain. Martin used it very seldom.
This is what I was hoping we'd find. The insurance policies. Didn't you know about them, Mrs. Kruger?
No, I'd no idea. Martin never mentioned them to me.
Take a look at this, Mrs. Kruger.
But this is for 50,000 rand.
And this one? And this? A total of 150,000.
But I don't understand. Why did he take out so much insurance? And why didn't he tell me?
I think I know the answers to that now. One thing, please, Mrs. Kruger. On the night that your husband was killed, you reported him as being missing. The report was logged at 11:55. Had you been trying to locate him before then?
Yes, of course. I telephoned everyone I knew, but none of them knew anything.
You phoned Mr. Argus?
Yes.
At what time?
Several times. First at about 7:15, I suppose.
But he wasn't there?
Not then, no. I got hold of him at about 8, I think. Or maybe a little later. Why, Captain?
There's a reason, Mrs. Kruger. A very good reason.
6:12 p.m. Captain Duplessis, accompanied by Sergeant Nico Barnard, again knocks at the door of flat 1203 Burlington Mansions. Again, the door is opened by Johnny Argus. At the sight of the uniformed policemen, Argus's face goes pale.
Oh, it's you, Captain. Well, what can I do for you?
Some more questions, if you wouldn't mind. This is Sergeant Barnard.
How do you do?
Do, sir.
Oh, come in then.
Thank you.
I thought you'd asked all your questions.
Not all of them, no. You told me you were here in your flat from after work on the night of the 7th, Mr. Argus. I asked you if anybody could confirm it. You said no. You forgot about Mrs. Kruger, didn't you? She telephoned you.
Oh, yes, of course she did. I forgot about it, that's all. There you are. Now you know I was here.
Yes, we know you were here when she phoned, at 8 o'clock. And you weren't here when she phoned at 7:15. Where were you, Mr. Argus?
But I don't understand. I was here.
Martin Kruger was killed at approximately 7 o'clock.
But I didn't do it.
Were you on the Heidelberg Road at that time?
No.
Someone might have seen you, recognized your car.
No, nobody.
Where is your car, Mr. Argus?
It's in the basement garage.
There were tire prints of a second car at the scene of the murder. Will they match your car's tires?
No, of course not.
I think they will, Mr. Argus. What did you do with the gun?
I didn't have a gun. I've never owned one.
You used Kruger's. He had a license for a .45. It's missing. And he was shot with a gun of that color.
But it wasn't me. It wasn't.
Where's the 3,000 rand, Mr. August?
What?
The money Kruger threw out of his banking account the day he was killed. The day he paid you to pull the trigger.
No, it's not true.
Are these your keys, Mr. Argus?
Yes, they're mine.
The car key, front door key?
Yes.
And this one?
I don't remember. It's an old key.
It doesn't look old. You know what it looks like to me, Mr. Argus. The key to a safe deposit box.
When we find the box, you know what I think we'll find in it? 3,000 rand. And the bank will have a record of your visiting the place on Thursday the 7th. I thought you were such a good friend of Kruger's.
I was.
Then why did you kill him?
Because I was his friend. He begged me to. He paid me, insisted I take the money. I didn't want to, but he made me take it.
So that his wife could get the insurance money?
Yes. If he'd killed himself, they wouldn't pay. But she knew nothing about it. You must believe me. She didn't know.
I believe you, Mr. Argus. Everyone who knew Martin Kruger said he was kind, generous. That was the only way he could think of to leave something to his wife. John Timothy Argus, I'm arresting you for the murder of Martin Kruger.
John Argus made a full confession and led the police to where he'd thrown away the murder gun. It was recovered and used as evidence against him at his trial. In his summing up, the trial judge accepted that Kruger had paid Argus to shoot him, but stressed that this in no way excused the act of murder itself. Argus was found guilty and sentenced to death, and 2 months later, he died on the gallows at Pretoria Central.
They prowl the empty streets at night, waiting, in fast cars, on foot, living with crime and violence. These men are on duty 24 hours out of every 24. They face dangers at every turn, expecting nothing less. They protect the people of South Africa. These are the men of squad cars. Listen again next Friday evening to another authentic story in our dramatic South African police series, Squad Cars, brought to you by General Motors, makers of the biggest and most exciting range of cars, trucks, and commercial vehicles in the world. Cadillac, Buick, Oldsmobile, Pontiac, Beaumont, Chevrolet, Opel, Holden, Vauxhall, Bedford, GMC, and Ranger, South Africa's own car.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A ruthless fiend roams the streets of your city masquerading as a police officer. For months, helpless citizens have been robbed, beaten senseless, and kidnapped. The criminal is a twisted genius, vicious, cunning. Your job is to get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files, from beginning to end, from crime to punishment. Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 4th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from communications, and it was 11:13 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Oh, hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben. Did you get that message to call home?
Yeah, bad news.
What's the matter?
That doggone kid of mine, chicken pox.
Oh, again?
Last year it was the mumps. Year before that, the measles. Every time I get set for a vacation, he decides to catch some.
Well, forget it, Ben. Think what a comfort he's going to be in your old age.
Go ahead, laugh. You'll find out.
Yeah.
How are you, Friday? Romero?
Fine. What can we do for you?
You don't look like you remember me.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Name's Savage, isn't it? George?
It's Johnny, Sergeant. Johnny Savage. You remember now?
Oh, sure. Those liquor store robberies out in the Wilshire district. About 6-7 years ago, wasn't it?
10 years, Romero. You ought to remember that. You were at the trial.
We testify in court every week. 10 years is a long time.
It's longer in the state pen. It's a lot longer.
Yeah, you cried a little at that trial, didn't you, Savage? You said we beat that confession out of you.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd drop in for a little visit. Kind of apologize to you fellas. You gave me a square deal. I guess I kind of lost my head. I figured I'd apologize.
Oh, that's all right, Savage. When'd you get out?
A couple of weeks ago. I did it the hard way. Served 10 flat. I don't know my day.
You find a job yet?
Yeah, Friday. I'm working nights.
What kind of a job?
Laborer in a warehouse, south end of town.
Good. You decided to level?
10 years in prison's a long time. You learn a lot of things. Nights are long. You think a lot. You get things straightened out.
I hope you mean that.
Sure I mean it, Friday. I've got everything straightened out. I know who my friends are, and I know who to watch out for.
You sound like maybe you're on the right track.
I got it figured, Romero. Not like you two fellas. You caught me red-handed, and you sent me up for 10 years.
Well, you did all right, Savage. 5 armed robberies. You got off pretty easy.
You got a break, Savage. Make the best of it.
Sure, I'm not kicking. 10 years, a real break.
That's right.
Well, just dropped in for a little visit. Maybe I'll see you fellas sometime.
All right, Savage? Keep your nose clean?
Sure. No hard feelings.
No?
You just took 10 years of my life, that's all.
There's no such thing as a man going through prison without changing. And Ben and I have seen him switch in both directions. Some men learn their lesson after they land behind bars, and when they're released, they turn into good citizens. Johnny Savage was sour. We made a mental note to check him out later on, and then we went down to the record bureau and pulled his coming out mug. That's about all that we had time for, because about an hour later, we started to get busy.
Hot shot, Joe. Grab it.
On the corner of Selma and Naples, the drugstore, 211 and probable attack. On the corner of Selma and Naples, 211 and...
What you got, Joe?
Selma and Naples, 211 and attack. Come on.
Here we are, Joe. Over there on the far corner.
Yeah. All right. Come on. We got the story from the victim, the store owner, Mr. Thomas. For the most part, it was the usual rundown of an early morning holdup. There was only one exception.
Oh, I've had young hoodlums try to hold me up before, but there was nothing like this one.
How you mean, Mr. Thomas?
Well, he came in here just before closing, and ordinarily I'd have kept an eye out because that's the time to look for him. But this fella came to the door and said he was a policeman, so I let him in. He looked like a cop. Barged right up to me and the wife behind the counter and pointed a gun. And she screamed, and he hit her in the face with the butt of the gun. Sergeant, it was horrible.
That's the way it started, and that's the way it kept going. Because most of the victims and most people don't realize that as a citizen, they have the right to check on police officers' identification when in doubt. After we got the story from Mr. Thomas and checked the store in the neighborhood, Ben and I headed back for the office.
Attention, all units. At the end of North Baxter Road near Hillcrest, victim of 211 and slugging. Car 7172, take the call. Code 3. Attention, all
That's 4 blocks away from the last one. Let's roll on it, huh, Ben?
Right, I'll hit the siren. You get the light.
By the time Ben and I got up to the end of North Baxter, the men from car 71 were already there. The victim was telling his story. His face looked like it had been through a meat grinder.
We're just shifting the car into second to make the hill when I hear this siren behind me, and I see this red light flashing in the side view mirror. Well, naturally, I pulled over to the curb, and I was just reaching for my driver's license when the cop runs up, yanks me out of the car, and starts clubbing me in the face with the butt of his gun.
Did you get a look at him? Think you can describe him?
No, I'm afraid not. He swung me around and kept me staring into that red light on his car all the time he was beating me. After a while, everything just went black. When I woke up, my wallet was gone, all my money's...
45 minutes later, Ben and I were interviewing the third victim, a young housewife out in the Wilshire district. Same trademark.
I tried to tell him, Sergeant. I tried to tell him I didn't have any money, but he wouldn't listen. He kept holding me by the throat, beating me with his fist like he enjoyed it. Beating me.
Yeah, all right, Mrs. Jameson. Could you tell us how he got in the house?
He came in the front door and rang the bell. I opened the door, but I left the burglar chain on. He said he was a policeman. So when he demanded I open the door all the way, I did. Then he grabbed me.
And you can't describe the man for us, Mrs. Jameson?
He was tall, and he had dark hair and big hands. That's all. It was like a nightmare. A horrible nightmare.
Tall, dark hair, big hands. Your guess the same as mine, Joe?
Maybe. Let's wait and see. Come on, let's check with the boss.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. He's waiting for you in there.
Come on, Ben.
Chief of Detective's office. Hannon.
Sit down.
Yeah, Skipper.
All right, you two, let's have it.
The guy with the red light?
Yes, the guy with the red light posing as a policeman. Why hasn't he been picked up?
You know as much about it as we do, Ed. We got our first call around midnight. He knocked over a drugstore out on Selma. He hasn't stopped working since.
Didn't you get any definite lead on him? No description, no license number?
Nothing. He's tall, big hands, dark hair, that's all.
Fine. Either of you got any ideas?
Could be anybody, Skipper, with that description.
You're sure it wasn't anybody on the force?
We sent all the victims down to personnel. Lowry showed him the mug book of all police officers. Wasn't one of our men.
Works fast. Drugstore, motorist, a pedestrian, a housewife out in the Wilshire district. Went right in the house after her. 4 of them, right in a row.
5.
Huh?
There's a 20-year-old kid in the next room. Came in just before you got here. A couple of hours ago, he was sitting in a car with his girl up in Mulholland Drive. This red light bandit comes along, slugs him, and kidnaps the girl.
Kidnapped? She still missing?
Not a trace.
When did this happen?
A couple of hours ago. They brought the kid over from Georgia Street Hospital. We can talk to him now. He's had a bad time. Right in here.
Okay.
Pete, we're going to have to ask you a few more questions.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It feels a little better now.
This is Sergeant Friday and Sergeant Romero.
Hi, Pete.
Hi.
Can you tell us what time the trouble started?
Oh, about 10:15, 10:30. Sally and I were sitting in the car talking about where we were going on our honeymoon. We're going to be married next month. And then this car pulls up behind us and starts flashing a red spotlight on us, and a guy runs over and pulls open the door. He said he was a cop.
Did you get a good look at his car, Pete?
I think it was a black sedan.
Did you get a look at the man, Pete?
No, I didn't. It was pretty dark, and he kept me staring into that red spotlight. It all happened so fast. Then he started slugging me, and I went down.
What happened then?
Well, the next thing I knew, Sally was screaming. He had one hand on her throat, and he had her backed up against the side of the car. He was beating her with the other hand. Some kind of a short billy club. I got up and I started for him, and he slugged me again. When I came to, Sally was gone.
Anybody check the area up there, Ed?
Yeah, Davis and Griffin. Didn't find a thing.
Oh, Sergeant, you gotta find it. You got to. I wouldn't know what to tell her folks. I wouldn't know what to say.
That's all right, Pete. We'll find her. You take it easy.
Got a hot shot, Ed, up in Summit Road near Westmore. A woman, unconscious. Ambulance follow-up. Possible dead body.
All right, Hannon. Look after Pete here. Friday, Romero, let's go. Up ahead, Romero, to the right.
Okay, Skipper.
Yeah, there's the ambulance and the cruiser car.
Sure a lonely-looking spot.
All right, come on.
Hiya, Doc. What'd you find?
Hiya, fellas. Right over here. Just gonna take her in.
Where'd you find her?
Over there, by the side of the road. Somebody driving by saw her. They called us.
Any identification?
This bracelet on her wrist.
To my dearest Sally and Pete. December 25th, 1947.
That's a girl, all right. What are the chances, Doc?
I wouldn't bet on them. Pretty bad shape. Well, have you seen enough?
Yeah. Friday, Romero, call the crime lab and check the area for footprints and tire tracks. I'll ride back in the ambulance with the girl. If she regains consciousness, I want to talk to her. All right?
Okay, Ed.
I'll meet you in the office by 8:30. We're working straight through till we get this guy.
See you at the office, Skipper.
What time you got, Ben?
7 minutes to 4. Long night.
Hey, that car up there ahead. Let's take a look at it, huh?
Black sedan. Hey, look, he's flashing a red spot on that convertible.
Come on.
He sees us, Joe. He's pulling away.
Get that gas pedal down to the floor.
Already there. He's turning off right.
Hit the siren. I'll get the light. We're gaining a little, Ben. Next corner to the left.
Joe, where'd he go?
It's a fancy driver. Try the alley up ahead to the left.
Must have turned up that cross street.
Get through the alley and double back on him.
Right.
There he is, Ben. Look out.
Watch it, Joe. Watch it. He's going to ram us.
We got hit just in front of the rear bumper. Our car was forced into the curbing and it turned over. He was real lucky. He kept right on going. But this time, Ben and I were sharing the luck. All we got out of it was a couple of nasty cracks in the head and a few bruises, but it was enough to keep us in a hospital under observation for a day. By this time, Ed Backstrand was fuming. So were the newspapers. During the day we spent in the hospital, the red light bandit went on a real blitz. He pulled 6 more jobs, 1 liquor store, 2 residential holdups, and 3 car robberies. 5 of the 6 victims were slugged and beaten. Davis and Griffin had taken over for Ben and me, and by the time we got back on the job, they'd built up a lead for us.
We've been working with Wilkerson up in auto theft, Joe. He's used 4 stolen cars already. We got the makes and numbers on each one of them.
How about the dark sedan he was driving when he rammed us?
The boys picked it up this morning out on Sepulveda. We're checking it for prints now.
Oh, that's fine, Dave. You got any description on the guy yet?
No luck there, Joe. He works too fast.
Nothing at all?
The same as you had. Tall, black hair, big hands. Loves to use them.
Friday, Romero, got a minute?
Okay, Skipper. Check you later, Hyundai.
Sure thing, boys.
Sit down. How do you feel?
Pretty fair, Ed.
A little stiff here and there.
All right, did Davis fill you in?
Up to date.
Okay, I just called the doctor who's handling Sally Wilder, Pete's girlfriend. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
She's been in pretty bad shape since we found her up there on Summit Road. This morning she took a turn for the better. She's conscious, and her doctor thinks she might be able to talk to us a little bit.
Good. When?
About an hour. I cleared it with the doctor and with her family. You'll only be able to stay a couple of minutes, so make the most of them. That's all.
All right, Ed. We'll check with you later.
Say, Joe, Ben, here's some mail came for you fellas while you were gone.
Oh, thank you, Mike. We're going over to the county hospital. We ought to be back in a couple hours.
Okay. Say, there's been a couple of phone calls, too.
Yeah, anything important?
I don't think so. The guy just called to say hello. Said his name was Johnny Savage. He just called to say hello.
I presume you men are aware of the girl's critical condition.
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Froman.
We saw her before she was taken here at the hospital.
Yes. You understand, of course, that you'll be able to see her for only a few minutes, and please try your best not to excite her, huh?
Right, Doctor.
Sally isn't able to talk. Bad mouth and face injuries, so your questions will have to be answered simply yes or no and nod of the head.
Okay, we got you. We only have a few questions, and we want to know if she can identify the man who beat her from these pictures we've got here.
All right, Sergeant. This way, please.
Thank you.
Sally, these gentlemen are from the police department. They'd like to ask you a few questions. Now, there's no need to be nervous or afraid. Just simply nod your head yes or no. That's fine. All right, Sergeant.
Sally, did you see the man who attacked you?
Yes. She says yes.
Did you get a good look at his face? You did. All right, Sally, now you can answer these 3 together. Just yes or no. Was he tall? Did he have dark hair? Did he have large hands? He did. Ben.
Oh, yeah, Jim.
Hand me the folder.
Yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, there's just one more thing, Sally. I'm going to show you some pictures now. Take all the time you want before you make up your mind about each one. If you recognize any one of these men as the person who attacked you, just nod your head, all right? Oh, that's fine. Good. Here's the first one. No? All right. Here's the next one. No. How about this one? No? All right. Here's another. Do you recognize him? This was the man? Are you sure, Sally? Thank you. That's all. Let's go.
Did you find what you wanted, Sergeant?
Yes, Doctor, we did. Here, it's this one.
Nice-looking chap. Who is he, Sergeant?
His name's Savage, Dr. Froman. Johnny Savage. When we got back to the office, we checked in with Ed Backstrand. In 5 minutes, an all-points bulletin and a full description of the suspect was broadcast to every radio car, every motorcycle officer, to every sheriff and law enforcement agency in Los Angeles and Southern California. By nightfall, the manhunt was on. More than a dozen extra patrol units were called in for duty that night, and when they pulled out of the police garage, the name, the picture, and the full description of Johnny Savage was in the possession of every officer. The same for the patrolmen, whether they walked a beat downtown or out in the residential areas. The picture of Johnny Savage went with them. Everything was done that could be done. On the second night of the manhunt, far out on the edge of town, Johnny Savage, the red light bandit, got his 12th victim, a 63-year-old storekeeper.
Attention, all units. 939 Markham Street, near Clark. 211 and slugging, code 3. Ambulance dispatched. All units. 939 Markham Street, near Clark.
Here it is, Skipper. Tie in.
What'd you get?
Wilkerson lifted the prints off that black sedan that rammed Joe and me.
Yeah?
They belonged to Johnny Savage.
Yeah, good.
That storekeeper last night. It's a Savage, all right. Victim identified him from his mug.
All right. We got enough in this Savage guy to put him on ice for life. All we have to do now is to get him.
Now, look, the way we figure it, Ed, this red light bandit is using stolen cars with cold plates, so there's no way of tracking down the cars at regular commercial garages. He's got to be renting private garages someplace around town.
All right, let's get the neighborhood patrolman on the job. Advertise it. All over town. It's a city ordinance, isn't it? People who rent private garages are bound by law to register the car and license number with the police. Start a campaign if you want, but find those cars.
Right.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hello, Backstrand. Yeah? When? I see. Yeah, thanks.
What is it, Ed?
It was the hospital. About the girl, Sally.
Sally Wilder? What about her?
She died 5 minutes ago.
That night, everybody went back on the job as usual. The cruiser cars, the patrolmen, the motorcycle officers, and about a dozen decoy cars. Armed policewomen riding alone in cars or parked in lonely spots with a police officer escort. Our car, 80K, was still in the garage for repairs, so they assigned us another one. And we started to make the rounds. Everything was usual. Except one thing. We weren't tracking down just a thief anymore or a sadist who liked to beat people's faces in. We were out to get a murderer. It was a perfect night for the suspect. Dark, no moon. I gave Ben 2-to-1 odds, and I put up $5 that we'd get Savage that night. I lost the $5. We cruised until 7 the next morning, but there wasn't even a nibble. We had breakfast at the Federal Cafe, a little restaurant down the street from the city hall, and it was about 8:15 when we got back to the office. We were pretty tired.
Robbery detail, Romero.
I would like to speak to Sergeant Friday.
Just a minute. For you, Joe.
Okay, thanks. Friday talking.
Sergeant Friday, I want to talk to you.
Well, I'm listening. Go ahead.
I mean, I want to talk to you in person as soon as possible.
Can't you tell me over the phone? What is it?
I cannot tell you over the phone. It is very important. Can you come now?
Well, now, look, mister, I'm awful sorry, but we're very busy down
554 Ramona Avenue. Can you come now?
Well, what's this all about? Who is this speaking?
My name is Carl Savage. My son's name is John.
Here it is, Joe. Neat-looking little place.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm Sergeant Friday. You Mr. Savage?
Yeah, come in.
Okay. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I will be brief, gentlemen. I am the father of John Savage. I wish for you to catch him. I will help you.
I noticed the name on the mailbox outside, Mr. Savage. Changed your name lately?
I changed my name 10 years ago when John first got into trouble. My own name I had to change. The shame. Always from him, my son. Shame.
Mr. Savage, has your son been home since he got out of prison?
Yeah, many times, to ask for money. I would not give him any, so he struck me. Last night I read in the newspaper the little girl he beat up. She is dead. Then I make up my mind.
Do you know where your son is now, Mr. Savage?
Not now, no. But our garage has a car in there. It is not his, I know. Also in the garage, I find many license plates. I find spotlights with red glass lens.
But you don't have any idea where we could find him.
No, but he will come back. He always comes back for money.
We're going to station an officer here in the house, Mr. Savage.
Anything you want, if it will catch him. He's bad, Sergeant. Like something poison. All through, he's bad.
See a sewing basket over him, Mr. Savage. The wife live here with you?
10 days ago, before this starts, I bury Gertrude, my wife, his mother. Sergeant, for 10 years she is sick, but for 10 years she stays alive to see him from prison. 10 days ago, she died He did not even come to the funeral.
Did your son have any idea that you might call us?
No, I don't think so. But when you catch him, give me a gun. With my own 2 hands, I will kill him. Johnny Savage.
Before we left, we called Ed Backstrand and we brought him up to date. He sent 3 detectives out to relieve us, Davis, Griffin, and Marsh. We told them to keep an eye on the house and the stolen car in the garage. That night after dinner, Ed Backstrand, Ben, and I went out and relieved them. We parked the cruiser car in the garage next door, and then we took up our posts. Carl Savage had a light supper, and then he went to bed about 9. The 3 of us sat at the front windows in the darkened house, and we waited. Ben kept his eye on the garage. Outside, across the city, the manhunt continued as usual. 3 hours went by. The waiting got monotonous.
Brandy, Romero, look alive, will you?
Oh, yes, Skipper. I'm sorry.
That clock's enough to put anybody to sleep.
What time you got?
12:23 a.m.
Thanks.
The clock kept ticking. We were tired. We took turns keeping each other awake. At 10 minutes past 2, I looked at my watch, and then I settled back and tried to find some kind of a comfortable position. They started so faintly, it was just like the ticking of the clock. Same rhythm. And then they came closer, and the sounds got out of rhythm. Backstrand's head came up with a snap.
Brandy, Romero, you hear that?
Yeah, Ed.
Get up to the window, watch the curtains. You see anything?
Yeah, somebody's coming.
Savage?
Can't tell. Wait a minute, it's slowing down. It's going up the driveway to the garage. It's going inside. That's him.
Come on. Watch it, he spotted us. He went over that fence into the yard.
There he is, Friday.
You hit him, Joe?
Maybe.
He's going for the street.
He's headed for that car, Ed, that sedan up on the corner there.
Yeah, Romero, go back and get the car.
Right, Skipper.
Must have parked up the block before he came around. Where's Romero?
I don't know. Oh, here he comes now. All right, let's go.
Get that radio on, Joe.
It's already on, Ed.
All right, give him a call. Any sign yet?
No, nothing so far. Next corner to the right, Ben. Unit 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4.
Control 4 to Unit 80K. Go ahead.
Clear and keep frequency 4 open. This is an emergency.
80K, roger. Frequency 4, open and clear. Attention, all units on frequency 4. Stand by. 80K, go ahead.
There he is, Friday, up ahead. Dark blue sedan.
Control 4. We are in pursuit of the possible red light bandit. Suspect is driving a dark blue 1949 sedan. License number in the 7 column. 61 Robert 784. Use caution. Suspect is armed. Code 3.
Attention, all units. Attention, all units. Unit 80K now pursuing possible red light bandit. Suspect is driving a dark blue 1949 sedan. License number in the 7 column. 61 Robert 784. Use caution. Suspect is armed. Code 3. Your location, 80K.
Control 4. We are headed east on Wilshire Boulevard, crossing La Brea.
Attention, all units. Suspect is headed east on Wilshire Boulevard, crossing La Brea.
Watch it, Romero. Don't lose him.
I see him, Skipper.
Control 4. Still pursuing red light bandit. Headed east on Wilshire, now crossing Rossmore.
Attention, all units. Suspect is still headed east on Wilshire, now crossing Rossmore. Suspect is armed. Use caution. Code 3.
That truck pulling out up ahead.
Hit the siren, will you, Skipper?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. It's a tight squeeze.
Leaning on, Romero. A lot of traffic up ahead. He's got to slow down.
Control 4. Suspect headed east on Wilshire, crossing Western Avenue, closing in.
There he goes. Took a right down Sherman Alley. It's a dead end.
Yeah. Control 4. Suspect turns south into Sherman Alley, closing in on suspect.
Attention, all units. Suspect has turned south into Sherman Alley. Suspect is trapped. Converge on Sherman Alley.
There he is, Skipper. Pulling up ahead. He's jumping out.
All right, take the mic, will you, Ed? Here. Come on, Ben.
I'll direct the other cars in. If you need help, holler.
Right, Skipper.
All right, which way to go, Ben?
Down between those buildings.
Come on.
He's starting up the back fire escape.
All right, keep him busy. All right, Savage, come on down.
He wants to go to Roughwood.
One more chance, Savage. Come on down.
No use, Joe. He's heading up for the roof.
Come on. He climbs like a monkey. Come on, let's get him.
Yeah, all right. Come on.
All right, here, I'll give you a hand.
Here's the roof. All right, where'd he go?
I don't know. Let's spread out. All right, Savage, you're through. Throw your gun out and come out with your hands up.
Watch it, Joe. He's running for the edge. He's gonna jump.
I'll get him. All right, up. Guy back here.
You lousy copper, you dirty, lumpy cop. I'll kill you out.
You're through, Savage. You're through.
Good, Joe.
Yeah. Throw the cuffs on, will you?
Yeah, you just betcha. You want to smoke?
Yeah, I can sure use one. Thanks.
Quiet up here.
Yeah. I was just thinking.
Well?
Carl Savage, this guy's father.
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Nothing. What would you do, Ben, if your son was a murderer?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
John Savage was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the sixth in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Patrol Officer Robert Steele of the Montana State Highway Patrol, who on the morning of November 2nd, 1947, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the triple threat bandits, whose leader used a broom as the principal cover in his subtlest disguise, but learned even that was unable to hide his soiled record.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Inspector of Detectives Eugene Bernath, Police Department, Minneapolis, Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the triple threat bandits.
Inspector Bernath, I understand the gang in tonight's case thought that a clever sort of disguise would provide them plenty of protection.
That's right, Don Gardner. But they were to learn that fast communication systems and efficient exchange of police information, plus cooperation from federal law enforcement agencies, is making long-range criminal operation less and less successful.
Well, suppose you tell us about tonight's case, Inspector Bernath.
All right, Don. I think it would be best to start about 6 months ago in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Near the ballpark of the Minneapolis Millers, at a bar patronized by the sporting crowd, a stranger was buying drinks for the few hangers-on remaining late one night. He was just finishing one of his favorite stories as the porter approached with his broom to gather in stray cigarette butts.
He says to her, she says back to him, she says, well, I don't like to ride streetcars either. You got some other way to go? Excuse me, please. I'd like to sweep a little bit under the stools, huh? Sure. Sweep all you like. When you're finished, I'll buy you a drink. No, thanks, mister. I never touch this stuff. Oh, listen to him. He never touches this stuff.
It ain't good for athletes. He used to be middleweight champion of Lazarus County.
Yeah? Well, hey, Frank.
Yeah,
You speak to me?
Frank, how you been? Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm no Frank. I'm Nick. You're mixed up a little bit. Excuse me. There's more cigarette butts over there.
Hey, come on, the guy's punchy. How about another story?
Yeah, in a minute.
Hey, Nick.
Whatever you call yourself. Yeah?
I'd swear you're a guy I used to know. A guy named Frank. He wasn't no boxer.
Is that right? No kidding.
No kidding.
That's Nick, not Frank. Excuse me, mister.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
If you ain't Frank, how come you look so much like him?
You're Frank. He pushes a broom, too?
Ah, he pushes something else.
1118 Walker Street, 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Apartment 6.
Sure, Frank. I'll see you.
Nick, 3 o'clock. Excuse me, mister.
Okay, don't lose your head. Who is it? Me. Oh, you. Yeah. Just a second, you. Come in, you. Come in.
Where's Nick?
Oh, someplace. Come on, I'll fix you a drink.
I'm not interested in the drink. Where's Nick?
I got rye and scotch and gin and rye. That's all.
I never drink in the afternoon.
Neither do I. But I read in the paper we're having a total eclipse.
Look, lady, just tell Nick that Sino is here. I got a little date with him at 3 o'clock.
Did you say rye?
I said Nick.
Oh, yeah, Nick. Nick and soda or water on the side?
Excuse me, but did anybody ever tell you about orange juice?
Sure. Nick.
Uh-huh. Now we're getting someplace. If you'll just...
Hey, Sino.
Frank.
Come in here until I finish getting dressed.
Goodbye.
Don't drown in that stuff.
Come in, Sino. I'll be dressed in a minute.
Sure, Frank.
Nick.
Okay, Nick. Look, who's the female rum-dum? Yeah, Vicky, if that's her name.
She's my housekeeper.
Okay, say no more. But doesn't that Kentucky ketchup she drinks get in the way of her duties, whatever they may be?
Yeah, she's carrying some kind of torch. She's sober when she has to be.
And what about that routine with a broom? What kind of a gimmick is that?
It's a job. I told the guy I was a fallen gladiator of the ring. Oh, I got a job.
Fine job. Who needs it?
How do you like this shirt? Made to order. $18.
For one?
How many do you think? A dozen?
Gotta have something to wear to work.
Sino, how'd you like a soft spot?
With a broom, no thanks.
I've been tearing this town apart. And St. Paul, too. Back and forth across the river. Liquor stores are a pushover.
Alone?
Mostly. Vicky helps with the driving and the casing when I need her.
She can kill two birds with one store.
Well, how about it?
You think the two of us can do better?
Much better. Than the three of us and the four of us and the five of us. Do better all along. Better and better.
Excuse me, Nick. That's a lot of talk coming from a guy who's right now pushing a broom.
Maybe. But if anybody starts asking questions, a steady job is a nice answer. Also, that tavern's going to be the one big touch before I blow this town.
Yeah, I can see how big. $1.34 and 2 quarts of beer.
You see, you don't know nothing.
Okay, tell me something.
On certain nights, a safe in that joint has got nearly 30 grand in it.
30 grand? In cash?
What do you think? Lock washers?
Okay. Where do you get them $18 shirts?
Yeah. We gotta wait our moments.
Oh, I can wait. If meantime I got what to eat.
There's still plenty of liquor stores.
Good. Let's try one on for size. And I'll tell you what. We can bring your housekeeper back a present.
Inspector of Detectives Minneapolis to Chief of Detectives St. Paul. Liquor store Bandit also joined here by number 2 man of similar description. 2 jobs last night.
Hello?
Are you sober, Vicky?
Yes. Do you want to do something about it?
Get hold of Sino. Tell him tonight's the night. Safe is loaded.
I wish I was.
Tell him to be at the back door 5 minutes after closing.
5 minutes after closing. I'll tell him.
You be there with a car. Just at the spot we figured.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay. So long. Nick. Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Let's get the place cleaned up fast tonight. I want to get home as quick as I can.
Yes, sir, me too. Let's get cleaned up fast, huh?
Nick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Where you going?
Just to dump the trash out and back.
Oh, yeah. Well, make it snappy, like it was the 10th round coming up.
Yeah, sure, make it snappy. Everything make it snappy, eh? Yes, sir, snappy. Stand up.
Everything okay, Nick? How's it look?
You'll be fine. Now, march me back in there, but you gotta make it look good for the boss. Keep your face covered.
Okay. Go ahead, Nick. March.
You're all set on how to handle a guy.
Yeah, and the safe, too.
Okay, Cena. Here goes.
All right, get in there.
Okay, I'm going.
Keep those hands up.
Yes, sir, mister, I will.
Hey, what's the...
Put your hands in the air, mister, and walk over here.
All right, take it easy.
So, hold up, Mr. Leonard.
He knows it. Go ahead, walk to the safe, both of you. Go on, walk.
Yeah, I guess we better, Mr. Leonard. Maybe he'd shoot us.
Or worse, go on.
All right.
Now, I don't want a sound out of either of you. I want the dough out of that safe, and I want all of it.
I don't know nothing about safes. Honest, mister,
Just
I don't...
walk. Come on, let's get him. No, you don't. Stand there. Me.
But I don't know how...
Nice guy. You should have helped me, Nick.
Quiet.
I didn't figure he'd fight the gun.
Shut up.
He's dead.
Go on, get out of here.
But he's dead. We might as well get the dough.
How are we going to open a safe? Go on, scram you.
What about the cops?
I'm in the clear. Go on, get out.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
So, Don, the carefully planned robbery during which Nichols and Sino hoped to get the contents of the safe ended with the shooting of Nichols' employer. Nichols waited for the police to arrive at the scene and told them the story he'd so carefully contrived. But the case suddenly took a fantastic turn, and the gang leader found his plans might very well lead to immediate arrest.
Now back to gangbusters. Now, you were telling us, Inspector Bernath, how the criminal Nichols staged a hold-up at the Minneapolis Tavern where he held a cover job.
That's right, Don. But the crime took an unexpected turn when Nichols' confederate, Sino, shot the tavern manager. Sino fled the scene, and as Nichols brazenly phoned for the police, Sino returned to Nichols' apartment where he met the girl, Vicky.
Oh, shut up, will you?
What's the matter with you?
Can't you lay off that bug juice for a while? We got troubles.
What's a little thing like murder?
Keep quiet about it. What are you blabbing your mouth off for?
Brother, you need a drink.
It's the last thing I need. Wish the devil they could get here.
So do I. I'm getting hungry.
Here, keep those matches.
If they were any closer, they'd strike on your nose. The table, they're right on the table.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. You want a cigarette?
Nasty habit.
Hope Nick's got some ideas. I hope... Is that Nick?
Who else? If he isn't feeling better than you do...
Hey.
What?
Just a minute. I'll get it. Nick.
Yeah, come on, open up, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, we're in for it.
In for it? What do you mean?
Hello, Nick. Did you have fun?
Shut up, will you? What do you mean, Nick? We're in for it.
Lender isn't dead.
You kidding?
They took him to the hospital. The cops told me he might pull through.
Should we feel sorry or glad? Hey, Nick, they don't suspect you, do they?
If they did, do you think he'd be here now?
Nick, if Lender heard us talking, if he ain't dead...
He was unconscious.
But he could have heard us talking if he tells the
I
cops...
said he was unconscious.
But unconscious people get conscious.
Sometimes it's nicer to be unconscious.
He probably passed out as soon as the shot hit him.
Yeah, but supposing he didn't. Supposing he knew what was going on.
Okay, suppose.
Hey, Nick,
we got time.
I want to go now. I want to go quick.
They say Florida's nice this time of year.
Now, look. If I take a powder now, that's like signing a confession. If I stick around, we're all in good shape.
But the guy's bound to wake up. Why take the chance? I'm saying goodbye.
You're staying here as long as I tell you to
But
stay.
Nick...
I heard enough.
So did I.
Hey.
Who's that, Vicky?
I'll make a guess.
Nick, it's the cops.
Get in the other room.
Yeah, okay. Talk, Nick. Talk fast.
Vicky, sit down and keep your mouth shut.
Okay.
Yes? Who is it?
Police officers, open up.
I see you made it home all right, Nichols.
Yeah, I figured home was the best place.
That's a good way to figure.
Oh, Vicky, this is Detective Olson and Detective...
Wetherill.
Detective Wetherill.
Glad to see you.
Me too.
I just spoke to the hospital, Nichols.
Oh, yeah. How is Mr. Lender? Is he any better?
Much better, Nichols.
Oh, good. I was wishing he would be.
Nice place you've got here, Nichols.
Yeah, it's okay. And like I told you, I was smart. I saved a little from the fight game.
Oh, yeah? What's in there, the bedroom?
Yes, that's the bedroom. What's the doctor got to say about Mr. Lender? Go through that to see him shot down like that.
Must have been pretty rough.
Yeah, rough. That it was, rough.
Nichols, we think we might be on the right track of who that gunman is.
Yeah?
We think it's one of the two men who've been holding up liquor stores here and in St. Paul.
I'd sure like to see them caught.
I don't think you'll have long to wait.
Who's this guy? I'd like to get him in a ring or something.
Well, I'll be satisfied when we get him in our ring. Olson, show him that picture.
Sure. Take a good look at this picture, Nichols.
Yes.
Tell us whether that's the man.
Well, before the guy had his face covered...
You said that.
Yeah, but the eyes look the same. I'll never forget those eyes.
Thanks. Come on, Olson, let's go.
Yeah. We'll be in touch with you, Nichols. We can reach you here, huh?
Yeah, yes, sir, here, or at the place, sir.
Well, just so we can reach you. Good night.
Good morning.
We'll be seeing you, Nichols.
Let's go out and run around the block. That wasn't Sino's picture.
Nah, some guy I never seen before.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Sino's right, baby. That was too close. Getting out of here. Let's start packing.
Good. I love to travel.
Vicky,
Yeah, what do you want?
look around back there and get me the Nebraska road map.
Oh,
I think we stay on 77, Nick. That takes us right into Omaha.
I can't find no Nebraska map. Here, take them all.
Hey.
Now let me try to catch a little sleep. I've been up since Tuesday.
Take a look on the map, Sino.
Yeah. You know anything good in Omaha?
Well, there ought to be one or two easy touches there. Knock 'em off fast, keep on going.
That's the new policy?
Yeah, that's the new policy.
Then where?
Who knows? East, maybe south, maybe Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma.
Maybe we better stay away from Kansas and Oklahoma.
Why?
Vicky won't be very happy in either one of them states. They're both bone dry.
Detective Olson talking.
This is Wetherill. I got news for you.
Yeah? What is it?
I went around to the tavern to give Nichols a look at some more pictures. And he didn't show up for work tonight.
Would you try his rooms?
I certainly did. He moved out this morning, and the janitor said he was in an awful hurry.
Well.
Looks to me like we couldn't see the forest for the trees, Olson.
Yeah.
The janitor said the girl went with him and another guy. And from the description, the other guy looks like the one that did the shooting.
Did you get into the place?
Yeah, it was in pretty much of a mess, but I found one little item to write home about. Come on over and we'll figure out what to do about it. Hello, Pop.
Huh?
Any luck?
Oh, no. But I don't fish to catch nothing particular.
Oh.
It's just relaxing.
I see. Well, you mind if I relax a while?
No, help yourself. Say, would you like to fish some? Got an extra line.
No, thanks.
You ain't from around here, huh?
Minneapolis, that's not so far.
Oh, Minneapolis, huh?
Yeah?
I ain't been into the city in years. I hear it growed some.
Some. I'm looking for a girl named Vicky Newton.
You ain't looking in the right place, son.
How long ago was it she lived with you and your wife?
Oh, 2 years, I'd say.
You ever hear from her?
Now and then. When she left something with us.
Oh, yeah? What?
A baby.
Oh.
Yeah, little girl. Hey, sweetest little girl you ever saw.
Well, did she ever come to see the kid?
Since she's been drinking so much and running around with that fella.
What fellow?
Oh, some jailbird from Indiana.
Indiana, huh? His name isn't Nichols.
Something like that, I think. Oh, excuse me, got a bite.
Hey, Nick.
What?
Zeno just told me.
So he told you.
What have you been doing, stealing my act and hitting the bottle?
Well, look it.
Why go back to Minneapolis?
Minneapolis owes me something.
Owes you something what, for crying out loud?
I waited months to knock over that tavern when the safe was loaded. Then I draw a blank.
You're not going back for that.
We're driving tonight.
You're crazy.
Wouldn't you like to see your kid?
No.
Not much you wouldn't. But suit yourself.
I'll be packed. What time do we leave?
As soon as I get the car gassed up.
Is that the call?
That's it, Wetherill.
Okay, I'll take it here. Detective Wetherill talking. How are you, Pop?
We got a letter from her. Special delivery.
Yeah? What'd you have to say?
Well, she'll be here. Next week, she says. She wants to see a little girl.
Good. Pop.
Yeah?
Have you got room to board a couple of detectives for a few days?
Well, we'll make room.
Okay. They'll be up there this afternoon.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
Olson.
Yes?
Nichols is back in town. He and Stino just struck up the tavern where he used to work.
What?
Yeah, they were recognized by the manager and by both bartenders. And there was a car waiting. It must have been the girl.
You'd better get in touch with the men we've got up in the country. They might be heading that way to see the kid.
I think I'll drive up there myself. How about you, Olson?
Okay, count me in.
Have you got it counted, Cena?
Almost. Give me a chance to get through the silver, will you?
You know how to get there, huh, Nick?
Get where?
Where do you think? To see my baby.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Vicky.
Talk? Well, what's there to talk about?
We're not going up there.
What do you think I came all the way back for?
We're not going.
There's nearly 300 in silver alone.
Who cares? Nick, you promised.
That's too bad. I can't take the chance.
You should have thought of that before.
I did think of it before. We're not going.
Maybe you're not, but I am. Let me out of here.
I'm going to Louisville, and you're coming with me.
I am not.
Sit still, or I'll send you someplace you're not looking to go.
Hey, watch where you're driving.
Okay. Don't give me no trouble, Vicky.
Trouble? I couldn't give more trouble than you already got. Louisville, huh? Okay. We'll see how we like Louisville.
Ah, hello, Cena. When'd you come in?
Been sitting here a while. How is she?
How do you think?
This Nick beats me. If you need a dame around, so dump Vicky and get one that ain't a bottle jockey. There's plenty, you know.
She was getting okay. She was laying off the stuff, and when we got back to Minneapolis, she was fine.
She ain't been fine here in Louisville. Oh, I don't mind somebody taking a drink, but if there's something I can't stand, it's a boozer. Especially a female boozer.
Okay.
Hey, you don't think it has something to do with her not seeing her kid, do you?
How do I know? You never talked about the kid?
Should have let her see the kid, you promised.
Don't you start.
Nick.
Yeah?
Look, how about giving Vicky the pitch? Let's leave her and blow.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but it ain't right exactly.
Look who's getting a conscience.
You ought to be coming around soon. Run down to the drugstore. Get a couple of containers of black coffee, will you?
Bring your bromo with it.
Okay. Make it snappy.
Good deal. Gotta take the bad with the good.
Hello, Zeno.
Hey.
Take it easy. You couldn't get away if you tried.
Okay, copper. I ain't trying nothing.
Lean up against that wall.
Yeah, sure.
Hold still.
I ain't carrying nothing.
Nothing on him.
All right, Zeno. Walk back to Nichols' store.
Oh, now look.
He said walk. You'll knock, and when Nichols answers, tell him you forgot something.
Yeah, if you say so.
Anybody with him?
Just a dame, but she passed out cold.
Okay. Knock.
Oh, listen.
Go on, knock.
Keep out of sight, Olson.
Yeah.
I thought I sent you for coffee.
I forgot something, Nick.
Crying out loud. Can't you get it through
Get
your...
her up. Up.
Okay, I'm through.
Now. Both of you back up in there.
Where's the girl?
She's in there. She's out.
That's too bad. We just wanted to thank her for the letter to a little girl and for mailing it from Louisville.
Well, how do you like that?
You want to know, Zeno? We like it fine. Okay, Sergeant. Let's get him going.
That, Don, was how the criminal activities of Frank Nichols came to an end. He and his Confederates were returned to Minneapolis and stood trial for robbery. Nichols is now serving 30 years in the Minnesota State Prison, and the others equally appropriate terms.
Well, thank you, Inspector Bernath, for narrating this pointed case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to Minneapolis detectives Arthur J. Olson and Charles Wetherill, and to all the other law enforcement officers who worked so hard in bringing these criminals to justice. Leading roles were played by Frank Reddick, Mercedes McCambridge, and Ken Lynch. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
The Lineup was a hard-boiled police drama similar to Dragnet, showing police doing their jobs, taking down criminals, but using fictional cases instead of true crime stories. It starred William Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie in the beginning for 3 seasons, and then later Walter Mayer as Sergeant Matt Grebs. Very fast-paced, full of lots of action and excitement and drama. This was a great crime show, and it ran from 1950 to 1953. In Joyce, Ronson, Wife Killer, Guthrie investigates the murder of a woman killed just after announcing her engagement. Again, action-packed, full of suspense. Great story. This one aired on January 4th, 1951. Police Reporter was another very early true crime drama from 1933 to 1935, telling actual murder stories and how the police solved them. It predated Gangbusters by 2 years, and rather graphically described grisly murder scenes that was rather unprecedented at the time, definitely not for younger listeners. Despite being only 12 minutes long, each episode packed a ton of story in a very short time frame. In the case of Jesse Ingram, police are called to the home of the Ingrams, where the daughter Mildred is found dead with 5 bullet wounds, and her father Jesse shot and unconscious in another room. The story of how the police solve the mystery is extremely dramatic and exciting. Next, another episode from Call the Police, Case of the Kidnapped Killers, which aired on June 10, 1947. Police Commissioner Bill Grant is called upon to solve the case of a murdered boxer, Philip Gomez. The night before, he had taken a dive for money in the match, and his manager/girlfriend is involved in an extortion scheme with the winner. This one has a lot of twists and a lot of turns with a lot of surprises. After that are the next 2 chronological episodes from Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police, episode number 3 and number 4. Heading for Hong Kong and A Shooting Attempt, which finds our newly inducted agent Speed Gibson beginning his investigation and pursuit of the Octopus gang in Asia. These aired on January 16th and 23rd, 1937. This Is Your FBI is one of the greatest police dramas from the golden age of radio, being personally endorsed by J. Edgar Hoover himself during its run from 1945 to 1953, and dramatized actual FBI case files. Narrated by Frank Lovejoy, and then Dean Carlton, and then William Woodson, and the main character was Jim Taylor, played by Stacey Harris. Many major radio stars at the time guest starred on this show during its run. This episode, Murder John Dixon, is a really exciting tale of a burglar who ties his victims up, flees in their car, then stops at a roadside diner for some food. A cop approaches him about the stolen car, but the burglar kills him. Now he's not only a robber, but he's a murderer as well. Next we have Whitehall 1212, another show about the London Metropolitan Police and their Scotland Yard headquarters. The title being the famous phone number at the time of Scotland Yard for many years. It ran from 1951 to 52 with true crime tales from Scotland Yard's files. And it was hosted by the actual chief superintendent curator of the Black Museum, which was Scotland Yard's Museum of Crime Evidence, John Davidson. Of the 3 shows about Scotland Yard, this one, Secrets of Scotland Yard and the Black Museum, I really prefer Whitehall 1212 for its writing and its acting. In Case of the Black Gladstone Bag, this involves a 1924 murder by a most unsuspecting person and the eventual capture and hanging of the perpetrator. Now let's sit back and enjoy these great police shows. I'll see you in a little while.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
This won't take long, Lieutenant. I've got to get back to my milk wagon.
It won't take
My
long,
horse.
Mr. Mayo. Now, let's sit here.
Golly, just think. If I hadn't been delivering milk, I wouldn't have seen this fella run out of the alley.
Just so you can identify him.
Oh, I can do that. I'd know him any place. Why, the way he scared Olga.
Olga?
My horse. This dead girl, Lieutenant, all dressed up like she'd been dancing somewhere. Had she been dancing somewhere, Lieutenant?
That's something we have to find out.
Dancing. Then a few hours later... you never
May
know,
I have
do you,
your
Lieutenant?
attention, please?
No, I guess you never do.
Dancing.
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications.
I'll be prompt, all right. The way this fella scared
Sure, Mr. Mayo,
the bathroom and dress back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, all right, this way, move along. You, the first boy. Yes, you, pick up your feet. Walk to the end of the stage and take your place. The rest of you follow. Now turn your face front, hands to your side. Look toward the people out there, they want to see you. Number 1, Phil Rosiger, vagrancy. Where do you live, Phil?
Near the arena. I like the wrestling matches.
Where were you arrested?
In a wrestler's dressing room. I like to help the wrestlers.
What do you do for a living, Phil?
I'm between engagements, Sergeant.
Number 2, Molly Deegan, burglary. Where do you live, Molly? Baker Street. Where on Baker Street? Number 3. What were you doing when you were arrested? Gone home. The arresting officer found you crawling through a window on Vista Drive.
It was foggy. I must have lost my way.
Number 3, Ozzie Duval, open charge. Where do you live, Ozzie?
I didn't do no murder, honest.
Where do you live?
Haven't I been doing all right? You had no trouble for me for 6 months now. Haven't I been doing all right?
Him. The one with the mean eyes. Number 3.
You're sure, Mr. Mayo?
His eyes. No wonder he scared Olga.
Any questions or identifications?
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 3, hold for interrogation.
Seems like yesterday, Lieutenant, you sitting there swiveling in your chair, me sitting here shaking and sweating.
You don't have to shake, Ozzy. Just tell me about it.
This time is serious, huh, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Ozzy? Serious. Because a girl named Joyce Ronson was killed. Because you were seen at 5 this morning running out of the alley where she was found.
Well, you'd run too, Lieutenant.
What were you doing in the alley?
I told the
Well,
cop...
tell me.
Well, sure, I'll tell you. So I'm sitting here and you're swiveling back and forth in your chair. It don't do no good to lie, I know that.
Now, tell me.
Sure. Well, it's early morning, maybe 5 o'clock. I'm walking along going home, you know. I passed this alley. I happened to look into it.
What happened?
Please, Lieutenant, you asked me to tell you. Well, I look into this alley and I see the dame. Her fancy clothes stretched out. I'm curious. I go closer. When I see what I see, I don't have to go closer. I run.
What did you see, Ozzy?
Somebody plugged her in the head. Bad, very bad.
You know she was dead. Why didn't you call the police?
What was my record? You kidding, Lieutenant?
Ben,
Yeah, come in, man.
we got the medical on Joyce Ronson, Ben. Time of death established.
Uh-huh, when?
2 a.m., a little this way or that, but 2 a.m. Well, what's so funny?
You'll have to excuse me for laughing, but I'm happy.
A murder charge and you're happy?
Sure, I'm happy. Because from 1 this morning till 3, I was in an all-night Turkish bath. Hillman's, you check, huh?
Take him to the door, Matt. Turn him over to Flaherty.
Sure,
You
Ben.
check, won't you?
Come on, Ozzy,
Hillman's
come on.
gonna find out it's me, the big fat guy.
All yours, Flaherty. Well, it looks like we'll go to work, Ben.
You have something to work on?
Naturally. Namely, the contents of Joyce Ronson's evening bag.
Namely what?
All the usual contents of a lady's evening bag. Vanity, lipstick, driver's license, miscellaneous matters, the usual.
Anything unusual?
Well, maybe. A dance program. Now, don't look at me that way, Ben. It's one of those cards girls fill out at a dance so they'll know who's got which dance.
I know what a dance program is, Matt.
Well, sure, Matt, sure. But, look, let me read it to you. Last night's date's on the top. The class of 1934, McKinley High School, 15th annual reunion dance.
Reunion dance, huh? Anything else?
Yeah. From the look of the program, Joyce danced with only 2 people, Frankie Moore and Vince Bishop.
Give me that program, Matt.
Are you going somewhere, Ben?
Yeah, I'm going to see how Frankie Moore and Vince Bishop enjoyed the dance last night.
Yes?
I'm looking for Frankie Moore.
Oh, he's not in. I'm Mrs. Fisher, Frankie's landlady. You can give me the message.
He'll be back soon?
Mister, I'm like a mother to my boys. But I'm a good mother. I don't ask them where they're going or when they're coming back. Are you here about the wedding?
Wedding?
Yeah, Frankie's wedding. He was getting married this week. He told me, just like he'd tell his mother. He and Joyce were announcing it at the dance last night.
Joyce Ronson?
Oh, you know her name, so you must be here about the wedding. I'm afraid you're too late.
I'm from the police, Lieutenant Guthrie.
Oh, then it's the murder that brings you here. I read about it in the papers.
Have you seen Frankie this morning?
I wish I had. Poor boy. He'll need comforting. A mother's comfort. Somebody to... Oh, no, sir, I haven't seen Frankie.
When he comes in, tell him to get in touch with me, please.
Of course, Mr. Guthrie. Of course I tell him. Yeah, just as soon as I had a nice motherly chat with him.
Yeah? What is it, Fernie?
Sergeant Greb left a message for you.
Message?
Yeah, Lieutenant. He said you didn't have to look for Vince Bishop because he was just picked up for robbery.
Where's Sergeant Greb now?
Oh, same place he always is this time of day, Lieutenant. The lineup.
The officer who arrested you said you were loitering, Pete.
What's
Lawton. Standing around the same corner all night, looking suspicious?
Oh, that. Yeah, I guess I was, Lawton.
Number 5, Vince Bishop. Suspicion of robbery. Where do you live, Vince?
Look, this is crazy. I don't know any...
Question, Vince. Where do you live?
2420 Johnson Lane.
What do you do for a living?
I run a diner.
That's the man who robbed me. Hey, you! Give me back my watch and my wallet. You stole him. You get...
All right, take it easy, Mr. Ryan. Sergeant Grant?
Yes, sir.
Number 5, hold for interrogation.
You're making a mistake, Lieutenant Guthrie, a big mistake.
Vince, what time was it when you held up Mr. Ryan last night?
I didn't hold him up, him or anybody else. Look, I run a diner.
Mr. Ryan says it was around 1:30. He says he knows because he was looking at his watch when you asked him for it.
He's lying. Wait till my wife gets here. She'll prove he's lying.
We've sent for your wife. She's going to say you were with her?
She will. She will because I was.
Well, tell me about it.
Okay. It'll make you feel like a policeman to make me answer questions, so I'll answer. Until my wife gets here. Then we'll just be citizens together. Ask away.
How well did you know Joyce Ronson?
What's that got to... Oh. I see. I read about Joyce. You've done some checking. You're looking for a pigeon, huh? Isn't that the way it is, Lieutenant? A nice, fat pigeon.
How well did you know her?
How well is well? I went to school with Joyce. Saw her now and then in the street. Danced with her at reunion dances.
Like last night?
Like last night. Just before Frankie Moore announced he and Joyce were going to play wedding tones together. Funny thing.
What?
Joyce. She didn't seem like a girl about to hear a wedding. She was scared. I wondered what it was. Now I know. I'm scared.
Scared of you, maybe, Vince?
Blind alley, Lieutenant. You're trying to make me say I killed Joyce Ronson. I didn't.
No. Because just before Joyce was killed, you were on the other side of town filling your pockets with Mr. Ryan's belongings.
That's what happens. You get friendly with a cop, give him information, that's what happens.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bishop.
We send her in.
Now you'll see, Lieutenant.
Vince, why are you here? What's this all about?
Look, honey, tell
Wait a
us
minute,
that-
Vince. Mrs. Bishop, I sent for you because I have to ask you a few questions.
Certainly. But I don't understand
Last
what...
night, you went to a reunion dance. Your husband was with you, wasn't he?
Of course, we always go everywhere together.
You hear that, Lieutenant? We go everywhere.
I'll do the talking, Vince. After the dance, Mrs. Bishop, what time was it when your husband left you?
Left me?
That's right. Went out for a walk or maybe a glass of beer. Left the house.
Lieutenant, you think Vince did something last night. Something against the law.
I'm not saying he did, Mrs. Bishop, but he might have.
Well, he didn't. And you know why? Because he was with me the whole night. The whole night, Lieutenant.
Ben. Uh-huh.
You've been sitting there a long time, Ben. Just sitting.
Uh-huh.
Frankie Moore, he'll call, Ben. I know what you're thinking, that maybe he won't call. That maybe Frankie killed Joyce Ronson and is now putting space between us and him.
Oh, I don't know, man.
You want us to go looking for Frankie?
No, not yet. We'll wait a few minutes more.
Well, if you say so, but
Lieutenant Guthrie. Yeah? Oh, yes, Miss Fisher. Yeah, right away. Now, let's go, Matt. That was his landlady. Frankie Moore just came in.
Drunk, my Frankie. So drunk he could hardly stand up. Oh, it's enough to make me lose my motherly feelings.
Now, don't take it too hard, Mrs. Fisher. Something every mother goes through.
I tried to make him call you, but he... A shot!
Come on, Matt. The window, Matt. The shot came from there.
Too late, Ben. I didn't even see the car. It got around the corner.
Frankie, he's pretty bad, huh?
Yeah.
Frankie. Frankie.
Frankie's dead, Mrs. Fisher.
It's your listening post to the world. CBS new program, Hear It Now, featuring Edward R. Murrow, Friday evenings on most of these same stations. The top international news and all the fields of interest are covered in this fascinating hour program. Be listening every Friday for Hear It Now, your listening post to the world.
Mrs. Fisher.
Like a son, he was. Such a nice boy.
Please, Mrs. Fisher. Ma'am. Sure, Ben, sure. Mrs. Fisher, I just want to tell you, Sergeant Greb and I... Well, it hurts us that we were too late to save Frankie's life.
Yeah, I know that, Lieutenant Guthrie. I know that.
And now we'll need your help.
My help. I can't help Frankie now. It seems like just yesterday I took Frankie down to the corner drugstore for a hot fudge sundae.
Frankie was fond of hot fudge sundaes?
Oh, no. Only when his daughter was here.
His daughter?
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant. Frankie didn't talk much about her. Poor little thing, always dressed in that ugly uniform.
Oh, what kind of uniform?
Oh, I'm sure I wouldn't know, Lieutenant. I never pried into Frankie's affairs. But I tell you, that long-nosed drugstore clerk, he would know. He knows everything.
Matt, go buy yourself a hot fudge sundae. I'll meet you back at headquarters.
I stopped off to get you some coffee, Ben.
Yeah, what did you get, Matt?
Coffee?
Frankie Moore, what did you get?
Oh, 3 items on Frankie Moore.
Well, all right, Matt, let's have it.
Well, first, on my way upstairs, ballistics handed me a report. Frankie Moore was shot by the same gun which killed Joyce Ronson.
What else?
Mrs. Fisher was right about Frankie's daughter. The drugstore clerk remembered her and knew all about the uniform. Said it was the kind the kids wear at St. Joseph's Children's Home.
You went there?
Ben. The headmistress at the children's home told me all about the child, but was unable to produce her even when I insisted.
Well, get off it, Matt. What else?
Because the child had been picked up this morning by the mother, identified only as Mrs. Frankie Moore, and accompanied by an old dancing teacher from McKinley High School named Ella Barnes.
That's all, Matt?
Well, that's all, except that Miss Ella Barnes could not be located. But she's due at McKinley for her dancing class at 4 o'clock, which is in about 15 minutes. Hey, Ben. Your coffee, Ben?
Guthrie, you say? And you're a policeman. Well, what brings you to my dancing class, Mr. Guthrie? Speak up.
I'd like to ask you some questions, Miss Barnes, about Mrs. Frankie Moore.
Pardon me, Mr. Guthrie. Elsie, you may start the record. You may call me Miss Ella. Everybody does. You look familiar, Mr. Guthrie. Did I ever teach you dancing?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, you needn't blush. Dancing is a very masculine exercise. Look at Nijinsky.
Miss Ella, if you don't mind.
Mrs. Frankie Moore, you say? Excuse me, Mr. Guthrie. Limber, Elsie, limber, limber, limber. The left leg. That's right, dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Guthrie. I'm an old woman. I sometimes forget. What is it you were asking?
Mrs. Frankie Moore, you were with her this morning when you went to pick up the child.
Is it important for you to know, Mr. Guthrie?
It's important.
He sent you to get the child, didn't he? Well, you won't get her, Mr. Guthrie, even if you are from the police.
I don't want the child, Miss Ella.
What do you want, then? Speak up.
Information about Frankie Moore's wife.
Ex-wife, Mr. Guthrie. Divorced over 10 years ago. I told Alice when she married him it would be that way. Caroline! Caroline, the hips, my dear. A part of the body. There, that's better. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Guthrie. I can't give you any more information.
Miss Ella, I don't like to insist,
Then why do you? Go to Frankie Moore. Ask him what you want to know.
I wish I could. Frankie Moore's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Come with me, Mr. Guthrie. Elsie, take over for a few minutes, my dear. It won't be long. Right here, Mr. Guthrie, in my office. Sit down.
Thank you.
Frankie Moore. Murdered, you say?
Shot, Miss Ella, by the same person who killed Joyce Ronson.
Joyce? No. I'm a fool. An old fool. One thinks of pupils as children to be protected. They grow up, Mr. Guthrie. One forgets that. Adults with adult emotion. I'll tell you what you want to know. Where shall I start?
You tried this morning, when you were with Alice Moore.
She came to see me, woke me up.
Were you expecting her?
I haven't seen Alice since Frankie divorced her. I thought she disliked me because I tried to keep her from eloping with Frankie. When she rang my bell this morning, I was surprised. And flattered, I suppose.
She asked you to go with her, get the child?
Yes. She was afraid. Wanted me to keep the child, so Frankie...
Please go on, sir.
That's all. The child is at my apartment, sleeping until this evening.
This evening?
Yes. I'm to meet her at the station. She said she was going to take the child away where Frankie can't bother her.
What time is she leaving?
7:30. Don't suppose Alice will be meeting me now, will she, Mr. Guthrie? Because you'll be asking her questions.
We'll have to find her first. I don't know Alice Moore.
No, you wouldn't, would you? Maybe I can help you, Mr. Guthrie. Drawer. So many relics. So many years. Memories of an old woman.
Miss Ella.
Oh, yes. Last picture of 1934. Look at their faces, Mr. Guthrie. Pure and sweet.
Alice Moore, which one is she?
Here. Fourth from the left. You know her, Mr. Guthrie. I can see by your face that you know her.
Yes, I know her.
I'm glad I could help you. Now, please go. Before I'm sorry I helped you. Goodbye, Mr. Guthrie.
As I could.
I always got time, man. Where's your car?
Around the corner, like you said. What's up?
Is that Vince Bishop's diner over there?
Yeah, the one with the green light.
Uh-huh.
You didn't answer my question, Ben. Do you think Vince Bishop's wife killed Joyce and Frankie?
I don't know yet. I think so.
It's a long shot, Ben. You know that, don't you? Just because Alice Bishop was once Alice Moore. If we're wrong, it could mean trouble.
Yeah, we'll take that chance.
Ben, before we go in there... Why don't we just pick up Alice Bishop, take her to headquarters where we can talk to her quiet like... Why not, huh?
Because this is the way I want it. Come on, let's go.
Just a minute, Ben. Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
Vince used his wife as an alibi to clear him on that robbery charge. That means they were together.
That's why I want them together now. Come on.
It's locked.
I can hear them moving around. Knock on the door.
We're closed. There's a sign on the door that says closed. Oh. What do you want?
We want to come in, Vince.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. We're busy with
The
inventory.
lieutenant said we want to come in, Vince.
The lieutenant didn't say it quite that way. Come in.
Your wife here, Vince?
Yeah, she's here. What do you want to know?
Call her.
She's busy.
I said call her.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Alice! Alice, honey, come in here a minute, will you?
Vince, you know I'm trying to get this stuff. Oh. You didn't tell me.
Now, don't be frightened, Mrs. Bishop. We just want to talk to you for a few minutes. You and Vince.
I see.
All right, Lieutenant. What do you want to talk to us about?
Murder. Why did you kill Joyce Ronson?
Are you crazy? I told you.
You told me this morning you didn't rob Mr. Ryan. That's right, isn't it? You didn't rob him?
Of course I didn't.
Think about it, Vince. For robbery, you'd get a year, maybe 2. Murder's a different thing.
I didn't rob him.
You heard what Vince said, Matt? He didn't rob Mr. Ryan.
I heard him. Well, you better come along with us, Vince. We're charging you with the murder of Joyce Ronson.
You're crazy. I was with my wife last night, like she said. Go on, tell him again, honey.
Sure, I'll tell him. Vince was with me all last night. And if you arrest him, we're going to sue the city for every dollar it's got. You understand, Mr. Guthrie?
You ready to go, Vince?
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, I'll go ahead with him, Vince. Let him arrest you. They can't prove a thing. I'll get a lawyer, a good lawyer, Vince.
When will you get a lawyer, Mrs. Bishop? Doesn't your train leave in an hour?
What did you...
Where are you going somewhere, Mrs. Bishop?
This is ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about.
You better hurry, Mrs. Bishop. You don't want to keep Miss Ella and your daughter waiting, do you?
What? What's this all about?
Oh, it's nothing, Vince. Don't believe him.
What's it all about?
Well, I meant to tell you I'm taking a kid on a little trip.
You meant to tell me? When? When, Alice? You were going to run out on me, weren't you? Weren't you?
Vince,
Don't bother, Alice. All right, Lieutenant. I got something to tell you. I did rob Ryan at 1:30 this morning. That's where I was. Now, honey, maybe you'll tell Lieutenant Guthrie where you were this morning?
Your husband asked you a question, Mrs. Bishop.
I'll tell your husband where you were, Alice. You were killing Joyce Ronson.
I won't listen to this.
And today, Alice, today you shot Frankie. Why?
Vince, are you going to stand there?
You're still in love with him, aren't you? Everything I did was for you. Everything.
What did you ever do for me?
Feel like a common thief because the diner didn't make enough money for you. Out on the streets night after night and scared sick for you, Alice.
Did you really think that would help, Vince?
For you. And all the time you're in love with that cheap, no
You
good...
call him cheap. I hate you.
Get out of here. I don't want to look at you.
Listen to me, Vince. Listen to me say it. I love Frankie. I always loved him. Yeah, even when he didn't want me.
So you killed Joyce because she was going to marry Frankie. Is that it, Alice?
I couldn't stand it. Her with Frankie. Being with him all the time.
You killed Frankie, too, didn't you?
He didn't want me. I begged him to come away, but he didn't want me. I came back to his room and killed him. I killed him!
Matt? Get the coats. Here, Ben.
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you the lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identification, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line,
The lineup. Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Grebb, was written by Charles E. Israel with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Joe Duvall, Wilms Herbert, John McIntyre, Jeanette Nolan, Tony Barrett, and Virginia Gregg. The Lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle.
The Police Reporter. The Police Reporter brings you another true murder mystery taken from the records of the world.
Billings, Montana, the home of Jesse Ingram and his family on North 20th Street. The time, early in the evening on the night of January 28, 1930. The family consists of Mr. and Mrs. Ingram, their daughter Mildred, age 16, and their younger daughter Serena, a deaf mute.
Ma, will you ask him?
Oh, ask him yourself.
Oh, please, Ma, go on.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm sick of fighting with him.
Why, no, he won't let me go if I ask him.
You can do a lot more with him than I can.
What's all this whispering about?
It's nothing.
Something you don't want me to hear?
No, not exactly.
Well, let's hear it then.
Well, we're having a high school party and...
And you want to go, is that it?
Yes.
Who'll be there?
Oh, everybody in my class.
Just girls?
I said everybody in my class.
That means there'll be boys there, too. You can't go.
Oh, please, Daddy.
I said no, and that settles it. You know how I feel about you going around with boys?
Jesse, what's the harm?
Plenty harm. I want Mildred to study and amount to something. She can't do that if she's got boys on her mind.
The young people has got to have some fun.
She can have her fun with other girls. First thing you know, she'll get stuck on some no-good bum and marry him.
She's only 16.
You were only 17 when we got married, and Mildred ain't gonna make the mistake we did. I got things planned for her. I don't want her living in no four-room shanty with a mess of brats like us. If our parents had watched us careful, we wouldn't be in the spot we're in.
We always got along all right.
Maybe you're satisfied with getting along all right, but I ain't. If I hadn't married so young, I might have amounted to something. Look at me. A switch tender in the Northern Pacific yards who don't earn enough to support his family. You have to work in a cannon factory so we have enough to live on.
Lots of men's wives work.
That ain't no reason why I should want you slaving for a couple of bucks a week. That ain't no reason why Mildred should make the same mistake we did. And I'm going to do my best to keep her from making it.
Then she can't go to the party?
No.
I think you're the biggest killjoy I ever saw.
When you get older, you'll thank me for my interest.
Jesse Ingram, you're a mean, narrow-minded bully. You've taken the best years of my life and robbed me of my fun, and you're not going to do the same thing with Mildred. I've stood it just as long as I'm going to. She's going to that party, or I'll know the reason why.
There's a 5-minute whistle, Ma.
Oh, I hear it. And I'm going to work. But when I draw my pay tomorrow, you and I are going downtown, Mildred, and buy you a nice party dress.
You don't dare.
Don't I? Wait and see.
I'm still running this family.
No, you're not. You've run it long enough. Now I'll take a hand. From tomorrow on, things will be different around here.
Your ma's hot-tempered, Mildred. She don't know what's good for you.
Well, I guess I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what isn't.
You do want to go to that party awful bad, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, can't you see I'm just looking out for your own interest when I don't let you go?
Ma says I can go, and I will.
I'm your father, and you'll do as I tell you.
Oh, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to bed.
Well, you think over what I've told you, and if you've got any sense at all...
On January 29, the people of Billings read the following in their morning papers. Father and daughter in mystery shooting. Police were called to the home of Jesse Ingram on North 20th Street early this morning, and there found the body of Mildred Ingram, age 16, lying on her bed with her head and body torn by 5 bullet wounds. In another room, the unconscious form of her father was lying on his bed. He, too, had been shot, the bullet entering the base of his skull. Mrs. Ingram was not at home and was later discovered at her mother's house, where she was questioned by the police.
You'll have to pull yourself together, Mrs. Ingram, and tell me what you know.
Oh, what's the use of all the questions? He killed her. I know he did.
Oh, I ain't so sure of that, Mrs. Ingram. It's pretty hard for a man to shoot himself and then hide the gun.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, why do you keep questioning me? I wasn't home last night.
Where were you?
Working on the night shift at the cannon factory.
Well, why didn't you go home when you got through working?
My husband and me had a fight last night, and I didn't want to go home until I was sure he'd gone to work.
But you knew there was something wrong over at your house when I come in here, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, how'd you find that out?
From my daughter, Serena.
Didn't she tell you what it was?
No.
Why not?
She can't talk. She's a deaf mute.
Can she write?
No. But I could tell from the way she acted that something was wrong.
Well, then why didn't you go home?
I didn't think it was anything serious. My husband was on a rampage, and I didn't want to get mixed up in it again.
Well, then this child knows all about it and can't tell us. Is that right?
No, I guess so.
What makes you say that?
Well, she was the only one at the house all night.
Come on, you.
What are you doing?
I'm taking this girl over to the house with me. Hey, what's the matter with her?
Well, she's afraid.
Well, I'm sorry, but she's the only one that knows what happened, and somehow or other I'm going to find out what she knows.
You let her alone. You want to scare her into having a fit?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ingram, but I've got to find out what happened at that house.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. My husband killed my daughter and then tried to kill himself.
It couldn't be. Your husband couldn't have shot himself. There were no powder marks near his wound, and the gun hasn't been found.
Well, I didn't do it.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to find some way of proving that, Mrs. Ingram.
Well, you can go down to the factory. They'll tell you I never left my bench all night.
Then there's only one person left.
Who?
Your deaf daughter.
Oh, she wouldn't do a thing like that.
I'm not so sure, Mrs. Ingram. You never can tell about dummies.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Blaming such a terrible thing on a poor, unfortunate deaf mute.
Maybe so. But I'm going to keep a close watch on her till this thing is settled.
At the hospital next day, Jesse Ingram regained consciousness, and the sheriff hurried over there to get his statement.
How do you feel, Ingram?
Oh, my head aches, but I'm feeling a little better.
I come over to find out how you were hurt.
Oh, I don't know how it happened.
Well, did you shoot yourself?
No, I didn't.
Well, did you see who did it?
No.
Why not?
Whoever it was must have sneaked in and shot me while I was asleep.
Well, what happened to Mildred?
I don't know. The doctor said she died.
Well, did he tell you that she was shot 5 times?
Yes.
So how about that deaf daughter of yours? Do you think she did it?
No.
How do you know?
Why, she don't know how to handle a gun. I don't think she's ever seen one.
Well, there's one thing that puzzles me about this whole business. The bullets that were fired into your daughter weigh 128 grams, but the one taken from your head only weighs 30 grams.
Well, they must have been fired from different guns.
Oh, there's something screwy about this whole business. Why did the murderer fire 5 full-size 38 bullets into your daughter and only 1 quarter-size bullet into you? Come in. What is it, Chris?
We just found the gun.
Where was it?
Under the mattress of Ingram's bed.
How many shells fired?
5, Chief.
Well, that makes it all look different. As long as we couldn't find the gun, it was all a puzzle to me. But now it isn't. Are you still sticking to your story, Ingram?
I don't know nothing about it.
Well, maybe I can tell you then. You killed your daughter and then fixed a bullet by taking out most of the powder and cutting down the lead. You shot yourself with that bullet, shoved the gun under the mattress, and played unconscious till this morning.
That's a lie.
You'll get a chance to prove that at your trial.
But Ingram couldn't prove it to the satisfaction of a jury. He was found guilty of murder, but the evidence being circumstantial, he escaped the gallows and was sentenced to life imprisonment. After he'd served about 2.5 years, he sent for Sheriff Howard.
Well, Ingram, what was it you want to tell me?
I got something on my mind. It's been bothering me.
Well, spill it if it'll make you feel any better.
Well, you remember I told you about the fight I had with my wife just before she went to work that night?
Sure.
Well, I didn't tell you the truth about the finish.
Is that what you want to tell me now?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Well, after my wife left, I started to talk to Mildred. I said to her, I'm your father, and you'll do as I tell you.
I'm not going to fight with you. I'm going to bed.
Think over what I've told you, and if you've got any sense at all, don't you walk away from me when I'm talking to you.
But I want to be alone. Please don't bother me tonight, Father.
We've got to settle this right now. I don't want you going to bed thinking I abuse you.
Well, don't you?
You know I don't. You know you're all I've got. Haven't we been pals since you were a little shaver?
That's all over now.
You mean you're going to spoil all my plans?
I'm not going to let you spoil my life with your so-called plans. I'm going out and get a job and live the way I want to.
You can't do it, Mildred. You can't throw me over like that.
Well, I will. I've had all your bossing. I'm going to stand.
Oh, be a good girl, Mildred, and I'll let you go to the high school party.
It wouldn't be any fun now. I told you what I'm going to do, and that settles it.
Oh, don't you go away from home, Mildred. I couldn't stand it without you. Don't you know what you mean to me? You're the only thing I got. I won't let you go away. I won't let you.
You can't stop me.
Can't I? Well, we'll see about that.
I'm leaving right now.
Oh, Mildred, don't act like this.
Take your hands off me.
What's the matter?
I hate you. I hate you. That's what's the matter, and I never want to see you again.
Don't go through that door. I'm telling you, Mildred, don't go through that door.
Goodbye.
And I killed her, Sheriff, and dragged her up to her bed. That's the truth, and I'm glad I told you. The rest you know, and I don't care if I never get out of here.
And today, Jesse Ingram sits in the Montana Penitentiary waiting for death to release him from his memories and his conscience.
You have just heard another true murder mystery brought to you by the police reporter. We'll be back again soon with another stranger-than-fiction story. Listen for us. This is a radio release production.
Rinso presents Call the Police.
Attention, homicide section, flying squad detail, murder suspect in your zone. Close in according to instructions.
Between you and the evil outside the law, between you and the housebreaker, the kidnapper, the murderer, stands the policeman of your community. He gives up his sleep that you may sleep unafraid. He gives up his safety that you may be safe. And if need be, he gives up his life to protect yours.
The Lever Brothers Company, makers of Triple Action Rinso, bring you Call the Police, starring Joseph Julian and Joan Tompkins. This new series of realistic radio dramas is inspired by the courageous work of police departments all over America.
This is Commissioner Bill Grant. Every now and then a case comes along that makes me realize that the best way to outsmart a smart criminal is to let him outsmart himself. The case in point is number 96-42 in the Ashland police files. You might say that it really began the night Kid Coombs knocked out Felipe Gomez in the third round at the Arena Gardens. But the real trouble didn't get underway until next morning, when Linda Lee, hard, blonde, and expensive, walked into the office of Coombs' manager, a tough tin horn by the name of Maury Fenton.
My name's Linda Lee, Mr. Fenton.
What about it?
Your boy knocked out Felipe Gomez in the third at the arena last night.
So where do you come in?
I'm Gomez's girl.
Oh. Too bad Gomez went down so early, huh?
He didn't mind too much.
No? Why not?
He got $1,500 for taking that dive.
Is that so? Who gave it to him?
You did, Mr. Fenton.
If you're hungry for trouble, Miss Lee, you came to the right place.
Sit still, Mr. Fenton. I don't care if Gomez wants to take it on the chin. It's his chin. I just don't think $1,500 was enough money for the act.
Somebody wants to know what you think. I deal with Gomez.
You'll deal with me. Gomez is an easy make.
And you're a tough tomatoes, ain't it?
Not as tough as some people. Not as tough, for instance, as Vic Barstow.
Vic Barstow?
Oh, you know the name, huh? You cost Vic Barstow $20,000 last night, Mr. Fenton.
Me?
Barstow had $20,000 on Gomez to win by a knockout. Do you know anything about Barstow, Mr. Fenton?
Enough.
He might resent it if he knew you paid Gomez to take a dive.
But he ain't gonna know, Miss Lee.
Certainly not. If you lay $5,000 on the line for me and Gomez.
Somebody is whistling through their teeth.
Well, if you won't listen to reason.
Where you gone?
Give Vic Barstow a ring.
Miss Lee.
Yeah?
The weatherman says tomorrow's gonna be a nice day. I'd hate to see you and Gomez miss it.
It was an ugly deal from the word go, and it got steadily worse. Half an hour later, Vic Barstow was sitting in his penthouse suite in the Bancroft Plaza, having a few words with his wife.
What are you going to do, Vic? Eat your heart out? You lost the $20,000. Have a drink and forget it.
I don't like to lose, Liv. I don't think I would have if it hadn't been for your little friend Gomez. He told me he was set to win that fight last night.
Anybody can guess wrong, Vic. Anyhow, he phoned all day yesterday while I was out. Maybe he was calling to get you to cancel your bet.
Maybe he was calling about something else.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Liv.
Oh, Vic, please, don't be ridiculous. There's nothing between me and Gomez.
I'll get it. Hello? Barstow speaking.
How would you like to know the name of the man who paid Gomez to lay down in the fight last night, Mr. Barstow?
What? Say, who is this?
My name's Linda Lee. Would $5,000 be too much for a signed statement that it was a tin horn named Maury Fenton who paid Gomez to take a dive?
Are you trying to pull a gag on me?
Gomez has a furnished room at 122 Myrtle Street. Be there at 8 o'clock tonight with $5,000 in cash. And the gag will be on Fenton.
Shortly before 9, as I got the story later, Linda Lee went up to Gomez's room on Myrtle Street and laid out the deal. And Gomez was petrified.
You out of your mind, Linda? Fenton will knock us both off for a cross like this.
Fenton's got to find us first. In 30 minutes, we'll be out of town with 5,000 brand new bucks. Come on, Felipe, be a smart boy. Sign this paper for Barstow. He'll be here in a few seconds.
Forget it.
You won't do it?
Not for $1 million.
Why, you yellow punch.
Take it easy, you crazy bimbo. I'll tell you about my deal with Fenton for you to go around shooting your mouth.
Who cares why you told me? You told me. If you won't come along for the ride, I'll do business with Barstow on my own.
You think you will.
What's going to stop me? You hit me again, you lousy pug.
All right.
Gomez went down fast for that long count, the one that never ends. What happened in that room for the next 5 minutes was anybody's guess. And then there was a knock on the door, and in walked Barstow.
Gomez.
Take it easy, Mr. Barstow. We don't need the cops in here right away.
You shot him?
Don't be silly. Shots came from that open window there.
Is that so?
Yeah, there's a fire escape just outside.
Do you have any idea who it was killed him?
Not exactly, Mr. Barstow, but Maury Fenton said tonight he was going to. And I'm the little girl that heard him say it.
I didn't hear anything about the case until the next day. I got to headquarters late. As I walked into my office, who was sitting behind my desk with his feet up but my ever-loving sidekick, Sergeant Maggio.
Ah, good morning, Commissioner.
Don't let me disturb you, Maggio.
Oh, that's okay. I was just sitting here figuring what it must be like to be a police commissioner.
You don't have to figure, I'll tell you.
Yeah?
You remember one night out in the Pacific, we hit mortar fire, overhead bombing, and Jap guerrilla action all at once?
Sure, I remember that time.
Compared to this, that was duck soup.
Oh, what's happened now?
Oh, spent the morning with His Honor, the mayor.
He had a beef?
Did he ever not have a beef?
What's today's special?
Fight racket in this city. He's getting complaints from everything from the Ladies' Aid Society to the Boxing Commission.
Oh, then maybe you'll want to see her.
Maybe I'll want to see who?
The blonde who's in the waiting room.
What blonde?
Name's Lee. Linda Lee.
What would I want to see her for?
She's Felipe Gomez's girlfriend, Commissioner.
Gomez? He's one of the fighters the mayor's got his eye on. Tell her to come in, Maggio.
Okay. Commissioner wants to see you, Miss Lee.
I want to see him. Mr. Grant?
Sergeant Maggio tells me you're on close terms with Felipe Gomez, Miss Lee.
I was.
You're not anymore?
Well, it's hard to be on close terms with a dead man.
What's that?
Gomez was murdered.
When?
I don't know. I just found out about it a few minutes ago when I walked into his room.
But you were just out there, sitting, calmly wasting
I
time.
told that goon I wanted to see you.
Goon? Hey, now,
Take
wait
it
a
easy,
second.
Maggio.
Both of you take it easy. This job's going to be a snap.
What do you mean?
You know a fight manager named Maury Fenton?
Yes, the mayor's been telling me about him.
He's your boy.
Maury Fenton killed Gomez?
Yeah, he even told me he was going to.
Why?
He bribed Gomez to throw the fight last night. He was afraid Gomez was going to talk.
You'll say that in court?
That and some more.
Maggio,
Yeah, Commissioner?
get out of here and pick up Maury Fenton.
Okay.
He'll probably be up to his neck in alibis, but bring him in anyhow and hold him for questioning.
Trust me, Commissioner.
Now then, Miss Lee, where's the body?
In a furnished room at 122 Myrtle Street.
Is that where Gomez lives?
Yeah, second floor rear.
Good morning, Bill.
Oh, hello, Libby.
Bill, Oh, busy?
Right now, it's murder.
Literally.
I'm afraid so. I'm driving over in a squad car to take a look at the scene of the crime.
Those squad cars are built for two, you know, Bill.
Sure. You're a member of the police department. Come on along. Oh, Miss Lee.
Yeah?
Stick around town for a while. We may want to talk to you some more.
This whistle means robbery at the First National Bank. But this whistle...
That's Rinso White and Rinso Bright, and that's how I want my wash to be. Tops in whiteness and brightness. Rinso gets John's shirts so white they gleam. I'm terribly proud of them. And Rinso also helps keep my pretty washable colored things fresh and gay for ages.
Yes, ma'am. Trust Rinso's triple action formula for results. You see, Rinso's soapy-rich base makes deep driving suds that get out stubborn dirt fast. Rinso's Suds Booster means heaps of suds, even in hard water. And Rinso's Grease Chaser goes after grease and grime, helps prevent yellowing of clothes, yet is easy on hands. So for a dazzling wash, a wash that's Rinso White and Rinso Bright, ask for Rinso.
When Linda Lee walked into headquarters and announced that she found Felipe Gomez, the fighter, dead, Libby Tyler and I took a squad car over to Gomez's room. Doc Perkins, a couple of the boys from the fingerprint department, and a photographer gave the place the works. But when they'd left, I found they'd overlooked something.
What have you got there, Bill?
Something that ought to interest you, Libby. I found it jammed behind this mirror.
A woman's hat. Very smart.
Probably belongs to Linda Lee.
I don't think so, Bill.
She was Gomez's girl.
I know she was, but I saw Linda Lee, and she doesn't have this kind of taste.
No?
No. This is a subdued, conservative little hat. It doesn't fit at all with the apparent exhibitionism of her nature.
Psychology department at work, huh?
After all, it's what I get paid for, Bill. Now, a hat like this is a very exclusive model. It's very likely the only one of its kind. Parisian.
Mm-hmm.
Probably made by... Well, here we are.
What is it?
There's a tag inside. Made by the Madame shop for Mrs. Victor Barstow.
Vic Barstow. That was a name everybody knew who had ever been close to the fight racket in this town. Mrs. Barstow's hat in Gomez's room meant only one thing to me. She had found out that Felipe Gomez was young and dark and handsome. I told Libby I'd meet her back at headquarters, and I took a walk over to Barstow's suite in the Bancroft Plaza. When I showed Barstow the hat, he took it slow and easy, like a man who's learned that romance is no bargain.
My wife isn't in right now, Commissioner. She's out shopping.
For a new hat?
Could be.
You don't happen to know where she was last night, about 8 o'clock, do you?
No, why?
I'd just like to be sure she wasn't at Gomez's place, that's all.
You can be sure.
How would you know?
Because I was at Gomez's place.
What?
Didn't Linda Lee tell you?
No. She said she walked in and found the body this morning.
Oh, I see.
Come on, what's the story?
All right, Grant, I'll tell you. Miss Lee phoned me here yesterday and told me to be at Gomez's place at 8 o'clock sharp.
So?
When I walked in, Gomez was on the floor, full of bullets. And Miss Lee was standing over him.
Linda Lee, huh?
Yes.
I had an idea I was going to want to talk to her some more.
Yes, Commissioner?
Did you pick up Maury Fenton, Maggio?
Yeah, but I'm having trouble holding him.
Alibi?
Just like you said.
A good one?
The best. He was out of town last night.
Well, don't worry about it.
No?
No, I want you to get hold of Linda Lee. And work fast. Send a couple of boys over to her hotel.
Check.
Give them 10 minutes to report back.
Check.
If she's not in her room, send out a general alarm.
You want her bad, don't you?
Check.
You think she's left town, Bill?
She would if she knew what I had on my mind, Libby.
You think she killed Gomez?
Right now, she's Exhibit A.
With a motive?
What's the matter with jealousy for a motive? Linda Lee was Gomez's girl, but he was also more than friends with Mrs. Barstow.
Yes.
Isn't that enough for a woman to commit murder?
Well, a jealousy motive is all right if she has a mercurially adjusted personality.
You don't say.
But a practical girl like Linda Lee's a totally objective extrovert.
Spare me the analysis of the criminology department, Libby. All I want to do is to locate Miss Lee. Yes?
Commissioner Grant?
Yes?
Linda Lee.
It's the objective extrovert herself, Libby. Glad to hear your voice, Miss Lee.
Why?
I've got men out looking for you.
For what?
I talked to Vic Barstow, and he says you didn't find Gomez's body this morning.
Didn't I?
No, you were in Gomez's room when he was shot around 8 o'clock last night.
Commissioner, I'm going to hold an auction.
An auction?
You heard me.
What's going on the block?
The name of Felipe Gomez murderer.
Oh, I see.
You'll want to be in on it, won't you?
The police don't buy information, Miss Lee.
You want to bid or don't you?
What time?
6 o'clock.
Okay.
You'll be here?
You'll tell me where to be.
I'm at... No.
Miss Lee. Miss Lee.
What happened?
Miss Lee, where are you?
I'm...
I sat there yelling her name into the phone. And then I heard the receiver being placed back on the hook at the other end. And I sat there with a dead telephone in my hand and the murderer grinning at me at the other end of the connection.
Calling me, Commissioner?
I just had a call from the Lee woman, Maggio.
Yeah? Where is she?
I don't know, but wherever she is, she was just shot.
What do you know? Maybe it was that...
Trace that call and let me hear as soon as you know where it came from.
Well, you can't always trace a call,
Well,
Commissioner.
make this one of the times you can.
You see, Bill, the objective extrovert type rarely commits murder out of jealousy.
You mean you were right?
Well, I didn't say that, Bill. I never say I told you so. But if Linda Lee is the murderer, then who fired those shots?
That is a big question.
When you're dealing with a jealousy motive, you see, you really ought to have a suspect who's a mercurially adjusted personality.
Hmm. How do you know we haven't got one?
What?
What do we know about Mrs. Barstow? Why are we only thinking in one direction?
What do you mean?
Mrs. Barstow was going with Gomez just as much as Linda Lee was. Why couldn't she have been the one who got jealous and killed them both?
I don't know.
Neither do I. But I'm going to find out.
Where are you going?
Back to the Bancroft Plaza. I want to see how fast Mrs. Victor Barstow can talk.
Rinso White and Rinso Bright. Yes, it's results that count, and Rinso results are tops.
They certainly are. Why, just one look at a Rinso wash and you see the difference. Rinso gets white things absolutely dazzling white, and Rinso's so kind to washable colors. Look at this linen dress I'm wearing. I'd hate to say how many times I've washed it, and yet it's still a fresh, true blue.
Pretty as a picture, ma'am, and plenty good proof of Rinso's top results. Of course, the reason for those results is Rinso's triple action formula that gives you a special soapy rich base, an amazing suds booster, and a marvelous grease chaser. So ask for Rinso for a dazzling wash, a Rinso white wash with ease, a Rinso bright wash with safety.
When I got to the Barstow suite in the Bancroft Plaza, I found Vic Barstow all alone.
What's on your mind this time, Commissioner?
Linda Lee has just been shot.
So?
I want to see your wife.
Why?
Because I think she may be the one who killed Linda Lee.
Oh, forget it, Grant. You're in the wrong pew.
I don't think so.
I know so.
Is there an explanation that goes with this?
You bet there is.
Well?
What time was Linda Lee shot?
An hour and 20 minutes ago. What about it?
Only this, Grant. I talked to my wife over the phone an hour and a half ago.
Where was she?
At the Yacht Landing Club.
Alibi, huh?
I'm afraid so. Now, let's have a drink.
What's the number of the Yacht Landing Club?
I told you, Grant. You're way off the beam.
What's the number of the Yacht Landing Club?
Can't you take my word for it?
Nope.
Grant.
Okay, Barstow, I'll find it for myself. He gave me the number before I could look it up. But he was worried as I dialed it. He let his head fall into his hands as a foreign voice at the other end of the wire said,
Yacht Club. Good afternoon.
This is Police Commissioner Grant.
Ah, yes, Commissioner.
I want to speak to Mrs. Victor Barstow.
Mrs. Barstow?
Yes.
Oh, but Mrs. Barstow is not here.
What time did she leave?
Leave?
Yes.
Oh, there must be some mistake, Commissioner. Mrs. Barstow has not been here at all today.
Lying to the police can be a very expensive habit, Mr. Barstow.
All right. Arrest me.
Why did you tell me a cockeyed story like that?
It was a chance, Commissioner. Just a chance.
Of all the spots to pick, the Yacht Landing Club.
I picked it because it's 40 miles outside of town.
What does that mean?
Well, you said Linda Lee was shot an hour and 20 minutes ago. I figured that if I said I talked to my wife an hour and a half ago at the club, it would be a solid out for her. It would mean she couldn't have shot Miss Lee.
Why?
How could she get from the Yacht Landing Club to Gomez's rooming house in 10 minutes?
Oh. I see.
The truth is, I think she did kill them both. But I wanted to protect her. I love her, Grant. I can't help myself.
Now, just take it easy. But you need some fresh air. Come on, let's take a walk over to Gomez's place and have a look at Linda Lee's body. Barstow and I went up the stairs to the second floor. The door to Gomez's room was half open. I gave it a shove, and there was Linda Lee on the floor with 2 bullets in her, dead. Cops should be used to sights like that, but I guess I'm not.
Do they have to leave the body lying here like this, Grant?
That'll be tended to, Barstow.
How could Lil do this?
But you believe she did.
What choice have I got? Why, even the first time I asked her not to see Gomez, she was like a tiger.
She was really in love with him, huh?
She was infatuated with him. She went for him because he was slick and dark.
Well, the honeymoon's over now. Gomez is dead, and your wife is up for murder.
Well, you could say they both got what they deserved, huh?
You could, if you were a stickler for justice.
Hey, listen. Somebody's coming.
High heels.
Do you suppose it could be...
Come in, Mrs. Barstow.
What's happening here?
We've just been talking about you.
Victor. Victor, what are you doing here?
Take a look on the floor.
Who is it?
Linda Lee.
Your friend Gomez's girl.
Who killed her?
Didn't you?
Me!
Because she was Gomez's girlfriend? Because you were jealous?
No!
The same way you killed Gomez.
That's a lie!
All right, Miss Barstow, if that's a lie, what are you doing here?
Linda Lee phoned me this afternoon and said for me to be here at 6, Commissioner.
Yes?
Yes! She said something about holding an auction.
An auction?
I know it sounds strange, but it's true. I went by Commissioner Grant's office and told Sergeant Maggio the whole story just before I came over here.
You can tell a police sergeant anything you dream up, Lil.
You've got to believe me.
But we don't.
Speak for yourself, Barstow.
What?
I believe her. I got the same phone call from Miss Lee. She was going to try to sell the name of Gomez's murderer.
Gomez's murderer?
Interesting, huh, Barstow? Which reminds me, I've got to call headquarters.
Headquarters?
Yes, I have to tell them where they can find Linda Lee's body.
What?
I know it comes as a shock to you, Barstow, but nobody had any idea where Linda's body was until you told me a few minutes ago at your hotel.
What are you talking about?
You said you picked the Yacht Landing Club because it would be impossible to get from there to Gomez's place in 10 minutes. You see, you slipped when you mentioned Gomez's place. Because you were the only person in the world who knew Linda had been shot in this room.
Now, wait a minute.
It was a simple mistake. You were sure somebody had heard those 2 shots when you killed Linda, and you took it for granted they'd sent for the police long ago. But unfortunately, Barstow, nobody did hear those shots. And therefore, nobody called the police.
Put down that phone.
Victor.
Wait a minute now, Barstow.
Put it down. I don't like to lose, Commissioner. I killed Gomez because he was taking my wife away from me. And in my book, a man's got that right.
Has a man also the right to shoot Linda Lee? What was she taking away from you?
Linda Lee was here the night I shot Gomez from the fire escape. She saw me. She was going to help me throw the blame on Fenton for a price.
And then she made the price too high?
You guessed it. I wouldn't pay. And she was going to sell me out to the highest bidder.
So you shot her?
You can see for yourself.
Oh, Victor.
Don't give me that. What's here is on your head. You were my wife, Lil, and you were running around with Gomez.
You're not the first man who ever got the runaround, Barstow. Why didn't you bow out?
I told you. I don't like to lose. And I'm not going to let you two keep me from winning either.
It's going to take more than another murder to keep you from losing now.
Nobody else has anything on me, Commissioner, except you two. And without drawing any straws, you're first.
No. No!
Go ahead, yell. Only remember, nobody heard the shot the last time, and I don't think they'll hear these. So take a last look around, Commissioner. Because this is it.
Victor.
Commissioner.
Maggio.
Are you hurt, Commissioner?
No, I'm okay.
Well, I gave Mrs. Barstow a trail after she left headquarters, and it looks like a good thing I did.
I always thought you were beautiful, Maggio. But believe me, you never looked lovelier. Dance, Libby?
Oh, I'd love to, Bill. But there's somebody coming over to our table.
Oh, Mrs. Barstow.
Grant, I realize that I'm partly to blame for everything that's happened, but I did want to thank you for all you did.
Oh, forget it. Being a policeman is my business.
You were very clever, Commissioner. Vic didn't fool you for a minute by pretending to be shielding me with that yacht club alibi, did he?
Well, that was pretty transparent stuff, Mrs. Barstow. He was trying to look like a loving husband so he could put the blame on you.
I know. Anyway, thanks again, Commissioner.
Goodbye, Miss Barstow.
Bye.
Attractive, isn't she, Libby?
Do you think so? Looks a little worn to me.
But she dresses smartly. You said so yourself.
Probably has nothing on her mind but clothes and men.
More coffee, Libby?
Thank you.
Libby,
Yes?
what was that type that you said could get jealous enough to kill?
A person with a mercurially adjusted personality. Why?
Oh, nothing. Except this is the first time I ever poured coffee for a young lady whose personality is mercurially adjusted.
Commissioner Bill Grant will be back in just a moment with the Lever Brothers Police Plaque of Valor, this week presented to a detective sergeant whose keen observation and untiring pursuance of duty resulted in the arrest of a vicious killer. But first...
Phew, my wash looked like a mountain this week. Sheets, tablecloths, napkins, play clothes, shirts, towels, dresses. It seems there's twice as much in summer. But I should worry. I've got my good washer and rinso.
That's the perfect combination, lady. A good washer and rinso. And that's not just my opinion either. You know, the makers of 33 leading washers unanimously recommend rinso for top results. So go along with experts, lady. Choose Rinso, the soap with the triple action formula. Remember, Rinso gives a dazzling wash. A wash that's Rinso white and Rinso bright. Keep on asking for Rinso.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Commissioner Bill Grant. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to present the Lever Brothers Plaque of Valor this week to Detective Sergeant Martin H. Nee of the Police Force of Greenwich, Connecticut. Detective Nee was selected by Chief Peter J. Sicardi, lifetime member of the Executive Board of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. On July the 6th, 1940, Michael Porco was found dead in his rented room in Greenwich, Connecticut. Autopsy revealed that death had been caused by a hemorrhage of the brain, a result of a severe beating. In spite of a thorough search, the only police clue revealed was a battered woman's hat. With this single clue, Detective Nee was finally able, after long and painstaking investigation, to place under arrest Mary Taraka, who purchased the hat, and her common-law husband, Robert Ryan. Ryan was later found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to state's penitentiary. So to Detective Martin H. Nee goes $100 and this week's Lever Brothers Plaque of Valor for his unfailing effort to protect the people of your community.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. As you remember, in the last episode, Speed Gibson, his uncle, Clint Barlow, ace operator in the International Secret Police, and Barney Dunlap, Clint's working partner, were about to board the China Clipper in disguise and under assumed names bound for Hong Kong, where the dread criminal, the Octopus, has renewed his smuggling activities. Just as they approach the giant plane, however, Clint recognizes in one of the other passengers a jewel smuggler whom he and Barney sent to prison a few years previously. The man sees them at the same time, says a few words to his companion, who in turn summons a nearby police officer. The boys try to get to the plane, but are stopped by the officer and the smuggler, who claims to be a private detective and who says that Clint, Barney, and Speed have been acting suspiciously and should be held for investigation. For a few tense moments, it looks as if the boys will miss the Clipper plane, but Chief Riley has been so careful about their passports, using their assumed names and disguises, and has provided credentials so excellent that the officer at last releases our friends and reprimands the supposed private detective to be more careful of his accusations thereafter. He mumbles something about mistaken identity. Then he and the boys board the plane, and now we find our friends comfortably seated in the Clipper, 6 hours out of San Francisco.
Gee, I can hardly believe that we're really flying in the Clipper. Seems most too good to be true.
I'd hate to be flying without it. We must be plenty high to be above the fog down there, Speed.
Yeah. Isn't it swell, Barney? The moon makes the fog look all silver. Folks down on the ocean probably can't see the moon at all, or the stars. Up here, they're as big as anything.
Well, don't get so excited about it, kid.
Gee, I can hardly believe we're really on the China Clipper.
You'd better start believing it, Speed, with that jewel smuggler aboard. I'm just as sure he's a member of the Octopus gang as I'm sure we're in the air.
I think so, too, Clint. Else why'd he try to keep us ashore by framing us with that cop?
Yeah, our passports are what saved us.
And see that you remember who those passports are made out for, Speed. Now, Barney here is supposed to be Jim Fletcher, a retired Texas oilman. And you're his son, Earl. And I'm your French tutor, Pierre Dorset.
Don't forget all that when we're talking where people can overhear us, kid.
I won't, Barney. Clint, you look so different with your hair dyed black and curled, and Barney with that fake squint and mustache. You think that smuggler really knew who you both were?
Well, I don't know, Speed. Criminals are suspicious of everything and everyone. Now, he may have glimpsed something familiar about us, or his instinct may have warned him of danger. Rather than take any chances, he tried to keep us from flying on the same ship with him.
Yeah, all that business about him being a private detective and us the crooks. I wanted to turn him over to the cop.
Oh, and reveal who we really were? Oh, don't be a chump, Barney. We can't make an official move while we're traveling in disguise and under assumed names.
I know. Have to take everything and can't dish anything out in return.
Oh, don't worry, Barney. We'll get our innings when we reach Hong Kong. Meanwhile, think of all the excitement we're going to have during the trip. Gosh, it doesn't seem possible that we'll reach the Hawaiian Islands tomorrow morning.
Yeah, these ships are plenty fast. It's only 18 hours flying time between Alameda and Honolulu.
And after that, our next stop is Midway Island. Gosh.
How long is the stopover at Honolulu?
Just about 24 hours. We take off again the next morning, providing the weather is right.
And am I going to make use of them 24 hours? No sleeping for me. I'm going to go swimming at Waikiki Beach, eat fish and poi, listen to ukuleles, and maybe watch some of those hula dances I've been hearing so much about.
You can do that if you want, Barney. But I'm going to watch that jewel smuggler. And if I have any spare time, I'm going surfboard riding. Boy, I can hardly wait.
This is the life, Clint.
lunch at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, and now basking on the sands of Waikiki Beach.
Yeah, but I wish I could be in that water with Speed. Look at that kid right there surfboard in.
Oh, he's part flying fish anyhow. You know, Clint, sometimes it makes me stop and think. That kid can do almost everything with just a little practice. Things that it takes me years to learn.
It just runs in the family, Barney. We're just naturally smart.
Oh, yeah? If you're so smart, why didn't you fix this phony mustache of mine so it wouldn't float off in water? I want to go swimming.
Try growing one, then you can. Besides, I didn't think you wanted to leave the beach as long as that girl was on it.
Oh, you've noticed her too, huh?
I noticed her during lunch at the hotel. She had a little girl with her then.
Yeah, she's still with her, at least near her. See, in the water almost in a direct line with Speed.
Oh, yeah, I see her now. Well, I hope she doesn't go out too far. Looks like she can't swim.
She's watching Speed. Say, look at that big coma racing toward her. Suffering wang doodles. She's lost her foot and she's going out to sea.
Well, come on, let's go after her.
Oh, Speed! Speed sees her. Hope he can grab her. Speed! Speed!
I'm coming. I'll get you. Try to keep your head up. I'm coming. I'm coming. Here, grab my hand. That's right. Now you're all right. Don't try to swim. Don't try to do anything. Just relax and I'll get you ashore.
That big wave knocked me down.
Now don't whisper. Talking.
Speed! Keep it up!
Oh, swell. Clint and Barney are waiting out to help me.
Come before, Speed! Look out for that big finger!
All right, now don't be frightened. That wave tells us it brought us in.
Yeah. I'll take the little girl.
You would have been so tough, but for the undertow, they kept pulling against us.
Oh, careful. Careful. Here comes the young lady.
Jean, honey, are you all right? I think so, Marcia.
Sure, she's all right, miss. Just a little waterlogged, I reckon. She'll be good as new when she's dried out.
Oh, how can I ever thank you all? And particularly this young man for saving her. Why, Jean would have been swept out to sea if he hadn't been so near her and acted so quickly. Oh, Marcia, I thought I was going to drown. Oh, there, darling. You're safe now. And don't you think you'd better thank your rescuer? Yes. Thank you. What is your name?
Earl Fletcher.
May I introduce ourselves? Earl is the son of Mr. James Fletcher, and I am Monsieur Dorsey, the young gentleman's tutor.
Oh, I don't need to tell you how happy we are to meet you all. This is Jean Kingsley, and I'm Marcia Winfield, her governess.
Howdy. Will you and little Jean have supper with us tonight, Miss Winfield?
Why,
probably Miss Winfield will be dining with Mademoiselle Jean's parents, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, no. You see, Jean's father is in China, in the diplomatic service.
Oh, then it's a cinch you won't be eating with him this evening. So you will eat with us, huh?
Well, yes, Mr. Fletcher, we'd love to. And now I'd better take Jean back to the hotel to recover from the effects of her narrow escape. Thank you again. Goodbye, Speed, Clint, and Barney.
Huh?
Hey, those aren't our names.
Why, no, Jean. Wherever did you hear those names?
Well, that's what they called one another when I was being saved, Marcia.
How come you heard anything when you were half drowned?
No, I don't remember calling anybody anything. I was too busy trying to get in.
Probably the child heard us urging Earl to exercise more speed in effecting the rescue. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that such confusion should occur.
Oh, no, Mr. Dorsey. I heard you plain as anything.
Jean, you mustn't contradict. And now come along. We'll see our friends later.
Yeah,
Goodbye. Wouldn't you know a girl here thinks she shouldn't, even when she was drowning?
Out of the mouths of babes. The accident of a split second can upset weeks of careful planning.
Nothing's upset. Miss Winfield didn't pay any attention to the kid.
Maybe not. But that girl has brains as well as beauty, Bonnie. And you didn't help Manners any Romeo by asking her to dine with us tonight. Say, the more we stay to ourselves, the less chance of a split-up.
Ah, a little supper won't hurt anything.
We can tell more about that after supper.
Oh, would you care for some more ice cream, Mademoiselle Jean?
No, thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
I'd like some more.
More? You had 2 dishes already. Another one and you'd never leave this table.
Well, you wouldn't mind staying in Honolulu, would you, Earl?
Well, it's swell here, Miss Winfield, but I'm looking forward to the rest of our Clipper trip. Midway, Wake, and Guam Islands, Manila, and then Hong Kong. Gee.
Hong Kong. Yes, I'm anxious to reach China, too.
You going over soon?
Tomorrow morning, we'll be fellow passengers on the Clipper ship, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, you and little Jean are flying to China, Mademoiselle?
Yes, I took the position as governess to Jean with that understanding. You see, her father went there 6 months ago and left Jean in my charge with instructions to bring her over as soon as he gave me the word to come. Well, I received that word just the other day, and I was fortunate in being able to get passages on the Clipper.
Oh, that's swell, because...
The check, Mr. Fletcher.
Check. Oh, yeah, the dinner check. Sure. Let's see what the damages are.
What's that note under it?
A note?
Yeah, it isn't addressed to anyone. Here, I'll open it.
What did it say, Earl?
It says, to all at this table, better not attempt the impossible. Leave well enough alone and do not take the Clipper tomorrow morning. The Octopus gives but one warning.
The Octopus?
Do you know what this means, Mademoiselle?
Yes, that note is meant for me. The Octopus is a terrible criminal who has brought tragedy into my life.
Go on, Miss Winfield.
I can't. I dare not. He knew I was here. He or his spies may be listening to me right now. But he's the reason I must go to China.
Can we help you, Miss Winfield?
I don't know. But I trust you and Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Fletcher. I feel that you're perhaps the only people in the whole world I can trust. Will you, for Jean's sake, will you give us your protection until we reach Hong Kong?
But, Miss Winfield,
Oh, after we reach China and Jean is safe with her father, I won't bother you anymore. What I must do then, I must do alone. But until then, will you promise us your protection?
You have my promise.
And mine, Mademoiselle.
Me too, Miss Winfield. We'll lick this Octopus spy, whoever he is. I'm not afraid of anybody who's afraid to fight in the open.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
In the last episode, you remember, Speed, Clint, and Barney arrived at Honolulu under assumed names and disguises. That same day, Speed rescued little Jean Kingsley from drowning at Waikiki Beach, and through his heroism, the boys became acquainted with Marcia Winfield, her governess. The little girl heard the boys call one another by their true names during the excitement of her rescue, and speaks of this at dinner that evening. They deny it, of course, since utmost secrecy must surround their real reason for making the Clipper trip. The capture of the criminal, the Octopus. Clint figures that they will leave the islands in the morning, however, and thus escape the danger of being identified as members of the International Secret Police. But a note is brought to the table where they are dining with Miss Winfield and Jean. It is signed by the Octopus and warns them to turn back before it is too late. Marcia takes this as a personal warning, saying that the criminal has brought tragedy into her life and that she is taking Jean to her father in China in the morning on the Clipper ship. She begs their protection for the duration of the trip, and the boys promise it, though it may complicate matters even more. Just now, we find Jean and Speed on the veranda of the Royal Hawaiian Hotel that same evening.
The water looks like diamonds sparkling in the moonlight, doesn't it? Earl, I'm talking to you.
What?
I bet your name is really Speed and not Earl at all. That's why don't you answer me when I call you Earl?
Didn't answer because I was thinking about something else. And I wish you'd get over that silly idea about my name being Speed. It's Earl. Earl Fletcher.
All right. But I like Speed better than I do Earl.
You do, huh? But Earl's still my name.
And the water still looks like diamonds sparkling in the moonlight, doesn't it?
No, just looks like a lot of water to me. Speaking of diamonds, is that Diamond Head Rock over there?
Yes. Why, you haven't got your glasses on now. And still you can see as good as anything. Why do you wear glasses if you don't need them?
But I can't see. I do need them. I could just make out a big black mass against the skyline over there. That's why I had to ask you if it was Diamond Head.
You're always explaining things. It's very mysterious.
Nothing mysterious about it. You just have to have things explained to you.
Nothing but mysterious things. But I like mysteries. That's why I like you and Mr. Dorsey. I think he's wonderful.
Say, Claire, Monsieur Dorsey is wonderful. He's sure been a pal to me. Taught me everything I know.
Of course. He's your tutor, isn't he?
Well, sure. You see, it's...
here they are. Enjoying the beautiful tropical night?
Oh, Monsieur Dorsey. Boy, am I glad to see you.
Oh, that is not very flattering to your little companion.
Oh, she's all right. But she has so many questions.
And he has such a hard time answering them.
I can readily understand that. Jean can ask more difficult questions than anyone I know.
They weren't either difficult, Marcia. Just why Earl wears glasses when he doesn't have to, and why he doesn't answer when I call him Earl, and why...
Oh, Mr. Fletcher, what's the matter?
Here, Papa, I'll pat you on the
back. Get away. Your pats are worse than my strangling.
Are you all right now, Mr.
Fletcher? Not quite, honey. The only thing that can cure one of my coughing spells is a long walk. Come on, boys. I think we'd better take that walk right now. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, we'll see you in the morning.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Come along, Earl.
Phew. That coughing spell of yours sure got us out of a tight pinch, Barney. Sure was lucky you swallowed wrong.
Swallowed wrong? Wait a minute. I was using my brains, kid. Brains that Clint thinks I haven't got.
Oh, quit boasting. Let's head for the telegraph office. I must send a cable to the chief.
About the jewel smuggler being aboard the plane?
Yeah, this is the first time that we're completely unobserved. Now's our chance to really get down to business.
Are you going to wire Chief Riley direct, Clint?
Not exactly, Speed. His name, address, and of course the message will all be in code.
I know the business. Instead of cabling Chief Riley, International Secret Police, International Building, New York, we send it to Fifi's Hat Box, 5th Avenue.
Fifi's Hat Box?
Yes, we're using a millinery store as a front. Something to tie in with my French disguise. You see, Fifi is supposedly my sweetheart, to whom I send letters and cables telling of my undying devotion.
But really, you're talking about smugglers and adventures. Hot dog! And so Chief Riley's Fifi.
Can't you just picture the chief making a hat?
Oh, here, quiet. Even though the street is practically deserted, you don't have to shout everything, you know.
Oh, we're safe enough. By the way, you going to tell the chief about Miss Winfield and Jean over hearing us call one another by our right names?
No, after all, they may have completely believed our explanation.
Miss Winfield, maybe, but not that Jean. She's got a memory like an elephant.
Well, at least they won't be able to give us away until we reach Hong Kong, if we're going to protect them from the Octopus on the rest of the trip.
Don't kid yourself, buddy. From the way this trip has begun, anything can happen. But right now, let's get this cable off to the chief, huh?
Speaking of our secret code, Clint, have you got the key to the code written out so as I can memorize it like the chief told me?
Yes, I have, Speed. And the chief was more than right when he told you to memorize the key, so that you can decipher any of our messages to and from him without referring to the paper.
I'll say so. There'll be many a time when you won't have a chance to look up the messages from the code key.
I know. I would have memorized the key long before we left Alameda, if I'd known I was going to really be one of the secret police. I didn't even know you had a code. Clint never told me about it.
Well, after all, I am in the secret police, Speed.
The pride of the service.
Now, don't start heckling, Barney, or I'll never find out about the code key. Where have you got it hidden, Clint?
Well, it's in my belt buckle, Speed.
Belt buckle?
Yes, it has a false back, which can only be moved by pressing a tiny spring. It's such a complicated thing that it makes a very safe hiding place. While the cleverest man would never dream it was anything more than an ordinary belt buckle.
Gee, no. I've seen it hundreds of times and never guessed it held anything more than your belt.
Yeah, I'll show you how it works later on. Now, we'd better get to that code message off to the chief.
And after that?
And we go back to the hotel and get some sleep. I don't know how you all feel, but I need plenty of shut-eye.
Me too. Oh, we'll sleep if Barney doesn't keep us awake with his snoring.
Me snore? What's the idea of always blaming me for such things? I never snored in my life. Snorted. I ought to know.
What the... Gee whiz, Barney can sure snore. Wonder if that's what woke me up. Can't be, 'cause he's been doing that ever since he went to sleep. I can't sleep, so I think I'll go out and see what I can see from the balcony. If I can get out of bed without waking up Clint. Golly, this bed's creaking's almost as loud as Barney's snoring. Gee, this Hawaiian moonlight's sure pretty. What was that? Sounds like it came from below the balcony. Something's crawling up the vines, trying to get up on our balcony. Clint, wake up.
Huh? What's that? What's wrong, Speed?
Somebody's crawling up to our balcony.
Whoever it is, I'll have to fall over Barney to get in here. He would drag his bed in front of the French door so he could get enough air.
Good thing. His snoring will cover whatever noise we make.
Yeah. You slip out of bed on your side, Speed, and I'll do the same. Make as little noise as possible.
Yeah. There.
Keep in the shadows until you get to the French door, Speed. We'll wait for him on either side.
Boy, he's kind of in the way. He'll get more air if that guy comes through.
See, listen. Speed. There's his shadow falling over Barney. He'll be in full view in a minute.
I see it. He'll be inside before we can reach the French doors, Clint.
Maybe, but we still have the odds on our side. He's in light and we're in shadow. He won't be able to see us until he's clear out of the moonlight.
Look, there he is.
Yeah, keep down, Speed. And one thing more. If he has a gun, stay out of it entirely. Drop to the floor and leave him to me.
Oh, Clint.
Orders?
Yes, sir. Oh, gee. Oh, Barney doesn't pick this time to wake up.
Our visitor hopes so, too. Oh, look. He's frozen in his tracks.
Oh, what's Barney saying?
He's talking in his sleep.
Look, the man on the balcony's coming closer. He wants to hear what he's saying, too.
Wait. The man's pulled a gun. Now, listen, you stay out of this, Speed. I'm going to crawl along the floor so I'll be near Barney if this fella tries any rough stuff.
I'm coming, too.
You are not.
I've got to, Clint. Barney needs help.
All right, then come on, but stay close to the floor.
Oh, Marcia, you've got beautiful eyes. Oh, but I gotta be true to Phoebe. Phoebe, Marcia.
Hey, what? Who are you? Help! Help, police!
Keep down. Hey. He's got a gun.
Come on, get up.
I got him by the leg, Monsieur Dorsey.
Help, get off my neck! Help, police!
Hey, look out, the gun!
Clint, hey, get him! Grab him!
Speed, get out of the way! Get out, I say!
I got him! Here, I got him! Grab him, Barney!
Turn on the lights! Barney, turn on the lights!
Look out, he broke loose!
I can't find him! I can't find the lights! Grab him!
Hey, look out! The gun!
Oh.
You hear the lights?
I got him!
Gee, Clint, it's a Jew smuggler on the plane!
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security. To the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society. Murder.
In the crime-mad era of the 1920s and early 30s, state boundaries proved havens for the gangster criminals who plagued the nation. Law enforcement agencies had to rely upon complex systems of extradition to bring these lawbreakers to justice. But since 1934, since Congress gave the FBI jurisdiction to track down these fugitives, pursue them across state borders, this type of roving criminal has almost disappeared. For the criminal, there is now no refuge in flight. A proof of this, a man who called himself John Dixon is an excellent example. His flight began in a city in Florida, in a well-to-do home in that city, in fact, in the living room of that home.
You go ahead and put on the light, will you, dear?
Okay.
Double features always wear me out.
I wish you'd felt that way before we left. I've always...
Just stay where you are, folks.
Fred!
Quiet, lady.
Who are you?
I was just doing a little work here. I'm afraid you came in at the wrong time.
Fred, he's a burglar.
Lady, I told you to be quiet. I sometimes get nervous with a gun in my hand.
Martha. That's what he says.
You're very smart. Now, just come in and sit down.
Very well. Come on, dear.
All right.
Spades are down, bones cut. We shouldn't be disturbed. Now, there's just one other precaution I think I'd better take. There's some cloth and adhesive tape on that table there. I brought it along just in case.
Well?
Your wife will use it on you first.
Fred.
Please, Martha. You must obey.
You won't mind it. Come on, put it around his mouth.
Oh. I'm sorry, dear.
Oh, yeah.
Did I hear you folks say you'd been to the movies?
Yes.
What'd you see?
I don't remember.
Just put the adhesive over the cloth.
Oh. Like this?
Yes. Have you seen the new Crosby picture at Central?
No.
It's honey. I caught it last night.
Is that too tight, dear?
Leave it that way, lady. That's perfect.
Poor darling.
Now, I'm afraid I'm going to have to give you the same treatment.
Oh, please.
Sorry, lady.
Oh, no, please. No.
I always hate to do a job this way.
Oh.
But you must appreciate my position.
Oh.
Just stay still. That's it. You'd only come home 15 minutes later. I'd have been out of here. And we wouldn't have had to go through all this. There you are. Now, if you'll both sit down, I can tie you up. Right over there will do. Come along. That's good. I have a few of your possessions in that bag. I'm afraid I'm going to need transportation, too. Have you your car keys, sir? In which pocket? Fine. Now, why don't I sit down with you, have one little farewell drink, and leave?
With the crime committed, the criminal's flight begins. It's a casual flight at first. He feels secure in the knowledge that his victims are helpless, that they cannot report him for many hours. So he drives north in their car, drives on a main highway, drives to a refreshment stand on the outskirts of town.
Good evening.
Oh, hi, Mac.
Can I get something to eat?
Sure.
How about a hamburger?
Sorry, Max. Meatless day.
Oh.
Cheeseburger?
Fine.
Huh?
I said fine.
That's what I thought you said. I just ain't used to hearing it anymore. Everybody's got complaints. All they do is beat. All the time, beat.
Who owns that Buick sedan over there?
Oh, that's yours, ain't it, Max?
Yes. Why?
Can I see your registration?
Of course. It's in the car. Come on, I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Is there any trouble, officer?
Yeah. This car was reported stolen.
Well, it must be a mistake. I've been driving it all day.
I still want to see the registration.
Really? It's in the glove compartment here. Here we are.
Hey, what happened?
Cancel my order, Max.
To the crime of robbery, the fugitive has added the crime of murder. The two shots killed the policeman who sought to question him regarding the ownership of the car. The flight is not so casual now. John Dixon abandoned the stolen car and hurriedly went to a nightclub on the outskirts of the city.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, hiya, honey. When'd you come in?
Just now.
Kind of late, aren't you?
I just came out to see you.
Oh, I'm not singing anymore tonight, baby. In fact, I was just on my way home.
Well, maybe we can stop off for a bite to eat someplace, huh?
Yeah, guess that'd be okay.
Fine. You have a car, don't you?
Yeah, don't you?
Not with me. A fellow of mine dropped me off here.
Oh. Well, we can use mine.
Ready now?
Sure.
Let's go then.
Say, you know something awful.
What?
I forgot your name.
Dixon. Johnny Dixon.
Oh, sure. I should have remembered that, but so many fellas come out here and all. I just...
I understand. Go ahead.
I'm parked right over here.
Okay.
Gee, what a night.
Yes. Beautiful.
You from around here?
No, I'm from up north.
Oh, sure. You told me that last night, didn't you?
Yes, I believe I did.
So many fellas tell you so many stories and all. You know.
I understand.
Here we are. You want to drive?
I'd rather not.
Okay, hop in.
Thanks.
Reason I asked you was so many fellas like to drive and all.
I guess I'm the exception.
You can say that again. Now, where to?
I'd suggest that you drive north.
But there's some good eating places up on...
You drive north.
Huh?
Do as I say.
Now, just a minute.
Look, honey, do you see this gun?
Hey.
I killed a cop with this a little while ago. So be a good girl and drive north. Tired, Flo? I said, are you tired?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't relieve you of the driving. I just think it's better this way.
For you, maybe. What time is it?
Almost 4 a.m.
Tell me something, will you?
What?
Is this a regular business with you?
What do you mean?
Killing people? Cops?
No.
Why'd you do it?
He tried to interfere.
What with?
I was driving a car. It wasn't mine.
You steal cars, too,
Yes. I'm quite versatile.
You sound like you were proud of it.
I am.
I'll stick to singing things.
Well, there's not a great deal of difference.
What do you mean?
We both enjoy prominence, being in the public eye.
Kidding?
Not at all. You're undoubtedly pleased when you see your picture in the paper. Well, I am, too.
You got a press agent?
No. But my picture was in True Detective magazine 3 times last year.
With numbers under it.
Still satisfied.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
That's a bus up ahead there.
Yeah.
When you pass it, stop.
You mean you're getting out?
Yes. According to the gauge, your gas tank's just about empty. Hurry up, pass it.
Mister, that'll be a pleasure.
John Dixon left his car, left his unwilling companion after crossing the state line into Georgia. This was a mistake for him. A costly mistake, for he was now under the jurisdiction of the FBI, as are any and all criminals who cross state lines to avoid prosecution. Exactly 1 hour after Dixon left the nightclub singer, she was telling her story to special agents of the FBI.
Did you see this bus, Miss Harvey?
Yeah, sure.
Can you describe it?
Well, it was an interstate bus.
Was there any sign on it telling where it was bound?
I didn't see any. It was heading north, though.
And this was a little after 4 a.m.
That's right.
Now, I'll check with the bus terminal here, see what they can give us.
All right, Nick.
He sure had plenty of nerve.
How did you meet him?
Oh, he'd come into the club a couple times.
Do you recall who introduced you to him?
Nobody, really. In my line of work, you meet so many fellas and all.
Did he seem to know anyone else in the club?
No, I don't think so.
Had you ever been out with him before?
No.
The name he gave you was John Dixon.
That's right.
Probably an alias.
I wish I could describe him for you better, but like I said before, he looks just like 100 other guys.
That's the same report we received from the couple whose home he robbed. Did they give you anything?
Yes, a good deal. That bus was bound for Savannah.
Are you sure?
Yes, and it's an express. Doesn't make any stops.
Oh, that's a break.
How do you mean?
We're going up to the Savannah field office tonight. We have tickets on a plane that leaves here in exactly 15 minutes.
No kidding.
We'll teletype a report ahead, but it's just possible that we might reach Savannah in time to meet Mr. Dixon in person. Due in right now, Nick.
I know.
I wish we had more to go on. His description, I mean.
Well, if he flagged the bus down on the highway, the driver should recall him.
This could be it now.
Yes.
Let's stand over here.
Right.
Not many passengers. Can't be more than a dozen.
No.
This is Savannah. Last stop.
I see nothing but women.
2 soldiers there.
Yes, but no other man. Driver.
Yeah?
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh. Well, what can I do for you?
We're looking for a man. He boarded your bus on the highway about 30 miles north of Jacksonville.
This bus?
I believe so. It was a little after 4 a.m.
Well, I was there a little after 4 a.m., but I didn't stop this bus for nobody.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on John Dixon, murderer. We'll return to this case in just a moment. Let's open the dictionary to the letter S and look for the word society. Let's see. S-O-C. Oh, yes, here it is. Society. And the dictionary says that society means a voluntary association of individuals for common purposes. Well, that certainly describes the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. The Equitable Society is a voluntary association of 3,200,000 men and women. The idea that led this group to get together is very simple. We of the Equitable Society believe that 3,200,000 pairs of shoulders are a lot broader than one pair. Our common purpose is to combine our dollars into a common protective fund which gives each of us far greater security than he could achieve by his own unaided efforts. In our dealings with the Equitable, we members receive the friendly service and personal attention that the word society implies. Moreover, since we are the sole owners of our society, we know that equitable funds are at work for our benefit. And because the Equitable Society's investments cover America, they are at work for our fellow citizens, too. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on John Dixon, murderer.
A fugitive, a clever fugitive, can find many ways to elude the law. He can travel on railroads, buses, cars, trains. He can move swiftly from city to city, from state to state. But the FBI moves swiftly, too. And with the invaluable aid of local police agencies and law-abiding citizens, it can track the cleverest fugitive down. The man who called himself John Dixon was extremely clever. His failure to board the bus, his complete disappearance, was proof of this. Returning to Jacksonville, the special agent sent for the woman who traveled with him, the nightclub singer, and questioned her again.
Look, I didn't really see him get on the bus, but what else was I to think?
You naturally presumed he was.
Naturally.
We found out now that he didn't. We have to look for other leads.
I got no idea what happened to him outside of what I told you.
Miss Harvey, we're trying to set up something definite to identify him by. Perhaps you can contribute to that.
I already told you what he looked like.
Yes, I know. But this time, see if you can recall some things he said.
We've already given his description to the authorities. Brunswick. That's the closest good-sized town after you let him off.
Did they see him there?
We've had no word.
What did you talk about on that ride last night, Miss Harvey?
Him, mostly.
Yes?
Sure had a thing for himself.
Bragging, was he?
But all the time.
Can you remember anything specific?
Well, being a larceny guy was a career with him, he said.
Did he mention any other jobs he'd done?
No.
Well, why did he refer to the career?
That was because he thought his work and my work were alike.
I see.
He was all puffed up because his picture had been in True Detective magazine 3 times last year.
His picture was in True Detective 3 times?
That's what he said.
In 1 year?
Yes.
Well, that could tell us who this boy really is, Nick.
Yes.
See if we can get back copies of that magazine. Miss Harvey is going to help us do a little research.
The idle remark, the boasting remark made by the man called Dixon to the nightclub singer brought results. In copies of the detective magazine, one man's picture did appear in 3 issues. The girl identified him as Dixon. There was text accompanying these pictures, text that saved the FBI agents much time in determining the killer's true identity. They learned that his criminal record was a long and vicious one, that he had changed his name many times, that he was also adept at changing his complete identity. This was a valuable lead. This was something specific. This was what sent special agents to all clothing stores in Brunswick, Georgia, seeking knowledge of Dixon's whereabouts. Finally, in one store...
Let's see that picture again.
Surely. Here you are.
Yeah, that's the fellow, all right.
You're sure of that?
Yeah, positive.
And he came in here yesterday?
That's right. Around noontime.
What did he buy?
Blue suit, and brown felt hat, and, oh, yes, a top coat.
Can you describe the coat?
There's a brown tweed, just like that one hanging on the rack there.
And what did he do with the clothes he was wearing?
I took them with him, had me wrap them up for him.
I see.
He said he wanted them wrapped for mailing.
Did he say where to?
No. And I had no mind to ask him questions.
Why not?
Well, I noticed when he rolled his clothes up for packing that he put a gun in the bundle, too.
A clue. A clue that is 24 hours old. In 24 hours, a man can cross and recross our continent, but still there was now a clue. The special agents, armed with Dixon's complete description, visited all transportation centers in Brunswick. At the railroad station, they came up with a lead. The day before, a man they believed to be Dixon had inquired about trains to Atlanta. When informed that one did not leave for many hours, he inquired where he could hire a car. He was sent to a garage.
Look at this picture.
Hmm?
Is this the man?
Sure, that's him, all right. He told us his mother was dying. He had to get out of town.
Did you rent him a car?
No, he couldn't do that, but he got up to Atlanta anyway.
Ah.
Well, we got him a lift with Doc Whitney. The doc was driving up there in his ambulance.
sure, I remember him. He was a pleasant enough fella.
And you drove him right here to Atlanta?
Well, I drove him right to the airport.
Where was he bound for?
Chicago.
How do you know?
Well, I put him on board the plane.
Yes, I remember him. He occupied seat 5 on yesterday's run.
Did you talk with him?
Mm-hmm.
What about?
Well, he said his mother was dying, and he inquired about the flight to Omaha.
Did he say he was going there?
He wanted to, yes.
I sold a ticket to a man yesterday. He looked like that picture, all right.
He went to Omaha?
Yeah, on the 9 o'clock flight.
Did he say his mother was dying?
Yeah, but his name wasn't Dixon. It was, Snyder.
That's an alias he frequently used.
Well, he should be in Omaha right now.
That's the story, Mr. Bryant.
He arrived here in Omaha late last night.
Yes, he was on the 12:35 flight.
Any report on him at the airport?
He took a taxi into the center of town.
How do you know?
We contacted a soldier who was on the plane.
Yes.
The soldier reported that he'd ordered a cab. He'd sent word ahead to have it waiting.
Yes.
When he got into it, a civilian climbed in after him. In his description, it had to be Dixon.
And this soldier dropped him off downtown?
That's right.
What makes you think that his flight is ended here?
All the conversations he had along the way with ticket agents and other airline employees indicated that this was his destination.
Very well. We'll do a complete check on him here at once.
In Washington, Director Hoover instructed that no effort should be spared to locate Dixon and bring him to justice. Constant checks were made at the airport, railway, and bus stations, but no further information was developed. Special agents visited hotels, tourist camps, and boarding houses in an attempt to pick up the trail. It appeared quite likely that Dixon had stopped his desperate flight in Omaha and was somewhere in the vicinity. Relentlessly, the investigation continued. A double check was made at communication centers. Long-distance toll calls were examined. Dixon's photograph was shown to Pullman conductors, beer tavern operators. A crew of agents made regular rounds of nightclubs, but no trace of him was found. Once more, Dixon had completely disappeared.
Just a dead end, Nick.
I know.
We could only uncover something. Barrett's kind of a lead.
You're still convinced that he's here in Omaha?
Yes, everything points to this being his destination.
That's true.
I don't even think he's hiding out. You can't suspect it we're this close.
Oh, excuse me. Warren speaking. Oh, yes, Frank. Yes, I see. Now, when was this? You'll have the place covered. Good. Thanks. Goodbye. Well, there's the lead you wanted, Roy.
What?
A waitress from the coffee shop at the Rome Hotel identified a picture of Dixon.
Really?
Had breakfast in there yesterday morning.
I see.
Someone's going to cover the place from now on.
Nick.
Yes.
I just remembered.
What?
The package. The package Dixon had wrapped for mailing in Brunswick.
Yes?
If this is his last stop, he could have had it sent here.
Yes.
Let's cover the post office and express companies at once.
Stop orders were placed in the post office and express companies against every name Dixon had ever used. The express company notified the FBI that a package had arrived that morning addressed to a John Snyder, one of Dixon's many names. Special agents sent to cover the express office found that the package had been sent from Chicago, Illinois, the day Dixon had been there. This looked open and shut, the end of the trail. But a week passed, a week of endless waiting, and Dixon made no effort to pick up the package. Dixon was in the city. The FBI was reasonably sure of that. It would have to be a matter of time.
Tired, Nick?
Just tired of waiting.
Why don't you go out and get some lunch? I'll stick around here for a while.
Yeah, maybe I will.
I'm sure that...
How do you do?
Hello?
I wonder if you have a package here for me, please.
What's the name?
Snyder. John Snyder.
I'll see.
This is it.
Yeah, come on.
Dixon.
What?
That's your name, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry.
There's a package here for you, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you.
Just a minute.
Look, I told you my name wasn't Dixon.
You're wasting your time.
Who are you?
We're special agents for the FBI.
What do you want with me?
We'd like to talk to you about Florida.
I've never been there. In fact,
Hold it. Let go of me.
Oh, no. There. I just remembered. We heard there was a gun in that package. Would you pick it up, please, Nick?
Right.
Come on, Dixon.
There are few heroics in the FBI. They depend on superior brain power, manpower, and firepower. They will never rest in their crusade to make crime an unprofitable business. No clue is too obscure, no time too long, no detail too small for their attention. Their entire resources are available at all times to all local law enforcement agencies and to you, the law-abiding citizen. This combination cannot be beaten. Many have tried it. To date, few have succeeded.
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. Imagine the entire area of New York City's Manhattan Island, 31 square miles covered with 4 feet of oil. That's the total amount of petroleum products, fuel oil, lubricating oil, aviation, and motor gasoline supplied to the Army in 1944. Requirements of the U.S. Navy have been equally staggering. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to the men of the petroleum industry? By working this miracle of war production, they have proved that no job is too difficult for the men and women of America and for the system of free enterprise that flourishes in America. For many years, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have aided in the development of the petroleum industry. Equitable dollars help drill the oil wells, help rear the derricks, help build the pipelines through which the lifeblood of modern warfare flows toward the fighting front. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
Dixon, returned to Florida and turned over to local authorities, was convicted of murder in the first degree without recommendation for mercy.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson will brief you on this case, number 381397.
Good afternoon. This Gladstone bag is one of my exhibits in the Black Museum back there. Perfectly ordinary black Gladstone bag, vintage, I should say, of 1920. Now, it doesn't unlock any longer. The lock has been forced. But it can be opened. Now, you can guess for yourself what those stains are. You see, they're both on the lining of the bag and on this tennis racket cover, which has been in the bag since Easter weekend of 1924. And now, if you please, here is Inspector Rafe Sylvester, who I think will tell you how this bag came into our possession here at Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
I could supply the answer quite simply and quickly, sir.
Yeah, I know that one, old boy. The owner had no further use for it.
The owner had no further use for anything, sir, except the services of Pierpoint the hangman. Robert Emmett Dignam worked very hard at being a hail fellow well met. He was a dapper man, a persuasive talker, and thus an excellent salesman, despite the fact that he was only 5 feet 2 inches tall. Dignam's wife, Olivia, who worked as a contometer operator at a salary of £3 a week, entertained certain suspicions of her husband, due largely to his undeniable attraction for other women, particularly tall women. She herself was an inch shorter than her husband, a scant 5'1" in height. One day when Robert Emmett Dignam had returned home to Kew from a weekend trip, to Manchester, he'd said, on business, Olivia Dignam came across a cloakroom ticket from Waterloo Station in a pocket of the suit he had worn. She asked an old friend of hers, Herbert Chin, for advice. Chin, who had been a detective sergeant of the Metropolitan Police, took the ticket and went to the Waterloo Station cloakroom to see what was what. He was not a particular friend of Robert Emmett Dignam, and then he came to see me at Scotland Yard.
Oh, I turned in the ticket, and the man handed me a bag, a black Gladstone bag.
It was locked.
Locked, yes. But I was able to pull the sides apart a bit.
So you could see what was in it?
Yes.
What was?
It was empty.
Mm-hmm.
Except for some pieces of silk, what looked like a tennis racket case and a large knife.
Well, that's an odd combination, I agree, but...
Well, I'll take my oath. They were all stained with blood.
Chin gave me the ticket, which he had got back when he returned the bag to the cloakroom shelves. I took it and went to see for myself. I took one of the pieces of silk and sent it to the laboratory to be tested. Back came the report. Human blood. I put 2 detectives on a 24 hours a day watch of the cloakroom. At 9 o'clock the next morning, they brought him in and left him in my office. I asked him his name.
Robert Emmett Dignam, Inspector. Named after the great Irish patriot, you know.
This your bag, Mr. Dignam?
Well, I paid for it.
Is it yours?
Yes, sir. I left it in...
You know what's in it?
What I'd love to know is how it came to be here.
You left the ticket for it in a pocket of your green suit.
Oh. My beloved wife goes through my pockets.
She does, sir. At least she did in this instance.
She wants a thrashing, doesn't she?
I shouldn't let a constable catch you at it.
I shan't, thank you.
I asked you if you know what's in your bag, sir.
Nothing very important.
Shall we look? Will you unlock it? These things yours?
Well, that's my tennis racket case.
Your name is Dignam, you said?
Yes.
Initials on it are I.J.M.
Eh?
Not yours, are they?
I bought it from a friend several years ago.
These pieces of silk. And this knife. Cook's knife, big one.
I must have picked it up at the bungalow.
These stains, Mr. Dignam, can you explain them, too?
Oh. Well, I'm very fond of dogs.
Dogs?
Yes, I was carrying some dog meat in the bag. Oh, odd place to carry it, I know. But I had it all wrapped up in these bits of silk. And that's where the stains came from, old boy.
What sort of meat was it?
Oh, whatever kind of meat, dog... beef or horse meat, perhaps. Oh, yes, probably horse meat, I fancy.
That blood is from the meat.
Of course, I said...
It was human blood that caused those stains, Mr. Dignam. I should be glad to hear your explanation of that, sir.
Well, all I can say is that it was dog's meat.
What kind of dogs do you have, sir?
Oh, I haven't got any... I mean...
What do you find so amusing, sir?
All this is making me sound quite like a murderer, isn't it?
Mr. Dignam, I must detain you on suspicion of murder.
Look here.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. If you have anything to say now, I'll be glad to hear it.
Well, I'll have to think about that.
Mr. Dignam thought. He thought for a long time, sitting in my office, staring out of the window at the rain. 10 minutes went by. I looked at him.
I've got to get some things straight in my mind.
Take your time, Mr. Dignam, I said. He sighed, asked for a drink of water, drank it thirstily, and returned to his staring out the window. Another 15 minutes went by. Speaking to me, Mr. Dignam, I asked.
I suppose you know all about this, don't you?
I've no intention of telling you what we know, Mr. Dignam. It's for you to tell us if you want to. You've been warned.
What?
That anything you say may be used in evidence.
Yes. Well, it isn't murder. What are you writing down?
What you've just said.
Oh. Well, it isn't murder. I've been very foolish, perhaps. Write that down, too. I'll make a statement now. I've got it all straight, what to say.
When you are ready, Mr. Dignam.
I do not know who this fellow was, this man. I'd gone for a weekend's rest to the bungalow. I've been very exhausted. I worked very hard, you understand, and I felt the need for a rest. Alone, all by myself. To recuperate, to regain my strength. I didn't tell my wife or anyone where I was going. I wanted no interruptions, you understand, either business or domestic. Are you getting all that?
Yes.
I had come across this place in my travels. A capital place to be alone, I thought at once. To rest, to refresh myself, I thought at once. A genuine deserted cottage on the deserted seashore. I told no one about my plans. I took only just a few articles of clothing. And, of course, the tennis racket.
The tennis racket you refer to is the one that was in the case marked with the initials IJM.
That's the one. The one I bought from someone several years ago. I went to this place alone and settled down for the evening. About midnight, I was awakened from a sound sleep by a sound. Shall I go slower?
Thank you, I'm getting it all right.
A man, a tramp by his appearance, I have no clue whatever to his identity, burst into my room. He told me he wanted my money. I leaped out of bed, and seeing he was much larger than I, started to retreat. He seized an axe.
An axe?
It was used for chopping up firewood, and he threw it at me. He attacked me first. Got that?
Yes.
The axe rebounded from the wall, and the handle was broken. Then, despite the difference in our sizes, I grappled with him. He slipped and fell, his head striking the edge of a large coal scuttle alongside the fireplace. He did not get up. To my horror, I discovered he was dead. Have you got that?
Yes.
I'm afraid I lost my head. I carried the body into the other room. Then I think I fainted. When I recovered consciousness, I was horrified to find the body still on the couch where I had placed it. Then I made my greatest mistake. I was panicky. I thought I might be accused of murder. My first thought was to dispose of the body. Do you know what I did?
No.
I first tried to burn the body in the fireplace. The clothes caught on fire, but I grew more frightened. put on my coat, and I walked to Eastbourne, where I bought the large knife, the one in the bag. I came back, and then when I got back
I
into
will
the
spare
cottage,
you the rest of Robert Emmett Dignam's gruesome story, except for the curious commentary Herbert Chin, the friend of Mrs. Dignam's
no
maid
idea
on the
who
case.
the man was,
Dignam was
and
concluding his
that's the way
statement
it
when the
happened.
telephone rang.
I'm a fool.
Excuse me. Inspector Sylvester here.
Herbert Chin here.
Oh, how do you do?
I take it you got him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I saw his wife. I told her it was his raincoat Dignam had left at the Waterloo cloakroom, but she won't be satisfied.
Oh?
Well, she's sure it's something to do with some woman he's been chasing. Has it turned out that way? I mean, is it permissible to ask you that?
Turns out quite different, it seems, Teller.
Well, she'll be glad to hear that. She keeps insisting this Manning girl is involved in it somehow. Oh, she'll be very glad.
What was that name?
Manning. Irene Josephine Manning, that's her full name, I believe.
I looked over at the initials on the tennis racket case in the black Gladstone bag. IJM. Irene Josephine Manning. So that was the name of the former owner. Was it also the name of... Go on, Mr. Dignam, I said. I didn't mention the name of Irene Josephine Manning to Dignam at this time. Rather, I sat and squirmed with impatience while he told me more details of the place where the alleged tramp had been accidentally killed. It was at a place called the Crumbles, a long stretch of shingle on Pevensey Bay near Eastbourne in East Sussex. Shingle, as you Americans perhaps do not know, is it's a kind of pebbly, rocky beach, very unpleasant underfoot. The Crumbles is as desolate a spot as can be found on the southeast coast. Windy and dreary, deserted by nearly all human life. The cottage where the tragedy had occurred, Dignam told me, bore the quaint name of the officer's house, part of a former Coast Guard station. And Dignam had rented it from a Mr. Saul Brainerd. When Dignam had finished his statement, he was tucked into a cell at Cannon Row Police Station, and I motored to Eastbourne to interview Mr. Brainerd.
I'm Brainerd, Inspector. What have I done now?
You've rented a house, Mr. Brainerd.
Well, I suppose it was a crime to charge 3.5 guineas a week for that place. Oh, I'll go along peacefully.
You did rent it to Mr. Dignam, then?
Dignam? I told me his name was Plunkett. Old Irish family, he said. Related to Lord Dunsany. Little bit of a chap.
Recognize him again, would you?
Oh, he's unmistakable. Cocky little beggar.
Paid up, of course.
Oh, for 2 more weeks. Well, that's why I haven't been around there. Said he liked privacy, and I'm no trespasser, though I am a landlord.
I wonder when you saw him last.
Well, I saw him and his wife come in. I was cycling by.
He didn't see you?
Well, I don't think so. He was up there on the road.
His wife?
Oh, great tall girl.
Sure it wasn't another man you saw?
Great mop of blonde hair blowing in the wind. We've no long-haired men around here. Leave that for London. Besides, he did mention his wife to me when he rented the place, seems to me.
Well, when was that?
Saturday evening. Late afternoon, rather. Why, what's up?
Haven't seen him since? Or her?
Haven't been around. Said he was looking for privacy, as I said.
Yes, I expect he was.
A good place for it.
Yes. Would you come to London and see if you recognize him?
Isn't he here?
No.
I say, old chap, what's up?
Things. Would you?
Well, the fare to London...
Oh, the Home Office will pay it.
Oh, in that case, the answer's yes. Well, won't mind if I go round to my tailor's whilst I'm there, will you?
Not at all, if you'll come.
Say no more. I'm your man for a free trip to London. Oh, what else can I do for you? Spot of whiskey? A cup of tea?
Thanks. Just let me use your keys to get in the place.
She'll let you in.
I doubt she's there.
Oh, I don't know if I should let you in, old boy, after all.
I've got a search warrant.
Oh, something is out there. What are you looking for? Proceeds of a bank robbery?
Well, hardly a robbery.
Oh, you won't talk, eh? Well, look, the big one here's for the front door. This one? Oh, well, all the others are for various rooms. They're labeled, see? Sure you won't need any help, then?
No, thanks. Like to go back to London with me today? We'll catch the up train at 4:30, shall we?
Oh, righty-ho.
Righty-ho. Well, thanks, old chap. I'll see you later. I walked over to the dismal little walled house. It had a dank look. I glanced over my shoulder. Brainerd was still watching me. I walked through the gate in the wall, and I couldn't see him any longer. Up to the house. The sound of the sea. The smell of the sea. And then another smell. I remembered the time the sergeant cook at Knotty Ash Rest Camp in Southampton had let a pork roast catch on fire, and we went without dinner. I felt like... Well, never mind. I unlocked the door and opened it. I walked in. There was the fireplace choked with ashes. There was the coal scuttle. He said the tramp cracked his head on fatally. Tin. Crumpled tin. There was the axe. The axe, he said, had been thrown at him. The handle was broken. Exactly the way he said it was. Bloodstains, I thought they were on the floor. What's that? White thread. Looks like a long blonde hair. Huh. Let's keep that. What's in the other rooms? What's that? Leather heel. High heel. Of a woman's dark blue shoe. What's that? Bloodstain. And here, too. And the tramp died when he struck his head on the coal scuttle out there. Let's review it all again, I thought to myself. The broken axe handle. Check. The crumpled coal scuttle. Might be. I doubt it. The woman's high heel. Maybe. The woman, the wife that Brainerd saw. The knife, he said he bought it in Eastbourne. Who's that? Brainerd.
Did I interrupt you, Inspector? Come on, the London train's due in 20 minutes and we've just got time. I don't want to miss the free trip to the city, old man.
We caught the next train. Just caught it, as a matter of fact, because I had to stop at all the ironmonger shops in Eastbourne to inquire about a cook's knife. I deposited Brainerd at a West End hotel and went home for a night's sleep. 7 o'clock the next morning. I called Alfred Ormerod, the Home Office pathologist at home. He was annoyed.
It better be important, Sylvester. I've got lather all over my face.
Well, take my word for it, Alfred.
But take your word for what, man?
It's important.
Well, go ahead. My face itches.
Can you tell the difference between a man's body and a woman's?
Are you daft?
When they've been destroyed by fire?
I repeat my question. Have you taken leave of your senses, Sylvester?
What's the answer?
No. Now, look, my face feels
Will you come to the office at the Yard at once, please?
I'll be there at 9:30. Not a second earlier.
But look.
I suggest that you go shave yourself, Inspector. I'll see you at 9:30. Good morning.
Well, that's that. Oh. Inspector Sylvester here.
Oh, Chin. Herbert Chin here, Sylvester. I've been trying to get you, but your telephone's been busy.
What do you want?
Well, look here, about this chap Dignam.
What about him?
Oh, you remember I mentioned that girl, that R.N. Manning, to you yesterday? The girl he was chasing after?
Yes?
Well, look here, she's disappeared.
How do you know?
Well, her sister. Her sister, Jolie Manning, she's at Mrs. Dignam's home right now, screaming for Dignam's blood.
Oh?
She says her sister's been missing since Saturday afternoon, and she's certain she's gone away with Dignam.
Dignam's in Cannon Row Police Station.
Oh, but where's R.N. Manning?
Is this sister with Mrs. Dignam now?
Yes.
Can you bring her to my office at Scotland Yard at once?
Well, I'll try.
I'll be there in less than half an hour. Goodbye.
But...
Now, where are my trousers? Oh. Yes? Inspector Sylvester here.
Cannon Row Police Station here, sir. Sorry to bother you this hour, sir, but
What's the matter?
this prisoner of yours, Dignam,
What's wrong with him?
he's been raising all kinds of canes, sir. Says he wants to see you at once. Says it's extremely important.
Well, send him over to my office at the yard with a couple of men. I'll see him.
Is he dangerous, sir?
He is.
How soon do you want him, sir?
I'll be there in 20 minutes. I hope.
Thank you, sir. I'll be glad to get rid of him.
Goodbye. Now, if that thing rings just once more... But it didn't. I got to my office at New Scotland Yard, still adjusting my braces. I glanced at the clock. It was 5 minutes before 8. In the waiting room, Herbert Chin sat beside a tall blonde girl. I'll see you in a moment, I muttered, and went on into my office. There was Robert Emmett Dignam, flanked by 2 large constables. He jumped up when he saw me.
There you are at last.
Well?
Look here, I didn't murder anyone.
So you said, Mr. Dignam.
I mean, this tramp who attacked me with the axe fell and smashed his own head. That's all that happened.
And, you disposed of the body, you said?
Well, I was confused. I was frightened. I didn't know what I was doing.
I'm sorry.
Well, you can't keep me in jail for that, you know.
I'm afraid I can't do anything for you, Mr. Dignam. That's a matter for the magistrate.
I'll get a writ of habeas corpus.
Do you have anything to add to your statement of yesterday, Mr. Dignam?
I told you everything. I've nothing to add.
Well, when you have, I'll be glad to take it down in writing. Until then, I'm sorry.
Listen to me, you. Now listen, I tell
take
you...
the little man away, Constable,
I won't go to jail. You're not going to hang me. You're not going to... Let me...
Herbert Chin came in with the tall blonde girl whom he introduced.
This is Miss Julie Manning, Inspector.
Sit down, Miss Manning.
My sister's gone.
Do you have any idea where she is, Miss Manning?
Yes. That man Dignam murdered her.
What makes you think that?
I really lent him money, and I know what he did with it. She thought he was speculating with it to make some more money for both of them. And he lost it on the races.
How do you know that, Miss Manning?
I really was the one that found it out. I know all about it. He promised to desert his wife and marry her. And he told her they'd go to South America when she accused him of spending every penny she'd saved.
Well, that doesn't argue that he murdered her, Miss Manning.
Then where is she? Tell me where she is if he didn't kill her.
Now, Julie, please.
You keep quiet. I know where she went with him last Saturday. He told her to come to Eastbourne with him.
Eastbourne?
Yes. He told her he'd give her the money there at his cottage. And, well, she told me about it. I told her she was a fool, but she won't go. And he's murdered her. I tell you, he's robbed her of every penny she owned. And when she wasn't any more use to him, he took her away and murdered her. He murdered her. She told him she'd have him arrested and put in prison for the rest of his life for stealing her money, and he killed her. Oh, poor Irene.
He said he walked to the village and bought a knife after the tramp had died. The ironmonger in Eastbourne said a little man who was with a tall, blonde woman had bought the heavy knife when they got off the train in Eastbourne. They laughed together about it, he said. He bought the knife before they went to the cottage, and they laughed together about it. Alfred Ormerod, the pathologist, you remember, came in at 9:30. He left on the 10:03 for Eastbourne with his murder kit, promising to telephone me. At 10:15, the landlord Brainerd came in.
I'm sorry I'm late, but I've just been to the bank.
Bank?
That thief Plunkett.
Plunkett? Oh, Dignam.
Oh, whatever his name is. I just got his check back from the bank stamped R.D. My wife sent it to me from Eastbourne. No funds, the bank says. I had him hanged.
I walked over to Cannon Row with Brainerd. He recognized Dignam at once as Plunkett, and the dapper little man was charged again, this time with obtaining money by false pretenses. He again pleaded with me.
Even if the man died, Even if I did dispose of the body, Inspector, they can't do anything to me for murder. Even if I killed him, it's manslaughter, isn't it? Justifiable homicide. It's self-defense.
I'm sorry, Dignam. Perhaps Robert Emmett Dignam already felt the clammy touch of the hangman's hands on his neck. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Alfred Ormerod telephoned me from Eastbourne.
Hello, Sylvester. I've been working all day here at the cottage. I've never seen such a diabolical...
When it was demonstrated in court that he had bought the knife before he enticed the girl to the cottage, they laughed over it together, the ironmonger said. When they fitted the axe into the wounds on what Alfred Ormerod proved was a young, blonde-haired girl's skull. When the whole sorry tale was told about his relations with Irene Manning and his fleecing of her money, then the jury said, guilty. And dapper little Robert Emmett Dignam was hanged.
You have just heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. The research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper.
I hope you're enjoying all these great police crime shows. Our last batch of police drama starts with another episode of 21st Precinct, The Virtuoso, about a rare and valuable Guarnerius cello that is stolen from a car. It aired on October 20th, 1954. What starts out as a simple theft turns out to be a much more complex case. A really great, exciting story with quite a few surprises to it. Next is that great noir, hard-boiled detective show, Nightbeat, starring the great Frank Lovejoy as Nightbeat newspaper reporter Randy Stone. It ran from 1950 to 1952 and found Stone more often than not helping to solve the strange crime stories that he came across. This is one of my all-time favorite shows, as I'm sure it's one of yours as well, and it's really a shame that only 71 episodes are available today. In my opinion, it should have run for a lot more years than it did. In the Juvenile Gangster, which aired on June 26, 1950, a 13-year-old boy robs a store, and Randy finds out that he's the son of an escaped convict. This is a really exciting story with a unique human interest element to it, like a lot of Nightbeat stories had. Then in another Dragnet show, The Big Setup, Friday investigates a burglary that seems to be tied to a series of other jobs committed by the same gang, involving furs and jewels. Lots of detailed police procedural drama, as all Dragnet shows were known for, but lots of great drama and a really intriguing crime story as Friday and Romero finally take down the Ring. Next, another Squad Cars episode, The Ship of Drugs, and the exciting story of how the South African police take down an international drug ring, beginning with a simple possession bust of a lone drug user. As always, this show is an extremely fast-paced and action-packed show that moves along at a breakneck pace. Then, there's another police headquarters episode, William Spencer Killed, where a popular gambler is found dead in an apparent suicide. I have to admit that the acting in this one is a bit stiff, but I think that the story is good enough that it more than makes up for it. In only 10 minutes, there's a lot of adventure and drama packed into this one episode. Then we have another story from Police Reporter, The Case of Mrs. Daniel Bonzo. The 13th episode aired on the show in 1933. It's a tale of a paroled criminal who stays with his parole officer, Daniel Bonzo, after being released from prison. Now, after he's moved on, he's informed that Mrs. Bonzo has been murdered, and he's the prime suspect. Despite the acting being just a little bit subpar, in my opinion, I do like the story, and the conclusion is really surprising. And then our last police show of the compilation, Nightwatch. Nightwatch was the very first radio show that featured real police officers on the job, actually recorded in their interactions and their communications in the course of their duties, and it ran from 1954 to 1955. The creator of the show, Don Reed, rode along with police officers in Culver City, California, and he recorded almost constantly. He would provide narration in a low voice during the episodes, which ranged from simple theft all the way to attempted murder. This show is literally a snapshot of life from the golden age of radio, with these recordings taking us listeners back 70 plus years into the actual squad cars and police headquarters from those bygone days of another era. This episode, Hammer 211, aired on July 10th, 1954. So I hope you enjoy these great police shows. Thank you so much for watching and listening. I truly appreciate it. I'll see you on the next one.
"21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters." "Stole your what?" "Yeah." "Oh. Where was this?" 647? Where was it? Uh-huh.
You are in the muster room at the 21st Precinct, the nerve center. A call is coming through. You will follow the action taken pursuant to that call from this minute until the final report is written in the 124 room at the 21st Precinct.
All right, I'll tell you what you'd better do. You'd better come into the station house and give a report to the detectives. Yeah, that's right. Between Lexington and 3rd. Okay, you're welcome.
21st Precinct. It's just lines on a map of the city of New York. Most of the 173,000 people wedged into the 9/10 of a square mile between 5th Avenue and the East River wouldn't know if you asked them that they lived or worked in the 21st. Whether they know it or not, the security of their homes, their persons, and their property is the job of the men of the 21st Precinct.
The 21st, 160 patrolmen, 11 sergeants, and 4 lieutenants, of whom I'm the boss. My name is Kennelly, Frank Kennelly. I'm captain in command of the 21st. I was working my night tour, 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. During the early part of the tour, I had been called in from patrol to investigate the attempted suicide of a prisoner confined in the cells in the rear of the station house. The prisoner, a young man of 23, had been arrested by detectives during the afternoon on a charge of grand larceny. After questioning, he had been booked by the desk officer and placed in a cell to await the opening of court. At the time of his booking, his necktie, belt, and shoelaces had been taken from him, but he attempted to hang himself using his shirt sleeve as a noose. Patrolman Bailey, the station house attendant who was in charge of the cells and the prisoners, prevented the suicide with the assistance of the 124 man, Patrolman Fallon. When I returned to the station house, I talked to the prisoner, who appeared to be demented. I instructed the desk officer, Lieutenant Gorman, to notify the Communications Bureau of the occurrence and to send for an ambulance. A UF-49 addressed to the New York State Commissioner of Correction covering the details of the incident was prepared by Patrolman Fallon and was on my desk for my signature when I returned from my meal at 10 minutes after 8. I signed the communications along with other reports and walked out into the muster room where Lieutenant Gorman was desk officer and Sergeant Waters was on telephone switchboard duty.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters.
Captain. Hello, Sergeant.
What kind of prisoner?
What's doing, Red?
Pretty quiet tour, Captain.
Good. How's the boy that tried to string himself up back there? Did you hear?
Yes, sir. Bellevue notified me he's ready for court. But they think he's a definite psycho.
Well, there's not much doubt about that.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant.
Coley's got a boy over there who's standing near a firebox and about to pull the hook.
Yeah?
He thinks it might be the kid who's been turning in these false alarms. I'm going to send a car around for him.
Okay, send number 5.
And I want to go out on patrol, Red.
Yes, sir. Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
And have number 2 come by the house and take the captain on patrol.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, is this where we report something stolen?
Oh, yes, ma'am, right here. Oh, what is it that was stolen?
A violoncello.
Your what?
His cello, a musical instrument.
Oh.
It's my Joseph.
Darling, please.
Where would I get another Joseph? Where?
Let me tell them, darling. I'm sure they can find it.
Never. Where would they find it? Where?
Well, maybe we can if you just tell us what it's all about.
Where was it stolen from?
From under my eyes. From under my very eyes.
Please, Igor.
Where can I get another Joseph?
Igor.
All right.
We were going to our place in the country in Rockland County.
Nyack. You know where is Nyack?
Yes?
Well, we had the car parked in front of our apartment house.
In front. Right in front.
Where is your apartment house?
647 Park Avenue.
Under my very eyes. My Joseph.
Igor.
My life!
Please, darling. They'll try to get it back, won't you?
We'll try, sure.
Captain, number 2 is on the way for you.
Okay.
You had the car parked in front of your apartment.
Yes, that's right. We were going to the country for the weekend. My husband had just gone upstairs with the doorman to get a suitcase, and I was down at the car.
To leave the car with my Joseph inside.
All right, darling. I'm sorry.
Sorry? What could be sorry?
Well, you see, I remembered something else I wanted my husband to bring down. So I just stepped inside the foyer for a minute to use the house phone. I was only inside a minute.
10 seconds was too much. 1 second.
The cello was already in the car?
I brought it downstairs myself when the garage came with the machine. Myself. Nobody is allowed to even lift up my Joseph except me. Now, where is it? Some thief, some bum. That's where it is.
Did you see the thief?
No, I didn't see him. I couldn't from where I was phoning.
Did you notice it was missing right away?
I noticed it was missing when I came downstairs.
Well, I had no reason to look in the car.
You had no reason to look someplace else with my Joseph in there.
I never dreamed it could happen in 1 minute.
It takes less time than that to happen. What is your name, please?
We are Mr. and Mrs. Rudgvik.
Rudgvik. Your first name?
Igor, I am. She is Irene.
647 Park Avenue.
Yes.
Aren't you the virtuoso who'll be soloist with the Philharmonic next Monday night at Carnegie Hall?
In the main auditorium.
Not without my Joseph.
Darling, you can use the Amati.
My Joseph or nothing. Or nothing.
What is Joseph? A nickname for the cello or something?
A nickname? It's a Joseph.
Joseph is an instrument made by Giuseppe Guarnerius.
I thought that was just what he called it.
Giuseppe, Joseph, Guarnerius. It was made in Cremona in 1759.
Like a Stradivarius, you mean?
What, like a Stradivarius? There is no comparison, none. A Stradivarius is a tone sweet, sugary. A Joseph is robust, full, no comparison.
A cello isn't that great big one, is it?
That's a double bass.
A double bass is not for a virtuoso. A double bass plays the boom, boom, boom in the full orchestra.
Oh.
A cello is this high, 48 inches.
You can identify the instrument if it's recovered, can't you?
Of course. How many Josephs are there? And how many in this country?
But your particular one.
I can identify it.
Was it in a case?
Naturally. I don't take it in the machine naked.
It's in a case, a dark brown case. His initials are on it, IR.
How valuable is this instrument?
Very valuable.
How much is it worth?
Priceless, extremely priceless.
How much did you pay for it?
I paid nothing for it.
He inherited it from his father. His father was a virtuoso before him.
All over Europe.
Well, how much would it be worth in today's market?
It is impossible to say. There is no today's market because there has been no Joseph sold for years. For many years, they're unique.
Do you have it insured?
Is it insured?
Yes, it's insured.
For how much?
$20,000.
For one cello? Oh, the money is nothing. I don't want the money. I can get money. But where can I get another Joseph? I want my Joseph.
Do you think you can find it?
Never. It's gone.
Well, we'll try. You better send them up to the detectives, Lieutenant.
The detectives?
Yes, they'll make an investigation and try to locate it.
Captain, the car's here.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
That's all right. We'll see what we can do.
Captain, what is it?
Kennelly.
Kennelly?
Yes. The lieutenant will send you upstairs, and the detectives will handle the case. I'm going to roll, Red.
Yes, sir. You go through that door and up the stairs.
I'll see you, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Through that door there.
That's right.
Hello, Captain.
The car up. There's a political rally at 80th Street, New York Avenue. Let's take a look over there.
Yes, sir. Well, who do you think it's going to be this year, Captain?
In what?
Republicans or Democrats?
Oh.
Who do you think?
I wouldn't know.
The press keeps harping on the fact that registration is way down from the last off-year election. It's supposed to be some sort of indication.
Oh? Which way?
Well, that's something the experts couldn't make up their minds about. Some say one way, some say the other.
Well, I guess it depends which side the expert is pulling for.
Yes, sir, I guess it does. Yeah, but it's a hard one to figure, though. You take things like what happened in Maine, and the president with his personal appeal, and scandal here and there, and kennel dogs. You roll them up, and what do you got?
What?
Beats me.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Vaccaro. It'll all be solved for you the morning after election.
Yes, sir, I guess it will. Oh, you want to go up first to York, Captain?
Either way.
Yes, sir.
Pull in, Vaccaro.
Yes, sir. What's the matter?
Oh, I want to take a look at that man sleeping on the steps back there.
He looks like a bum, Captain. A rummy. Yes, sir, he is a bum. Boy, these guys will crawl in any place. What's that he's got with him there? Oh, come on, this guy isn't any working musician.
No, I don't think so.
All right, come on, mister. You'll have to do your sleeping at home. Come on. Boy, this guy is blotto, Captain. All right, come on, Dad. Let's put the show on the road, huh?
Watch out for that thing, Vaccaro.
Yes, sir. What's in there? A cello or something?
Yeah, a cello.
All right, listen, Pops. You'll have to go someplace with room service now. Come on, huh? Little action here. Let's go.
We'll go.
Look, Pop, you'll have to do better than that. What's he doing with the cello, Captain? Where'd he get it?
I've got a good idea with those initials.
All right, come on, Dad. Hey, come around the corner, huh? You're on the house there. I knew that'd get a rise out of him.
What's the matter? Somebody hurt here?
All right, you'd better move on, folks. It's just a man drunk.
Spectacle of him.
Come on, Dad. Sit up.
Sit up.
Come on.
He's going to need more convincing than that, Captain.
Let's get that cello out of the way. I don't want it damaged.
No,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
sir.
Watch it. Be careful.
Yes, sir, I will. Now, look, Dad, huh? Fun's fun. Let's sit up, huh?
Yeah, it's fun.
Hold him up there. I've got this side.
All right, come on, Dad. Party's over. Oh, this bum is really polluted.
Where'd you get it, Dad?
Where'd I get what?
All right. Sit up there now.
The cello. Where'd you get the cello?
What cello?
That cello right there.
In Milano. In Milano, a long time ago.
Oh, Dad, come off it, will you? You've never been to Milano.
No, I've been again.
You've been a lot of places, huh, Pop?
Most any place you could name.
Rikers Island included?
Rikers Island included. And Bellevue.
You lifted that cello out of a car on Park Avenue, didn't you?
No,
Hold him up.
Come on, Dad. Sit up.
Hold him.
All right, come on, Dad.
No.
Well, this old bird sure knows when to lose consciousness, don't he?
Come on, Dad. On your feet.
All right, come on now.
On the feet.
Come on.
On the feet.
Hold him.
Watch it now, please. Watch it.
All right.
Where are we going? Would you mind telling me where we're going?
To the station house, Dad.
Oh? Well, don't forget the cello.
We won't.
You are listening to 21st Precinct, a factual account of the way police work in the world's largest city.
If you were to sit down and list some of the rights and freedoms that you have, you'd probably list the big things like freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and others. Well, those are mighty important. But what about the little things? Things you don't think about much because you pretty well accept them as a matter of course, like choosing the business or profession you want to go into. You know, in some countries, you work at the job assigned to you with no free choice at all. Or like getting as much education as you can in schools that are open to all. In some countries, education is only for the privileged few. Or take a little thing like buying a house or renting an apartment for your family. There are places in this world where you live right where you're told. Have you ever thought about why you're allowed these free choices? Why you accept it as your right? It's because such free choices are guaranteed to you and your children and to generations in the future. To be exact, it's in Article 9 of our Bill of Rights. The men who wrote our Constitution and our Bill of Rights put this in just in case they forgot to mention something important in the others. It says, "The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people." You get that? It's not left to Congress or the President or any special group. These rights belong to all of us, to the people. It's one of our freedoms.
Now back to 21st Precinct and Captain Kennelly.
After considerable trouble, Vaccaro and I got both the cello and the drunken suspect into the car and drove to the station house. As soon as we arrived, the suspect passed out cold and was stretched out on a bench in the detective squad office. Lieutenant Matt King, the commander of the 21st Squad, told me that Mr. and Mrs. Rudkovic had left a few minutes earlier after giving their report of the theft to Detective Goldman. They said they were going to a restaurant to have dinner, and they had promised Lieutenant King they would check by telephone before driving to the country. We took the instrument out of the case and carefully examined it. There was no visible damage. I returned to the muster room and instructed the desk officer to send for another car to take me on patrol. I visited the political rally I had started for earlier. The crowd was small, and there appeared to be no police problem. I made 2 or 3 other stops on precinct business before I returned to the station house at 10:35 p.m.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. All right.
Hello, Red.
Captain?
Oh, did that Mr. Rudkovic come by the house?
No, sir, not yet.
Sergeant, get me Lieutenant King on here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Squad, Lieutenant King.
This is Captain Kennelly, Matt. Did you hear from Mr. Rudkovic?
No, sir, not yet. But that stew bum has come around. I'm just beginning to talk to him.
All right, I'll be right upstairs.
Yes, sir.
I'm going upstairs to the detectives.
Yes, sir.
Did you get a look at that cello, Captain?
I did, yeah.
Does it look like $20,000?
Not to me.
To me either. I'd rather have the cash.
I'll be upstairs.
Yes, sir. 21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. Now, wait a minute, not so fast. Where is this you're talking about?
Hello, Meister. Farrell.
Hello, Skipper.
Farrell.
Yes, sir.
What tour are you working?
12 to 8, Captain. We came in early to talk to some of the fellas on PVA business.
Oh, okay.
21st Squad, Detective Goldman. Hello, Captain.
Goldman?
How long has he been following you, lady? Did he ever speak to you?
Captain Kennelly.
Come in, Captain.
You know his name?
Hello, Matt.
Captain.
Vaccaro.
Captain?
Captain, this is Jason Newfield, noted for drinking port wine and stealing cellos.
I didn't realize what I was doing. I just walked by there. I didn't even know I was taking it from the car.
If you stole a cello every time you killed a bottle of wine, we'd really be up to our ears in cellos, wouldn't we?
I never stole anything before. Never.
You told me you've been out to Rikers Island 4 or 5 times, didn't you?
Yes, but never for stealing. I don't steal.
What for, then?
For being drunk. And for mooching.
Mooching, huh?
Mooching. And being drunk.
Where'd you get that fancy handle, Jason Newfield?
It's my name.
Oh, well, I guess it's got to be. Couldn't think that up. Where do you live, Jason?
Oh, here and there. Around.
Where?
I flopped down on the Bowery.
What were you doing uptown on Park Avenue?
I was just walking. I got a right to walk on Park Avenue.
What were you doing uptown?
I went to work over on Lex this afternoon.
Work? What kind of work?
I wanted to make a couple of bucks. I got on setting up pins in an alley over there. Wasn't any good, though. The boss said I was too slow on the uptake. He gave me my money and told me to get out.
What time was that?
I don't know. It was just about getting dark. Just about then.
What'd you do?
I put the money in my pocket and I went downstairs.
And into the first package store you saw?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, I got a bottle of wine. There wasn't anything wrong in that, was there? I earned it, didn't I? I was entitled to buy a bottle of wine.
What was it, a pint?
A quart.
You went over to Park Avenue?
Well, I went walking. You know, I swigged a little bit and I walked some. That's the way I like to drink. Swig and walk a little bit.
And you walked right up to this car and stole a $20,000 cello.
$20,000? Is it what it's worth?
That's what the man said.
$20,000? I didn't know that. I didn't mean to steal it. I never stole anything before, never.
Well, you started big.
Well, I had no intention of taking anything like that. I didn't.
Maybe you weren't looking for a cello. But you had your eye on something, Jay.
No, I was leaning against the building there. I was taking the last swig out of the bottle, and I saw this lady and this man come out of the house. He was carrying this cello, and they walked to the car, and he put it in. Then he went back into the house with the doorman, and she waited there. I just stood there and watched her for a minute.
Jay, now you can be interested in either wine or the ladies, not both.
I was interested in the cello.
I thought you had no intention of stealing it.
Well, I didn't. I was just interested in it.
You weren't interested in the cello, just how much you could get for it in hock.
Well, the cello is my instrument.
Oh, is it?
Well, didn't I tell you?
No. Must have forgotten to mention it.
Oh, yes. I was with the Hamburg Symphony.
Yeah?
I was the only American ever to study under the great...
The great who?
Pentek. Pentek in Budapest.
The only American?
The only American student he ever took. I was a young man. I was in Hamburg with the symphony. I was just a nobody in the cello section. Nobody. He came to be the soloist for a concert.
The great Pentek.
Huh? Oh, yes, Pentek. We rehearsed that day, and we rehearsed. I remember, and suddenly he told the conductor to stop the whole orchestra. He wanted to hear me play alone. And the conductor and the whole orchestra looked at me, and I played it alone. When I finished, he said, "You're very good." He said, Pentek, meaning himself, was getting old, and would I come to Budapest and study with him?
So you went to Budapest?
Oh, naturally. It was a great honor. I went and I worked and I studied with Pentek. And finally he said, "You're ready." So then there were concerts arranged and recitals.
You became the toast of Europe.
Well, not quite, but I played in Rome and Munich and Paris, London, Copenhagen and Oslo and Warsaw, all over.
Did you ever play in New York?
Well, no, never.
Why not?
It was her, Manya.
Oh, Manya. She was a dancer.
No, she was a singer. I met her in Prague, and I fell deeply in love. Deeply in love. But she didn't return my love, and so I started to drink more and more and more.
In Prague?
Yes, in Prague. Mm-hmm. And finally I was no good at all. And I haven't been any good for 20 years. Would you believe me to look at me? I'm only 51 years old, that's all. I know I must look 70.
Tell me something. How did you get back to this country if you were in such bad shape in Prague?
Well, some very kind friends took pity on me and bought my passage home to New York. They put me on the boat, yeah.
The boat from Prague to New York?
No, first the train to Hamburg, then the boat.
You never saw Manya again?
Never, and I never will.
Jason, I've been in this job 14 years. I've seen a lot of everything, especially thieves and liars. You're the lousiest thief and the best liar I've seen to date.
No, that's the truth.
The only boat trip you ever took was to Rikers Island. 21st Squad, Lieutenant King. Oh, yeah? All right, Goldman. Tell him I'll be right out. Mr. Rudkovic is outside, Captain. You want to come?
Yeah. Oh, just a second, Matt. Jason, did you ever hear of Mr. Igor Rudkovic?
Who?
Igor Rudkovic.
No.
A great virtuoso. You stole his cello.
Oh, him? Yeah, I've heard of him, but... Well, I haven't been keeping track of things lately.
I guess you haven't.
I've been kind of out of touch with the musical world.
You sure have.
They have told me you have my Joyce.
Igor.
Yes, we do.
Where is it? Is it all right?
We think so, Mr. Rudkovic.
Oh, I'm so grateful. I don't know what to say. I couldn't put it in words. You're sure it wasn't hurt?
Not that we can tell.
You see, I told you, Igor.
Where is it?
In my office, in there.
Good.
Mr. Rudkovic, the thief is in there, too.
Oh, he is?
Igor, please don't get upset. You have a concert Monday, remember?
I don't care for the thief. My Joseph.
Is he dangerous, Captain?
No, I don't think so.
There he is, Mr. Rudkovic.
Yes, my case.
We looked at it. We didn't see any damage.
Listen, I want to tell you I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Irene, don't speak to him.
I won't bite anybody.
Yes, it looks all right. It looks fine, just fine.
I wouldn't hurt it. That's the last thing I'd do.
Mr. Rudkovic, this is Jason Newfield. He says he was once a cello virtuoso. That's why he was so attracted to the instrument.
Oh? A virtuoso, too?
Well,
as one virtuoso to another,
Igor.
you stink.
I didn't mean any harm.
Okay, now
A
look.
virtuoso. All right, Mr. Virtuoso. Play.
Well, I haven't practiced.
A virtuoso is a virtuoso. Practice or no practice. Play.
I caused you enough trouble.
Play. Maybe I could learn some technique, Mr. Virtuoso. Here, take it. Play.
Igor, you shouldn't.
I insist. He didn't steal it to sell. He stole it to play. So play. Sit down. Take the fiddle. Take the bow. Here. So play. Play. Make beautiful music.
No, please.
Oh, you are shy, huh? Play.
Well, if you want.
So, that is it. The bow in the right hand. The fiddle between the legs. Now, play.
Oh, what should I play?
Anything.
Igor.
All right.
Some virtuoso, huh?
I'm sorry. I didn't remember all the notes. It's been a very long time.
That was very good, Jason.
Yes.
Excellent. Very excellent.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You stole my Joseph just to have it.
It's a Joseph?
Of course.
A Joseph. I have never played on a Joseph.
Come, we'll go home to my place. We'll forget this nonsense. You can play some more on the Joseph.
Now, wait a minute, just a second. We have a little unfinished business here.
What unfinished business? Come.
Igor, please, look at him.
Irene, an artist is not to be judged by his clothes.
Look, folks.
Wouldn't you like to come to my home to play my Joseph? Also, I have an amati. You can shave and eat. I have some clothes for you.
This man is under arrest for grand larceny.
What grand larceny? Forget it. Forget the past. Come to my home. Would you like that?
You know what I'd like? I'd like a drink.
21st Precinct, Sergeant Waters. All right, get on over to 2nd Avenue. The third alarm on that fire just hit. Sergeant Tierney's on a job there. He'll put you to work on traffic. Yeah, that's right. We're rerouting everything off of 2nd Avenue. Okay? Well, get going.
And so it goes. Around the clock, through the week, every day, every year. A police precinct in the city of New York is a flesh and blood merry-go-round. Anyone can catch the brass ring, or the brass ring can catch anyone.
21st Precinct, a factual account of the way the police work in the world's largest city, is presented with the official cooperation of the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, an organization of more than 20,000 members of the Police Department, City of New York. Everett Sloan in the role of Captain Kennelly, Ken Lynch as Lieutenant King, Harold Stone as Sergeant Waters. Featured in tonight's cast were Ethel Everett, Santos Ortega, George Petrie, Frank Marth, and Bill Smith. Written and directed by Stanley Niss. Produced for CBS Radio by John Ives. Art Hanna speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. And sometimes when you pick up the threads of a yarn and start putting them together, you find you've woven yourself a shroud.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Did you know? Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. They really can. The world isn't half so tough to face when you've got a good breakfast under your belt. And it doesn't matter what part of the world you're facing either. Farmers can farm better, actors can act better, salesmen can sell better on a better breakfast. And that's what you start with when you start with Wheaties. Because here are flakes of whole wheat. Whole wheat. With the vitamins, the minerals, the wonderful, life-giving energy of whole wheat. The very things you need to get work done that you're meant to get done in the morning. Of course, there's no fun getting up in the morning to just a batch of vitamins and minerals. Wouldn't that be dull? But it's fun, you bet it is, to lay spoon to crisp, flaky little flakes called Wheaties. Pour on the cold milk, put on the fruit you like best, and eat happy. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Come on now. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
A great poet once wrote about Chicago. He said it was a city built by men with muscles and a willingness to use them. Well, Chicago is still full of willing people. Some willing to work and others willing to let them. You take Gus Reed, who broke jail last week while doing life for murder. Not that he ever became bent with honest toil. He just got crooked trying to avoid it. But now he was out, escaped with a famous hood named Neil Ramsey. When I dropped into the precinct station to see if there were any late developments, the boys told me there might be some later on. So I stepped out for a cup of coffee and a sandwich at Harpoon Louie's, a few blocks down the avenue.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stone. Been several nights since I've seen you. Working hard?
Well, I've been on the jump. What's good tonight?
Got a fresh baked ham that's quite tasty.
That's a deal.
On white or rye?
Rye, I guess.
Mustard and pickle, I presume?
Yeah, and a cup of coffee. Well, look what just walked in.
Huh?
Looks like the man from Mars. What happened, kiddo? Your flying saucer breakdown?
Oh, well, goodness, you're a big boy to be wearing a Halloween mask.
Shut up.
What's the big idea?
What's it look like? This is a sticker.
The kid was sandy-haired, skinny, and as nervous as a two-headed boy at a scalping party. A mask covered his entire face, a fantastic false face with a couple of rubber antennae quivering over the eyebrows. Very amusing, until you looked down and saw the .38 in his fist.
All right. You, behind the counter. Open the cash register. Let's have it, quick.
Well, all right.
Easy with that gun, kid.
Shut up, Neil. Empty your pockets.
Anything you say. Easy on the trigger. Here you are.
All right. You behind the counter. Just lay that money on the showcase.
It isn't worth it, you know, son.
I'll just take that.
As the kid stepped forward, his eyes on the money, I lunged swinging. He whirled as my fist smashed against his wrist. The gun hit the floor, and I snatched at his mask, ripping off the corner as the elastic snapped. He jerked away, tripping me as I grabbed him. I fell. The last thing I remember as my head hit the radiator was his white face as he jerked open the door and darted out.
Help! Please!
When I came to, I was lying on the floor with the delicatessen owner and a couple of cops standing over me. I stared up at them, my brain knee-deep in fog.
Oh, that man's gone, huh?
Oh.
How's your head feel, Stone?
Oh, it's sagging like a wet circus tent.
Here, let me help you out, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. I can manage.
Hey, here's a description of the kid Louis gave us. See how it checks with you, will you?
Okay. Yeah, that's right. About 13, 5'3", light hair. Mm-hmm.
I suppose you'll be able to trace him by that gun you left, won't you?
Oh, it's probably stolen.
Why do you suppose a boy, a child, would do a thing like that? You suppose he was hungry?
Those little rats are just born mean, I know.
But all this juvenile delinquency we've been having lately, can't something be done?
The only answer is treat them rough. You gotta be twice as hard as they think they are. Well, tombstones are hard too, officer, but they generally have a good word or two for the people beneath them.
Okay, Mr. Stone. After what happened to you tonight, I'll leave it to you to find a good word for him.
Well, heaven help us if we don't.
Come on, Joe. Be at Detective Headquarters first thing in the morning, will you, Louis? Yes. Well, I suppose I'd better make a report to my insurance company.
Oh, what's this?
What is it, Mr. Stone? You find something?
Yeah, a piece of the kid's mask. Tore it off when I grabbed him. Police must have overlooked it lying there on the floor.
Well, it doesn't matter, I suppose.
No, maybe not, but it's the part that has the price label stuck on the inside.
Oh?
Yeah, with the name of the store printed on it. Eddie and Mabel's, refreshments, toys, novelties. Louis, where's your telephone directory? The address turned out to be down in the low-rent district. I hopped a taxi, and in a matter of minutes, I was standing in front of Eddie and Mabel's, staring at the toys littering the dusty showcase. Among them lay a few tired-looking masks, each one identical with the one the kid had worn. I went in.
Yeah? Something I can do for you?
I was just noticing those masks in your window. Have you sold any recently?
Masks? Who sells masks this time of year? Why?
Well, I just wondered.
The drummer comes in and sells my husband masks. Can you imagine? In April, my husband buys masks for Halloween.
Well...
A head he's got on him.
2
months we have these masks in stock, and how many do you think we sell? One single mask. A businessman, he calls himself. Huh.
Just when did you sell that one mask?
Well, it so happens just this morning. To a 13-year-old boy who needs it like I need a hole in the head.
Who is he?
His poor mother slaves all day long in a laundry, and he spends money on junk like that. Does it pay to have children? I ask you.
What's his name?
Reed, Jimmy Reed. I feel sorry for his mother. Such a bum that kid is. But with that kind of a father, what can you expect?
Oh, wait just a minute. Did you say Reed? Who is his father?
Gus Reed, the gangster who breaks out of prison. It's in all the papers.
Oh, yeah. I see. How is it that you know the boy and his mother so well?
Why shouldn't I? They live in the apartment house on the corner. Why?
Oh, thank you. Good night. I could have sworn that I'd heard dim voices as I'd approached the door of the Reed apartment, but now there was nothing but silence. The silence of an enemy holding his breath.
Who is it?
Did Jimmy Reed live here?
What's he done now?
Are you Mrs. Reed?
Yeah. Are you from the police?
Oh, no, but I'd like to see him for his own good.
Well, he's not here now. If he'll come back tomorrow,
Look, lady, if I go now, I'll be back with a cop.
Let him in. If it's so important. Come in, pal. No sense bothering the cops. I said come in. And keep those mitts lifted high.
It was the infamous Neil Ramsey, the lad who busted out with Gus Reed. He stepped from behind the door, lean and dark, his mouth grinning, but his eyes as cold as rigor mortis. Eyes I'd seen staring from many an FBI poster and Rogues Gallery album. And behind him, the heavier, red-eyed Gus.
Well, what are you waiting for? Come on in.
Okay, Gus, I'll go along with the crowd. Those guns you've got look like a big crowd to me.
Hey, Pop, that's the guy who jumped me at the delicatessen.
Hi, Jimmy. The boy made a slight mistake, Gus. He didn't keep his eye on the sucker.
You and your lousy $2. I would have done all right if you hadn't stuck your big fat nose in.
Yeah, not much of a teacher, are you, Gus? But then I suppose I can blame you. You never had nerve enough to stick up anybody yourself. You shot him in the back and then robbed him.
I ain't got nerve, huh?
Show him, Pop.
Gus, don't. Please don't needle him, mister. He's been drinking.
Yeah, I know. Whenever he gets into trouble, he tries to pull himself out with a corkscrew. You can't do it, Gus.
He said Papa's yellow.
So I'm yellow, huh?
Oh, sure. You're a colorful character, Gus. A red nose, white liver, and a yellow streak.
Yellow. Huh?
Don't try it, Gus. Shoot, and you'll get the chair this time.
Keep your hands up, yellow, huh?
Gus, no!
Oh, show you.
His gun butt cracked against my skull, and I staggered backwards, tripped over a constellation of stars, and fell into darkness.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it? You killed him! Killed him!
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
We have a special treat for you tonight, and here's Ed Prentice to tell you about it.
Thanks, Frank. Folks, I'd like you to meet an old friend of mine. Here's Luke Appling, the dashing young man of the Chicago White Sox.
Cut it out, Ed. I've been playing ball for the Sox for over 20 years.
Why, that's way back before Wheaties baseball broadcast.
That's almost way back before Wheaties. Say, Ed, speaking of Wheaties, I brought along some peaches from down home in Georgia. Reckon we can locate some bowls around here? Maybe the cast would like a little snack after the show.
Well, what could be better than that? A Wheaties champion dishing up the breakfast of champions for a bunch of champion actors. Stick around, Luke. I got a whole case of Wheaties waiting for you.
That's swell, Ed, but could I have just one bowl now? Wheaties are awfully tough to wait for.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
When I found myself the prisoner of a couple of fugitive killers, I should have played it dumb instead of getting out with a smart talk. Might have saved me a crack on the head to match the one I got in the delicatessen store. When I came to, I was lying on a sofa, limp as a poached egg on toast. I turned my head and I saw Mrs. Reed with Lieutenant Saunders of Homicide.
Looks like he's coming out of it. How do you feel, Stone?
One more dent in my skull. I'll rent it for a golf ball. So Gus and Neil got past you, huh?
Well, they won't get past the roadblocks we set up.
How'd they get out of the house? Over the roof?
Yeah, same way they got in, apparently.
Old stuff. You should have figured that, Lieutenant.
Oh, sure. Just like you figured on finding him there when you stuck your nose in.
Yeah. Jimmy go with him?
Jimmy's a child. Baby, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's a good boy, Mr. Stone. It's all his father's fault. He's twisted Jimmy. He thinks his father's a hero.
Okay, Mrs. Reed, that wraps it up. We're through here for the time being.
After Lieutenant Saunders and his men left, I tried to get the answers to some questions I'd missed. For instance, why had Gus and Neil come here? What had they wanted?
Food, liquor, money. They took everything I had.
Have any idea where they might be heading?
I only wish I knew.
Well, Gus broke out a week ago. If this is the first time he's been here, there's a chance he's been laying low in a hideout, probably just outside of Chicago.
I don't know.
Mrs. Reed, do you think Jimmy's known about the hideout? Has his father been in touch with him this past week?
I don't know. He's been acting so strange.
Mm-hmm. You think Gus could have contacted him before he broke out? Or that Jimmy might have known in advance?
Well, how could he?
Did he see his father in prison lately?
No, not lately.
Uh-huh. Gus, write him very often?
No, not nearly as much as Jimmy wrote him.
He kept his father's letters?
Oh, of course. Kept them like they were treasure.
Can you get them? I'd like to look them over.
I'll see if I can find them.
I studied the half dozen or so letters that Mrs. Reed brought me and found nothing. They were uniformly dull, stupid, and apparently without significance. That is, all except the last one.
Jimmy got it a couple of weeks ago. Read it.
Be a good boy and don't get mixed up with the old lakeside gang of a bunch at the tavern. Abandon the road to evil. It doesn't sound like Gus, does it?
Trying to get in good with the prison censor, that's why. Putting on that hypocrite.
Uh-huh. I get homesick off and on. Your accident on the Compton Highway was tough. Yours truly, your old man.
Compton Highway? I don't know what Jimmy told him, but he certainly didn't have any accident.
What about the Lakeside gang?
Oh, I never heard of it.
This bunch at the tavern he mentioned.
Well, I tell you, it doesn't make sense. Jimmy would have told me if there'd been any trouble. I know he would have.
Abandon the road to evil. No, you're absolutely right, Mrs. Reed. Doesn't make sense. I held it up to the ceiling light, and there it was. Pinpoints of light gleaming through 8 words in the letter.
What is it?
Does this make any sense to you? Old Lakeside Tavern, abandoned road off Compton Highway.
Lakeside Tavern. Of course. Gus used to work there.
When?
Years ago. It was a beer parlor.
On an abandoned road?
Well, it wasn't then. They built a shortcut later that bypassed it. The place was condemned.
Well, I'd better be going.
I'm going with you.
On a hold?
You can't stop me. Jimmy's there.
We don't know that.
Well, if that's where they are, he's there, and I'm going.
Now, look, the best thing that we can do is go to the police and tell them what
No, Mr. Stone, please. They'll be shooting. Jimmy will be killed.
As long as he stays with...
Even if he isn't, if he's arrested there, it'll make things worse for him than they are now. Please, Mr. Stone, let's do it my way.
But what? What can you do?
Well, get him away from there first before the police come.
Well, I'll probably regret this, but come on. We took a taxi to the garage where I picked up my car, and we headed out past Lincoln Park, turning southeast for the highway. You sure we turned off at the right place?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. This is part of the old road. There it is, the tavern between those trees.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh.
What is it?
Thought I saw a light in one of those windows.
Oh, I didn't see anything.
Now, look, we passed a filling station about a mile back down the road. Be much better if we went back and buzzed the state highway.
Oh, no.
Now, what are you doing? Hey, wait!
Jimmy! Jimmy!
Look, you want to get us killed?
There's nobody here.
All right, let's get back to the car and get out of here.
Wait.
What are you doing?
I'd like to take a look inside.
Why?
Well, they may have been here and gone. Please wait. We might come on a clue.
Everything comes to him who waits, including a hearse.
It's unlocked.
Now, let's get a match going. Okay, let's go in and watch out for snakes.
Don't you ever knock?
Well, I was afraid we'd find a snake in here. Hiya, Neil.
Stay right where you are, wise guy.
What are you doing there in the dark, waiting for something to develop?
You know, that door with the moonlight behind you makes a very nice frame. I couldn't miss.
Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you?
Cut it out, sister. Okay, Gus, open up the lantern. We got him. Yeah.
Gus.
Yeah. Close the door, mister.
So you found the place, huh?
Gus.
Well, I hope you're satisfied.
Gus, where's Jimmy? What's happened to him?
What's happened to him, she says. Here I am sitting with a bullet in my chest, and all she hollers is, what's happened to that dumb little punk?
Gus.
She sees me.
Gus, where is he?
I'll dry up. He'll be back. I just sent him down the road for a can of gas.
Where's your car?
You think we'd leave it out in front?
What happened to Gus? Who shot him?
What difference does it make? This is one story you ain't covering, pal. There ain't no kibitzes tonight. You dealt yourself in, and your cards don't look good, pal. Not with me holding 6 bullets in my hand.
Well, like they say, Neil, the game is always darkest before you're drawn.
Yeah, you don't get no more cards, friend. You're through.
The roadblock. Of course. Gus got it when you crashed the roadblock.
Give the sucker a cigar.
You know, I get a bang knocking you two off right now. But just in case we do have trouble, maybe we could use a hostage or two.
Hostage? Neil, that's a $2 word.
Yeah. I got a 39-cent rope to go with it. Turn around, both of you. Well, I guess that'll hold you for a while. Keep him covered, Gus. As soon as the kid gets back, he can come upstairs and stand watch at the window while I come down and take over. Give you a chance to sleep.
Yeah.
And if they try anything, let them have it.
I can handle it. Go on.
Gus, I don't care what you do to me, but your son, your own flesh and blood.
Shut up.
Gus, please.
Captain,
Listen, Gus.
All this time I've been saving, hoping to have enough to send him to college someday, and then you come back.
College? All right, so he'll go to college. I got some deals coming. Look, you help me get out of this spot, and we'll have enough dough. The Gold Coast Servants College, huh? So I'll send him to college.
But you can send him to college, Gus, now.
What? What are you talking
You're worth $5,000. Dead or alive.
Reward for me?
$5,000. Look, let Ann turn you in. Let her, Gus. She'll get the reward. Just cut us loose.
What kind of a sucker do you think I am, you lying?
All right, then. All I gotta say is you better see a doctor before morning if you expect to live.
Shut up! I'll dance on your grave, you creep.
What's the use of kidding yourself? You're dying. You're just sitting there dying. Your only chance is a doctor now before it's too late. I don't have to tell you, Gus. That bullet's in your lungs. And when you start to go, it'll be fast. Nothing will save you.
Go ahead and die, why don't you now?
No. Now, look.
Someone's coming.
Huh? Jimmy!
Ma, how'd you get here?
Oh, Jimmy.
Ma, did you have to tie her up?
Hey, punk!
Neil, hey, why'd you have to tie her up?
See, you come up the road with that can of gas. Where is it?
Outside.
Well, get it in the car. You hear? Make it snappy.
Yeah.
And when you're through, come on up here.
Okay. Ma.
It's all right, Jimmy.
Jimmy, Neil will kill you, Mother. You've got to cut us loose.
Oh, no. No, he won't. Everything will be all right, Ma.
I gotta get to a doctor.
You haven't got much time, Gus.
I gotta get out of here.
Jeepers, Pop, we can't. Maybe if I can get Neil to let me go for a doctor.
A doctor won't do him any good here. He's got to get to a hospital.
Yeah.
But, Pop...
But I'm dying. I can't lay here and just die.
But, Pop, Neil said all the
Neil
roads...
be hanged. He can burn for all I care.
It's your only chance, Gus. Not only for yourself, but for your wife and Jimmy. The reward will help.
Reward? What difference does that make to me? Look, I gotta get to a hospital. Look, I'll cut you loose. You gotta help me. Huh? Roll over.
Right. Close enough?
Yeah. Make a sound like a sound, you little rat, and I'll blast.
Gus, he won't. He won't.
There. Now your hands are loose.
Give me that gun and the knife. Okay, Mrs. Reed.
Oh.
And now your ankles.
Oh.
There you are.
Okay. You stand right where you are.
Neil.
Yeah, your partner.
Neil Ramsey stood at the head of the stairs at the other end of the big room. I could barely make him out in the dim gloom, but you didn't have to spotlight his .45 to know that it was looking down at us.
Drop the rod, journalist.
He came down, crossed the floor, his face twisted in the kind of grin you see pictured on labels over the word poison.
So you want to go to a hospital, eh, Gus?
Neil, I can't breathe.
And I can blame for all you care, eh?
No, I didn't mean it that way, Neil.
You want to go to a hospital, give up. They can't give you a worse sentence than what you got now, is that it?
I wouldn't say anything, Neil. I
But me, I burn when they catch me. Eh? But you don't care. That's okay by you, eh?
I'm no good to you, Neil. Please. Please, Neil, don't do it. I wouldn't double-cross you. I swear I wouldn't.
You swear. I'm just looking at you, Gus. I'm wondering why an operator like me, who's supposed to have a few brains, ever tied up with a cheap, yellow...
Oh, Pop, do not yell.
What's the matter, punk? Does it tooth hurt? Well, he'll tell you so himself. Go on. Tell him, Gus. Tell him you're a cheap, yellow lout. Tell him, or I'll...
I'm a cheap yellow lout. Oh, please, Neil, please let me alone. I can't breathe. Please.
You can't breathe. Eh? Well, nobody that can't breathe belongs in any hospital.
Neil.
No.
The place for him is the
No.
morgue.
You butcher. You shot my Pop. You shot him. I'll kill you.
The kid flew at him, and as he wheeled to shoot, I put everything I had into a right that struck behind his ear with a shock that jarred me to my toes. Neil lay at our feet, sprawled out as cold as a witch's kiss. Jimmy stared down at him, the frenzy draining from his face. And something else went out of him, too. He turned slowly and he stared at Gus's dead face for half a minute.
Why did he do it? Why did Pop do it?
To what, Jimmy? What to?
They're yellow. Yellow. He turned yellow.
Look, Jimmy, I know he was your pop and it's tough, but without his gun he was nothing. Nate would have turned yellow, too, if Gus had hit the drop on him. Without their guns, without having that advantage, they're all yellow, Jimmy, all of them. Begging for their lives and licking your boots and asking for mercy that they themselves would never give. People like that aren't heroes, kiddo. It takes a lot more than a gun to make a hero. A lot more.
Jimmy.
And you know what, Jimmy? You can be different. I think you have what it takes.
Jimmy, dear.
He'll be all right. Given half a break. I'm sure of it. "4 a.m. The morning's still dark with leftover night. A few hours from now, Mrs. Reed will find out that there is no reward for Gus, that I lied trying to trick him into letting us go. But she'll feel better about it, maybe, when she finds out there is one for Neil, and $5,000 worth. So maybe Jimmy will have his chance for an education after all. That is, after we straighten out a slight case of armed robbery and aiding to escape convicts. This is going to take quite some straightening, but when it comes to kids, even at 4 in the morning, I'm an optimist. Well, so that's it. It isn't often life ties up a story with a rose-colored ribbon. Usually it just leaves the loose ends dangling. So, well, let's tie it up. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
And here's the star of Night Beat, Frank Lovejoy. Got your Wheaties on you, Frank?
Oh, no, I hardly ever carry them with me, Frank, but I always know where I can get them, you know. We have a place on the cupboard shelf at home reserved for the Wheaties box.
Well, I suppose with a couple of youngsters digging in, the Wheaties don't last long at the Lovejoy house.
No, that's for sure. We really go through them.
So do we. I guess there are a lot of families like ours, Frank, where Wheaties have a reserved place on the cupboard shelf.
Well, I can't think of a nicer whole wheat flake to reserve a place for, Frank. Good night.
Good night, Frank Lovejoy. Get your Wheaties, everybody.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi and John Robinson, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Gus was played by Bill Conrad. Bea Benaderet was Anne. Others in tonight's cast were Jack Crucian, Sheldon Leonard, Jeff Silver, and Parley Bear.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. A gang of clever thieves are at work in your city. In 3 months, they've looted fashionable homes of $100,000 in furs and jewels. There's no clue to their identity. Your job? Get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, January 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. It was 11:15 a.m. when we got back to the city hall. Captain Wisdom's office.
Hi, Skipper.
Hi. How'd you make out?
Not too good. Same old story.
Anybody in the house when the thieves broke in?
Yeah, the children's nurse was there. She said the burglary took place about midnight. She was asleep in bed at the time.
Uh-huh.
The nurse said she woke up when she heard the thieves forcing their way in through a side door. She jumped out of bed, ran for the telephone in the hallway, and they grabbed her before she could reach it.
Do her any harm?
Well, a little, yeah. They tied her up, locked her in a closet.
Same MO as the other job, Skipper. 3 men, each of them wore gloves and a mask. They took all the furs and jewelry they could find, nothing else.
Nurse give you the same general description on the 3 of them?
Yeah, it's not going to help much. Said 2 of the men were tall, medium build, and one was short, heavy build. She was so rattled she couldn't even remember the clothes they had on.
12 jobs with the same gang in 3 months. We don't even have a good description of them. How slow can we move?
Doing everything we can, Skipper.
Excuse me. Burglary, Wisdom? Uh-huh. Not until 2 o'clock? No, that's all right. 2 o'clock sharp. Right. Bye. Just had an appointment canceled out. How about a cup of coffee downstairs?
Yeah.
I didn't even have a chance for breakfast this morning.
Fine with me.
You grab my hat, will you?
Yeah, I'll get it. Here you go.
Thanks.
Guess you talked to the owners of the house, huh? The place was broken into last night?
Yeah, we did. Mr. and Ms. Peterson. They got home a couple hours after the burglary, took a quick inventory.
What did they find missing?
Furs and jewels, same as the other jobs, almost $12,000 worth. It's the biggest haul yet.
I don't have to spell it out for you. We need a break on this thing. We need it bad.
More pressure from the front office, huh?
Coming from all sides. The victims, their insurance companies, newspapers. They got a right to cry. Those thieves have been grabbing furs and jewels for 3 months.
We're doing everything about it we can do, Skipper. Planning stakeout, working on informants, running down every lead we can get our hands on. Covered every angle I can think of.
They don't worry about the angles we cover. They want results. They want their property back.
Go ahead, Skipper.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, how about the stuff they took on the job last night? You get it on the stolen property list?
Yeah, it's all listed. That's one thing that really gets me. What are the thieves doing with all that stuff, the furs and the jewelry? We've had every pawn shop in the city on the alert since they started working. Checked on every possible outlet we know of, any place they could use to dump the stuff. They haven't turned up a trace of it.
No results from those APBs you got out?
Well, yeah, a few, but none of them have panned out.
How about trying the cafeteria here? They got pretty good coffee.
Well,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Why don't you 2 grab a table? I'll get the coffee.
Right, Ben. Oh, hold the cream on mine, will you?
Right, Skipper.
How's this? Is this all right?
Yeah, it's fine. 3 chairs?
Yeah.
Okay. How about it Friday? You or Ben got any ideas at all?
Well, there's one thing we wanted to talk over with you. We were kicking the idea around on the way back into the office.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like a smoke?
Oh, thanks. Mm-hmm.
There you go. Last night we were comparing the different stories we got from the burglary victims.
Yeah, light. Thank you.
You get a light, all right?
Yeah, it's all right, thanks. Go ahead.
Well, that's one thing that all their stories seem to have in common. Now, that's counting all 12 victims.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, let's see. I got a piece of paper here. I got it all figured out. Yeah. We know all the victims are fairly wealthy people. They go out quite a bit, parties, nightclubs, things like that.
Yeah. None of them were at home at the time the burglaries were pulled.
That's right, yeah.
Here you go. There's your Skipper. No cream,
thanks.
Joe.
Thank you very much. I was just telling you, Captain, about that idea we were talking about on the way back in.
Yeah, well.
All right, so none of the victims were home at the time of the burglary. Where does it go from there?
Well, for one thing, we all pretty much agree that there must be a finger man working with the gang, don't we? Somebody who knows the victims aren't home. Somebody who also knows the victims aren't wearing the furs or jewels on that particular night, is that right?
That's right. We've been going on that assumption. The question is, who's the finger man?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at here. Ben and I compared the victims' stories. We found out that in every case, each of the victims had been out in some public place from 3 to 5 days before the night of the burglary. Now, at that time, every one of them wore furs and expensive jewelry.
Yeah.
Why don't you read off some of those examples we got there, Joe?
Okay. Well, here's the first one. Mr. and Mrs. Charles King. Now, on December 10th, they went to a nightclub out in Hollywood. Mrs. King wore a fur coat and quite a bit of jewelry. On December 14th, they went out to a theater. They didn't dress up at all. They left the furs and jewels at home. That's the night that their house was burglarized.
And this same pattern shows up in every one of the victims' stories?
No, it's not quite that close, but the same elements seem to be there.
Here's another one, Skipper. Let's see. Mr. and Mrs. Lyons, November 20th, they went to a big party at a restaurant out on Sunset. Woman wore jewelry, expensive fur wrap. A week later, they went to a party at a friend's house. Mrs. Lyons left her furs and jewelry at home, and the same night, the thieves broke in.
Yeah, that's a pretty good angle. How do you tie up all the loose ends?
Well, I see a paper again, Ben. We've got it halfway figured right here. Just before each of the victims was taken, they appeared in a public place, wearing the furs and jewelry. We've got a list of all the places, nightclubs, restaurants. There's about 6 of them here.
So the finger man for the gang must be watching these 6 places.
He spots the people with the expensive furs and jewelry and tips off the gang. They watch the house. Next time the people go out and the thieves see the woman isn't wearing her furs and things, and they move in.
It's not a sure thing. We're just guessing, you understand? What do you think?
Well, it sounds like a fair guess. Let's move on it.
We'll have to cover each of those nightclubs and the restaurants. It's going to take more men, more time. Could be nothing but a blind alley.
We got the men, we got the time. Let's try it.
10 p.m., Wednesday, January 10th. Our idea for stopping the burglary gang by reaching their spotter or finger man was put into operation. The half-dozen nightclubs and restaurants where we thought the spotter might be checking off richly dressed couples as future burglary victims were placed under strict surveillance. Managers and employees of each of the places were questioned. It went slow. The first week got us 4 leads to check out. They led nowhere. Any and all suspicious-looking persons loitering in or near the clubs and restaurants that we had staked out were questioned and checked out thoroughly. Another week passed, no results. In the meantime, on January 23rd, the burglary gang hit again, this time at a dentist's home in the Hollywood Hills. The maid, a Miss Ilsa Bergstrom, was the only one present at the time of the burglary. Ben and I drove out to interview her.
It was soon before midnight. The Mr. and Mrs. was gone out. I was sitting with the television.
The 3 men broke in the side door. Is that right, Miss Bergstrom?
Yeah, the side door, I think so. I was sitting with the television watching. I hear this sound. I turn around, and the 3 men, they're right there in the room with me. I thought I could scream, but I couldn't.
Well, do you remember what the men looked like, Miss Bergstrom? How they were dressed?
I don't know. I was so much being frightened. One of them had a jacket on, I think. A dark jacket. The others, I don't know.
Anything else about them that you noticed?
Yeah, they had masks all over their faces. I couldn't see. I jumped up. I tried to scream, but I was so much frightened.
What'd they do then, Miss?
Yeah, they put a cloth all around my mouth so I couldn't make noise. Then they tied my hands and my feet, and they put me in the closet out there. Just about the hallway. I was kicking and hitting at them.
Mm-hmm. Had you ever seen any of the men before, Miss Bergstrom?
No, never before.
Do you think you'd know any of the men if you saw them again?
I shouldn't be sure. One of them, maybe I might know him.
Well, how do you mean? Did you get a look at his face?
Yeah, only it was very quick. Then they was putting me in the closet. I was hitting and kicking at them. Mm-hmm. One of the men, I knocked his hat off. It fell on the floor. I pulled at the thing on his face, the mask. Almost it came off.
Well, from what you could see, what did the man look like?
Blonde hair, I can remember. It's not so much on top here. It's only on the side here.
Mm-hmm.
And there was right there by the forehead, hair. A scar going over that way.
Yeah. Was he a big man, do you know? As big as the other two?
No, he was a smaller man. He was bigger this way, fatter. Yeah. He was so mad when I knocked his hat off, I thought maybe he'd kill me. They only put me in the closet, and then they closed the door. I could hear them upstairs going through the Mr. and Mrs. room.
And you're pretty sure of the description you've given us, Miss Bergstrom?
Oh, yeah, the scar, the blonde hair. Not so much on top. I remember that. It was... Well, I was so much frightened, I thought he'd kill me.
Mm-hmm. Now, after they locked you in the closet, they didn't come back? That's the last you saw of them?
Yeah, they didn't come back to me. I could hear them moving around upstairs, and then I could hear them leave after a while. It was like all night before the Mr. and Mrs. came home and found me. I was so much frightened. This thing wouldn't happen in Sweden. That's where I come from, Sweden.
Yes, ma'am. You sure there's nothing else about these men that you've noticed, or something we ought to know about?
No, everything I saw, just what happened, I told you the way it was. This never would have happened in Sweden, not like this, these robbers like this.
Burglars, ma'am.
Yeah, these burglars. I thought I'd be dead. Never would happen in Sweden like this.
You mean you don't have burglars in Sweden?
Oh, yeah, we have burglars.
Well, then just how do you mean that?
We have burglars, but they don't break in the house when somebody's there. They're a little bit gentlemen.
Is that so?
Yeah, they wait till everybody's gone from the house, then they break it. Even burglars should be gentlemen a little bit.
Before we left the house, we checked with the owners, took their crime report and a list of their stolen property, some $6,000 in jewelry and fur coats. The maid's description of one of the 3 men in the gang wasn't complete, but it was the best that we'd had on him in 3 months. Frank Cunningham in the Eye Bureau had the description of the scar on the suspect's forehead checked through the oddity file. Meantime, Ben and I paired up the additional facts about the suspect. The scar, the color and condition of his hair, along with his general description, his approximate weight and height. We had the stats office make a run for us on all ex-cons with burglary records who fitted the overall description. They came up with a list of 10 names, and we started checking them out. One of the first listed was a Russell Snow. We checked his last known address, but he'd moved. His mail was being forwarded in care of his brother, George Snow, who managed the Neptune Plunge, a public indoor swimming pool in the East Hollywood neighborhood. We drove out to interview the brother.
Pretty good size for an indoor pool, huh?
Yeah, it is. It's a nice layout they got.
Must be the office straight ahead there. Hey, Joe. Joe, look.
What's that?
That girl over there. Look at that bathing suit she's got on.
Yeah, they keep getting smaller, don't they?
Makes you embarrassed just to look at them. Yeah, maybe I'm just getting old.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
We're looking for George Snow.
Yeah, I'm him.
Police officers, Mr. Snow. Like to talk to you a few minutes if we could.
Oh, yeah. Hey, let me grab a towel over here. Get dried off, Phil.
Sure.
Come on over. Pull up one of these deck chairs here.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Well, what is it, officers? What can I do for you?
You have a brother, isn't that right, sir? A Russell Snow?
Yeah, that's right. Russ is my brother. Anything wrong?
Well, we'd like to locate him if we could. Do you know where we can find him?
No, don't think I can. Last I heard from Russ was about 6 months ago. Said he was going to take a job in Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Not in trouble again, is he?
Not that we know of. We'd like to locate him, that's all.
I don't think I can help you much. Russ isn't much of a letter writer. Only time I hear from him is when he's in town.
We've checked at the last place your brother was staying. They told us he left word to forward all his mail here to you. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Russ asked me to take care of it. No letters have come through so far, though.
Mm-hmm. Were you to hang on to his mail or send it on to him in Minneapolis?
No, I was going to hang on to him. Russ said he'd pick up his mail next time he was through. As I say, that was 6 months ago. I haven't seen or heard from him since.
Then you wouldn't know if he was actually in Minneapolis or not.
Well, no, I wouldn't. Guess you know my brother Russell had a police record.
Yes, sir, we do.
He had that trouble a couple of years ago, that burglary rap. I think Russ learned his lesson.
Are you your brother's only living relative? I mean, is there anyone else in town who might have heard from him?
I don't know, officer. Excuse me just a minute.
All right, kids, no running around the side of the pool, you hear? You slip and break your neck. No more running.
Sorry, I gotta watch him like a hawk.
Yes, sir.
Well, like I was saying, I can't think of anybody who might have heard from Russ. I'm his only relation, but he does have a few friends around town. I mean, legitimate fellas, you know.
Yeah,
They come around once in a while, drop in and say hello.
Have any of them heard from your brother?
They might have, but I didn't ask him. There's old Matt Garson. He's a good friend of my brother's. He was in the other day, but he didn't say anything about hearing from Russ. Might be that he has. Maybe he didn't think to mention it.
Where does this Matt Garson stay, do you know?
I really couldn't tell you, officer. That's a real character, kind of a floater. Doesn't stay with one job more than 2 months. Like last week when he was in here.
Yes, sir?
He's a real pitchman. Gave me a big sales talk. Biggest bargain on earth. Said he'd sell me a couple of them real cheap. I didn't have any use for him.
What's that, sir?
For a coach.
Before we left, George Snow gave us a complete description of Matt Garson, together with the names of 5 of Garson's acquaintances who might know of his whereabouts. When Ben and I got back to the city hall, we checked Garson's name and description through R&I. He had a record of 2 fairly recent arrests, but no convictions. Both arrests were for suspicion of burglary. We checked on Garson's last known residence. He'd moved, no forwarding address. His last place of employment was listed as the Park Tivoli nightclub out on Wilshire Boulevard. The Park Tivoli was one of the 6 places that we'd staked out as a possible working ground for the burglary gang's fingerman, a place where he could spot expensively dressed persons, check on their home addresses, and line them up as future burglary victims. Ben put in a call to the manager of the Park Tivoli to check on Garson's employment.
What was that, sir? Last July. I see. Well, yes, sir, we'll probably be out tonight. Right, thanks. Bye.
What'd you get?
Garson worked out there all right, parking lot attendant. He quit last July. If he's the guy checking off the customers' furs and jewels, he's in a perfect spot.
Yeah.
Manager told me that Garson has a girlfriend. She still works at the club. Might be the answer, Joe.
Well, how do you figure?
She runs a hat check stand.
You are in the Communications Division of a Metropolitan Police Department, the teletype room.
.43 LOS 52951, 12:03 p.m. APB, WMA 150, 5'6", dark hair, dark eyes, wearing gray suit, no hat. Suspect is wearing glasses. Heavy build, 22 years. Suspect is armed with blue steel revolver. Any information? Forward.
One of the biggest problems that faces a police officer working the burglary detail is not only apprehending the thief, but also recovering the stolen property. Dozens of criminals of this type will spend 5, 10, or even 15 years in prison if they know that on their release they will have a stake of thousands of dollars in stolen property which they've hidden somewhere to start over again with. Thursday, January 26th, 5 p.m. We got out a broadcast and an APB on the burglary suspect, Matt Garson. Then we began checking back on his girlfriend, Virginia Ramsey, who worked as a hat check girl at the Park Tivoli nightclub on Wilshire Boulevard. It was one of the 6 probable places where we thought that the finger man for the burglary gang was lining up potential victims. Despite the fact that she often associated with known criminal suspects, the Ramsey girl had no previous criminal record herself. That night, after she reported in for work at the club, Ben and I checked her apartment. In one of the closets, we found 3 expensive fur coats. They were all identified as property taken in previous burglaries by the gang. In a strong box in the desk, we found a half a dozen pieces of expensive jewelry, also identified on the stolen property list. Ben and I got in the car and drove to the Park Tivoli nightclub.
Your hat, sir? Check your hat?
Your name Virginia Ramsey?
Yes, that's right.
Police officers, Miss Ramsey. Like to talk to you downtown.
Beg your pardon?
I say we're police officers. Here's our identification. Like to talk to you downtown.
What's it all about? I haven't done anything.
Then there's no reason to worry. We'd just like to ask you a few questions, that's all.
What about?
A man by the name of Matt Garson. I understand you know him quite well.
No, I don't know him. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Want to get your coat, Miss Ramsey? We'll talk it over downtown, huh?
I'm working now. Listen, I won't be off till 2 o'clock. I can't just walk off the job.
We just talked to the manager. He's going to have one of the other girls take your place. Do you want to get your coat, please?
All right. You sure you checked with the manager? I don't want to lose my job leaving like
We
this.
talked to him. It's all right.
This way, please, out the side door.
I'd like to know what this whole thing's all about. I think I have a right to know pulling me off a job like this.
We told you, Miss Ramsey, it's about a friend of yours, Matt Garson. He used to work here at the club, didn't he?
I wouldn't know. A lot of people work here. I don't know them all. Why should you want him anyway?
Do you know him?
I think I might, yes. Not sure. Why do you want him?
For interrogation. Just like to ask him a few questions.
Why?
You ready to admit that you know Garson?
I think I might. Yeah, I know him.
Want to get in, Miss Ramsey?
I still don't know what it's all about. Why do you want Matt Garson?
Same reason we want you. Suspicion of burglary.
You don't know what you're talking about. You can't prove anything against me.
We already have, miss.
Huh?
We found 3 fur coats in your apartment. There was some jewelry there, too.
Those things are mine. Every one of them. They're all mine.
Right, come on. You're wasting time. They're stolen property. You know that.
How about it, miss? You want to tell us about Matt Garson? Where is he?
I told you. Told you the first time.
Yeah?
I don't know him.
10 p.m. We drove the suspect, Virginia Ramsey, downtown to the city hall and took her to the interrogation room. We questioned her continuously until well past midnight. She refused to admit anything. We gave her time to rest a little and sent out for some food. Then we resumed the interrogations. 2 a.m. The Ramsey girl still refused to admit any connection with Matt Garson, his friend Russell Snow, or any members of the burglary gang. We stayed with it. By 4 a.m., we'd halfway convinced her that protecting the members of the gang wasn't the answer, that the best thing for her to do would be to cooperate. 5:30 a.m.
Can I have a cigarette?
Yeah. Here you are.
I'll tell you about it. I know Matt Garson. He's one of the gang.
You know where he is?
No. He got me into it. He made me do it. There wasn't anything else I could do.
What did he make you do?
Well, when I was checking coats and things at the club, I was supposed to watch for customers with money, expensive furs and jewels. I found out who they were, and then I'd tell Matt. He'd tell the others.
Who are the others?
One of them's Johnny Lang. There are a couple of others, but I don't know their names. Believe me, Sergeant, Matt made me do it. He got me into it before I knew what it was all about. When I found out, he threatened to frame me if I didn't go along with him.
Do you know where any of these men live, where they hang out?
No. None of them, not even Matt. Ever since he moved, he wouldn't give me his new address.
Do you think Garson will try to contact you at your apartment in the next few days, maybe?
No, I don't think so. Not until after the next job. They're waiting on it now. They've been watching the house.
Which house is that?
Place out in West Hollywood. Wealthy people. They were in the club about a week ago.
And the gang's waiting for them to go out some night and leave their valuables at home, is that it?
Yeah, that's right. Matt says it's an easy house to break into. He thinks it ought to be a cinch.
Matt ought to know better.
Huh?
It's the easy ones you trip over. Before we booked her in on suspicion of burglary, Virginia Ramsey gave us the name and address of the people in West Hollywood who were supposedly the next victims on the burglary gang's list. Later in the morning, we drove out to see the people. A Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Thornton told them the story and laid out our plans, which they agreed to. That night, the Thornsons left their home a few minutes before 9. They were simply dressed, no furs, no jewels. At 9:35, 3 men scaled a fence at the rear of the Thornsons' home and broke in through a side door. Right behind them was a detail of a half a dozen officers who moved in and made the arrest. The 3 suspects were taken downtown, where they were identified as Russell Snow, Matt Garson, and Howard Ferris. We searched their apartments, their cars, and garages. There was no trace of the stolen property. Each of the men were brought to the interrogation room separately for questioning. Matt Garson was the first. He denied any knowledge of where the loot was hidden.
That's the truth. I don't know where the stuff is. I work for the outfit, that's all.
You've been working for 3 months without a payoff. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Well, we haven't been turning over everything we got. We've been holding out half the stuff, selling it on the side. I just work for the outfit, that's all.
That's not the way we get it, Garson. You're supposed to be the big man. You masterminded the deal.
Me? Who told you that?
Your girlfriend, Virginia Ramsey. We picked her up yesterday. She told us everything.
What'd she tell you?
You're the big man. It was your idea. You ran the works.
What about it, Garson?
Big joke, Sergeant, on both of us.
What do you mean?
You can ask the other boys. They'll tell you the same thing. We can prove it, too. There's only one boss in this operation.
Yeah?
Virginia Ramsey.
For a 23-year-old girl, it seemed like a new record of some kind, if it was true. We checked the other suspects, Russell Snow and Howard Ferris. They told us substantially the same story. The Ramsey girl had formulated all the plans and directed the entire operation of the gang since its inception. They insisted that they had no idea where the stolen property was hidden, but they did know that the Ramsey girl had a safety deposit box in a downtown bank. We made a canvass of banks in the downtown area, and a day later we located the safety deposit box listed in Miss Ramsey's name. We obtained a court order, and the box was open. In it, we found practically all of the stolen jewelry, almost $50,000 worth. Ben and I went back to the main jail, where we had Virginia Ramsey signed out for investigation. We brought her to the interrogation room, where we confronted her with the evidence.
I didn't think you'd find out. I didn't think you'd ever find out.
How about the furs, Miss Ramsey?
I got the key. You can have it. I rented a private garage. I got them stored in there.
All of them?
Just about, yeah. You picked up the others in my apartment.
How'd you manage to run this whole operation? Those men you had working for you, you cut them in for practically nothing. They were experts, the best in the business.
That's why I hired them. They were the best. It's too bad. Should have worked out. Too bad it didn't go.
You had a pretty fair run.
Wasn't half bad for me, was it? Only 23. First time I ever tried anything like it.
What gave you the idea?
I don't know. I wanted things. Pretty smart setup, though, don't you think, Sarge?
How's that?
Wouldn't you say I played the whole thing pretty smart?
Oh, I don't know. You figure it.
What?
You're in jail, aren't you?
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On March 28th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. 23-year-old Virginia Ramsey, the leader of the gang, was tried and convicted on 4 counts of first-degree burglary and 4 counts of receiving stolen property. The 3 male members of the gang were convicted of first-degree burglary, also 4 counts. They are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary.
First-degree burglary is punishable by imprisonment for not less than 5 years. Receiving stolen property is punishable by imprisonment for not less than 6 months, nor more than 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, vacation time is here again, and a great many of you will be taking trips in your automobile. Danger is never absent from the highways of America. Be careful. The care you take may save a life, and that life may be your own.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Squad cars. General Motors and their dealer organization throughout Southern Africa proudly bring you the drama, the danger, the thrills, and the facts when the long arm of the law travels in squad cars. The story you're about to hear is true. Details are supplied from the official case files by the South African police. Only names and places have been changed to protect innocent people involved.
"9:50 a.m. on the 24th of February. The Magistrates Court, Cape Town. An 18-year-old girl, Pamela Davis, is appearing before Mr. M.C. van der Linde.
According to the charge sheet last Wednesday, you were found in possession of habit-forming and potentially harmful drugs for the purpose of selling. And you appear on 2 charges under the Medical, Dental, and Pharmacy Act.
Oh, that's a lie.
What?
I didn't forge any prescriptions.
Then where did you get them? The tablets?
Find out.
What do you...
May I say something, Your Honor?
Who are you?
My name is Robertson. I'm a doctor. I've treated the girl during the past 2 years. She's been treated at the hospital and a private home for her condition without success.
What condition?
She's an habitual drug taker. She's an addict. I recommend that she be committed for 28 days observation at the Leersbeek Mental Hospital.
Has the prosecutor seen your credentials?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Well, seems a reasonable enough request. She shall be so committed, and she shall reappear in this court 28 days from now.
Just a minute. I'd like a word with Miss Davis.
Oh, it's you again. Why don't you leave me alone?
Look, I'm trying to help you, Miss Davis, and others like you. You put us off the trail with that story of those forged prescriptions. Now that I've had time to think about them and investigate them, I've come to the conclusion that you had them to hand as alibis if and when you were picked up.
You think what you like.
I know a little of what you're going through. You could prevent it from happening to other young people. Don't tell me you like your life.
It was groovy till you pitched.
Yes, I've heard all that before. One other question. What does the word lodestar mean to you?
Thrillville, man.
All right, take her away.
Come on, then.
All right. Hey, Ruby.
Yeah?
Anytime you want to make the scene, call me.
She's a hard case.
You're Dr. Robertson.
That's right.
Any hope for that kid?
It's going to take a long time. She'll be rehabilitated gradually. We'll cut down on the doses she's been having so that the withdrawal symptoms aren't drastic and unbearable.
Have you met the parents?
Yes. Typically bewildered. They don't know how their daughter's got like this.
I suppose it's the old story when it comes to her whereabouts and associates.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I feel all this very strongly. I've got teenage kids of my own. Not like her. But it could have happened.
As Pam's from a broken home. The father divorced the mother and got custody of Pam. He subsequently remarried, and Pam and the stepmother, well, it's a familiar story.
Yes.
Why did you ask her about the word lodestar?
Well, it was written on the back of a cigarette packet, which I found under the dashboard of her car. Mean anything to you?
No. But do you think it might be helpful?
Nothing else to go on.
How did you come to pick her up?
She went off the road at a construction site, rammed a grader. She was carted off to Newlands police station and charged with drunken driving. When the district surgeon examined her, he discovered she was as high as a kite on drugs. I got called in. I found enough stuff in the boot of her car to stock half a dozen chemists.
And what sort of stuff?
Dexedrine tablets, black bombs, different kinds of amphetamines.
And she won't talk, eh?
Well, you heard her just now. She thinks I'm a great joke.
Yes, I get the same kind of crazy talk myself.
Do me a favor, Doctor. If you come across anything, if she says anything that you think might help, I'd be very much obliged if you'd be in touch with me.
Well, of course. Where can I contact you?
Headquarters, Barrack Street. Dippy.
Sergeant?
Is there a club in Cape Town called the Lodestar?
Not unless it's brand new. New. There's the Fifth Dimension, Mainline, Mind Blower, and Dad's Bat.
No, I know about those.
I don't think there's a Lodestar. What is a Lodestar, anyway?
It's a star to steer by, like the Pole Star. Has to do with navigation.
And ships, eh?
Ships. Look, give me the newspaper.
Newspaper?
On the filing cabinet there. Thanks. In port. Here we are. The Maru Sand, Scottish Pride, Lodestar. So it is a ship. Why the devil didn't I think of that before?
Well, it could be a coincidence, Sarge.
Well, I'm going to follow it up.
Huh?
Look, just hang on a sec. Just let me get things straight in my mind. Do you think you could get hold of a raver's gear?
You mean make like a hippie?
That's right.
I think so. I'd need a wig and a moustache.
And bell-bottom trousers with Chelsea boots and a wild shirt.
Yeah, and not forgetting my granny glasses.
Right.
And then?
Well, you get organized in that direction. Huh? I've got a little checking of my own to do first.
Detective Sergeant Rubenstein goes to the harbor dressed as a railways employee. He finds the berth of the Lodestar and hangs around until he manages to draw a crew member into conversation.
You, got a light?
Yeah, light, yeah. Here.
Thanks. Where are you from?
From Hamburg.
And the ship?
She's British.
What do you got on board?
Sugar.
When do you leave?
Well, I don't know, actually. There's some sort of hold-up. New destination, I think. I don't know.
How long you been in port?
Since last Tuesday.
Nearly a week. You must be bored still.
No, it's nice to be in port.
What do you do with yourself?
Oh, there's plenty of work on the ship. Chipping, painting, you know.
And when you're off?
We spend our time ashore.
Doing what?
Looking for girls.
Where do you look?
Well, you don't have to go far.
Nightclubs?
Yeah.
Bet you boys could show us a thing or two.
I bet we could, yeah.
Where'd you like going best?
The Top Hat.
Oh, yeah, the Top Hat. That's in Lewis Street.
Yeah.
Do all you boys go there?
Most of us.
Will you be there tonight?
Yes, I have a date there. If she turns up, of course.
Look, I'll come along. Maybe you can show me the ropes. Fix me up with a bird as well.
Sure.
What time?
Oh, say about 9. Things will be quiet until then.
So, Dippy, that's our target for tonight, the Top Hat.
All right, Sarge. How do I look?
You wouldn't get in my front door.
Authentic, huh?
It's terrific. Because though you need a bath. How did you get in here without getting arrested?
I didn't. I changed gear. I'm worried about getting out.
Right. Now, Listen to me carefully. This is the plan. I'll be there with a German member of the crew.
Ah, so, hello. I didn't think you'd come.
Oh, why not?
Well, you are a bit old for this, yeah?
Oh, well, I figured I was in a rut. It's good for a man to get out and find a change of scene.
You should join a ship.
No, I'm married.
Yeah, I'm married also.
What's your name?
I'm called Jürgen. And you?
Oh, my name's Melvin.
Good then, Melvin. I show you a good time. You want a drink?
Sure.
Help yourself from my bottle.
Thanks.
Excuse me, man.
You talking to me?
To you or your mate.
What do you want?
Boom. Or something heavier.
Boom?
Oh, Durban death. Dacha.
No, I'm sorry.
I heard this was the place it was all happening. What about your mate?
Jürgen?
Yeah, no, I don't use this stuff myself.
Well, I'm keen, man. I want to get turned on. They said this was the place.
You see that one over there by the band?
The one with the string tie?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Well, you tell him I send you over.
Hey, thanks. Thanks a lot. How's it? What do you want? Your pal over there sent me.
What for?
Grass or something better.
I got to be careful.
Check. How much?
Well, I got black bombs or Dexys.
Great. I'll take both.
It'll cost you.
I got bread, man.
Well, let's see it.
How much?
Plenty. This stuff's hard to come by.
How much?
5 rand.
Hey, what are you selling for that kind of bread?
Dexys.
How many?
10.
Gee, that's steep, man.
Well, take it or leave it.
Okay, I'll take it. 5 rand, you said.
Here's the stuff.
Hey, thanks, Dad. See you around.
Armed with the evidence of the Dexarine tablets, Detective Constable Dippenaar joins up with Detective Sergeant Rubenstein outside the club sometime later.
Did you have any trouble, Sarge?
Yeah, my pal turned a bit nasty when I told him I didn't want the dolly he'd lined up for me. He thinks I've gone to the toilet. Did you get a good look at that bird who fixed you up?
Yes.
No recognition difficulties?
No, Sergeant.
Right. We'll arrest him when he comes out.
Yeah. And then, Sarge?
Well, we'll take him to the Lodestar and have a look through his belongings.
Don't we need special arrangements to do that?
Yes, but they won't take 5 minutes to lay on. Now keep your eyes peeled for your pusher, pal.
Here he comes now, Sergeant. The one with the girl.
Right. Good evening. I'm a police officer, and I'm arresting you for being in possession of potentially dangerous drugs.
Who says so?
I do, and I'm a police officer too.
I told you looked funny. It is a wig.
Well, I'm not just taking this just on your say-so. Haven't you got papers and things?
Sure. Here's my certificate of appointment. That's me in the photograph.
I'm a British subject.
That doesn't put you beyond the law.
I demand to see the consul.
All in good time. We're paying a visit to your ship first.
Well, I'm sure the captain's going to have something to say about that.
That's right. We've had a word with him. I'm sure he'll say yes. Come along.
Hey, what about me?
Have you seen this man before tonight?
Nah, she's just a pickup.
Yeah, you mind what you saying?
Go on, miss, go on. Before you get yourself into lots of trouble.
Well, honestly, some people.
All right. What's your name?
Jardine.
Right, Jardine. Next stop, the Lodestar.
Special arrangements are made, and Detective Sergeant Rubenstein, along with other members of the drug staff, goes to the harbor and boards the Lodestar. He's met by the ship's master, a man called Tunstall.
Now that you've examined my credentials, Captain, and found them in order, I'm sure you'll have no objections if we search this man's quarters and make a routine inspection of the rest of your ship.
Well, not at all. I'll help you where and how I can.
Where does this man sling his hammock?
If you'll come this way.
Satisfied now?
No, I'm not. Have you got a screwdriver, Captain?
Well, I can send for one.
Please.
Richter?
Yes, sir.
Screwdriver, hurry it up.
Yes, sir.
I presume this is part of the ventilation system, this grill.
Yes.
Is it on?
Yes, look at the indicator.
Not much air coming through.
Well, let me feel. Yes, you're right.
Yes, and look at the scratches on the paintwork around the screws. Looks as though this grill's been removed quite a few times lately.
You're wasting your time. The stuff's gone already.
So you admit to having some?
It was a fair cop. I had the stuff on me.
Here, sir. Screwdriver.
Sergeant?
Thank you. Now, we'll just get this grill off. See if my hunch is correct. Right. Hold these screws, Dippy.
Right, Sergeant.
There we are.
It's dark in here, Sergeant. Don't you need a torch or something?
No. I think I can manage. This feels promising. Yes. Take it, Dippy.
Got it, Sergeant?
Good. Cardboard container. Let's open it up. Tablets for Africa here. You recognize them, Constable?
Yes, Sergeant. They're the same as the ones you found in the back of Pamela Davis's car.
That's right. They bear the same trade name. Rachon. Firm in Switzerland. How'd you get hold of these?
Find out.
Probably shall. With or without your assistance.
You're in a fine mess now, Jardine, and I can't help you much.
You better let the consul know, sir.
I doubt whether he'll be much help either. Smuggling drugs is a serious offense.
This man's under arrest.
Of course.
You can't sail without me.
I'm afraid your type is very dispensable, Jardine.
The drugs are confiscated, and the man is led away into custody. The next day, at the Liesberg mental home, Pamela Davis is taken to an office by Dr. Robertson.
In here.
What's the scene?
Just wait outside.
Okay, you're the medic.
All right, Doctor?
Yes, Sergeant. She's waiting.
Good. All right, Dippy. Bring him inside.
Come on, Jardine. Step lively.
In that office there. Dr. Robertson's by the door.
Right, Sergeant. Inside, Jardine.
All right. Don't push.
Now we lock it and leave them inside while we await developments.
What the devil are you doing here?
I'm a guest of the cops.
You got caught?
That's for sure. Myself the oldest gag in the world. A fuzz dressed up as hippies. Got a lot of my stuff from the ship.
Have you got any with you?
You crazy? Think they let me keep it? They clean me out.
I'll go mad in here. I'm under observation. They're cutting my dose down.
That's bad luck, baby, but don't come crying to me. You should have thought of the future when you turned canary.
Canary?
Squealed to the fuzz.
Split on you?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Come off it. These guys aren't crystal ball gazers, you know. How would they know where to come looking for me?
Didn't tell them. I swear to heaven I didn't.
What about your mates, then?
Ronnie and Jacko? Never. They don't even know where I am or what's happened to me.
I ought to break your ruddy neck.
Don't be ridiculous. I haven't said a word. They've asked me often enough. I was in a smash. It was an accident. They found the stuff in the car by pure fluke.
I think you're a liar.
I swear to heaven that's how it happened.
Never fancied you high-class chicks. Seems I was right.
You keep away from me.
I'm going to ram those pretty teeth of yours right down your throat.
All right, Jardine, that's enough. Take him away, Constable. We've heard enough.
What do you mean? We weren't talking loud enough?
We had this office bugged for the occasion. You're not very observant, are you? There's a microphone in the out tray on the desk. It's covered by a sheet of paper. We monitored your conversations through headphones next door, and we've got a tape recording of everything that was said.
I should never tangle with the likes of you.
You were very happy while the money was coming in.
Take him out, Constable.
Come on, Jardine.
It's high time I saw a lawyer. What's this consul doing?
All in good time.
Now then, Pamela, you remember me, don't you?
Yeah. You're the one I call Ruby.
Where do I find Ronnie and Jacko?
You must have lost your marbles if you think I'll tell you that.
It'll save me a lot of trouble.
Sorry.
What's it going to take to straighten you out?
I don't know.
tough because I'm kinkier than a corkscrew.
Haven't you had enough? When are you going to realize the game's over? You're in deep and bad.
You and your world have got nothing I need.
But you're too intelligent to be a dropout and a freak. You're a nice kid.
We're all nice kids when we're born. And then the rot sets in.
Well, I'm a trier.
Yeah. For a square, you're not bad.
What does your father think of you?
Ask him.
I will.
We won't be interrupted here.
I hope our coming hasn't caused you any embarrassment, Mr. Davis.
Not at all. How's my daughter?
There's no change in her behavior. Dr. Robertson says it's early days yet to expect a change in her metabolism. It's going to take time.
I'd no idea that she was an addict. I didn't know what she was up to. I didn't know where she went or who she went with.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Did you ever hear her mention two men called Ronnie and Jacko?
Ronnie and Jacko? No, I can't say I have. Why?
We managed to find out where your daughter got hold of that consignment of drugs we found in her car.
Oh, that's terrific. It didn't waste much time.
No, we had a lucky break. But now we have to find out who's responsible for pushing the stuff here in Cape Town. Judging from the quantity of drugs we found, I'd say that the size of the ring and the extent of its activities are considerable. They probably used your daughter because of her looks.
Looks? I don't understand.
Getting stuff out of the harbor involves coming through customs. They ask everyone whether they have anything to declare. I suppose customs officers are only human. Perhaps they're easier on pretty faces.
Oh, I see.
Do you think there's any point in asking your wife about this Ronnie and Jacko business?
Oh, I shouldn't think so. They didn't get on, I'm sorry to say.
Did you ever hear your daughter talk about the places she went to?
No, we never discussed such things. Her life in that direction was a closed book to me. All her life was, if it comes to that. I'm trying to think. The Clockwork Submarine.
The Constable Deepenar's the expert. Constable?
Yes, Sergeant. St. George's Street, hippie club. Very with it.
In what context did you hear your daughter mention this place?
Oh, it was on the phone once. I walked through the hall. She mentioned it before she realized I was about.
Didn't you tackle her about it?
Well, there'd only been a scene if I had.
I see. All right, Mr. Davis, I'll let you know what transpires.
That night, clad in hippie gear, both Detective Sergeant Rubenstein and Detective Constable Dippenar go to the club in St. George's Street, known as the Clockwork Submarine. They pay £2 each to get in, and they have the backs of their hands stamped to prove that they've paid once, should they want to go out and return. Dippenar speaks to the man at the door.
Is Ronnie here?
Who wants to know?
Me.
And who are you?
I'm a tourist.
Don't get fresh with me, kid, because I'll knock your ears off.
All right, cool it, man. We need to get uptight. Ronnie's not here, he's not here. Jacko will do.
Behind the bar, where he usually is.
Thanks, Daddy. How am I doing, Sarge?
Crazy, man. Let's drift to the bar, get acquainted with the man.
Yeah, let's do that. Two brandies.
We don't serve liquor here.
Yeah, I know, not officially. Well, what have you got under the counter?
Cool drinks.
We can pay.
Now you're talking, man.
Yeah. Where are the glasses?
It's in the bottles in case we're raided.
I was told to ask for Ronnie to get grooving.
You'll be in here just now.
Detective Constable Dippenar pays £5 for a little plastic sachet containing 10 yellow Dexies. These are purchased from the youngster known as Ronnie after his arrival. When the club closes at about 4 o'clock the next morning, Ronnie and Jacko are skillfully followed by the two policemen to a flat in Weinberg. They let a few minutes elapse before going to the door.
Do we knock, Sarge?
Yeah?
Caretaker.
Hang on.
Hey, didn't I see you at the club?
That's right.
You must be nuts coming here, man. What do you want?
We want a word with you. We're police officers.
Oh, I see. Ronnie, it's the fight!
Inside, Dippy, quick!
Out of the way, Sonny. Not me, man. I'll clap you serious.
Get out of the way!
You interfering swines here.
You little twit!
And if you know what's good for you, you stay down.
Oh, all right, cool it, man. So you stuck me, eh?
Constable!
Sergeant?
Come through here.
On your feet, you.
Okay.
And let's go and join your pal.
As I came through the door, this bird threw something out of the window. I don't know what it was.
It'll be in the lane outside, Sergeant. We can get it later.
All right, what's your name?
I'm Jacob Slabbert.
Sit on the bed and behave yourself. Constable, we'll turn this place inside out.
Right, Sergeant.
The two young men sit cowed on a divan while the police officers search the flat. Their courage is quite gone. They are very frightened.
You're wasting your time, you know.
I don't think so. We know what we're at. Haven't you wondered about your girlfriend?
Who? Pamela Davis.
Yeah, that's right.
She's a little slutter in a big mouth.
She protected you all along the line, if it's any comfort to you.
Got it, Sergeant.
Well, where?
Under the floorboards. Here.
Go on, Ronnie, now!
Stop him! The other one!
Come here, you.
The first youth, Ronald Haynes, ran for and jumped through the flat window. He tumbled to the street some 13 feet below with a severed tendon in his leg. Upon his apprehension, he was bundled into an ambulance and rushed to hospital. The policemen found dacha, dexedrine tablets, and black bombs in considerable quantities. It was a haul valued at 17,000 rand. Each of the young men was sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment and a fine of 1,000 rand, in default of which they would both serve an additional 18 months. The seaman, Terence Jardine, was sentenced to 18 months, and he was declared an undesirable alien. The girl in the case, Pamela Davis, who received a suspended sentence, is still undergoing treatment for drug addiction. Ronald Haynes will walk again, but with a permanent limp.
They prowl the empty streets at night, waiting, in fast cars, on foot, living with crime and violence. These men are on duty 24 hours out of every 24. They face dangers at every turn, expecting nothing less. They protect the people of South Africa. These are the men of squad cars. Listen again next Friday evening to another authentic story in our dramatic South African police series, Squad Cars, brought to you by General Motors.
Police headquarters calling detectives car 46, car 46. Captain Fraser, call your station. That's all.
Pull in at the box here, Andy.
Right, Captain. Wonder what they want.
Don't know, but we'll find out. This is Captain Fraser. All right, we're at 6th and Slauson now. We'll run right over. Call for Doc Brady and an ambulance.
What's up, Captain?
Don't know yet. They just discovered a body in a vacant lot over near the river on 16th Street. Step on it.
Okay.
Captain. Hello, Evan. I see you boys are keeping yourselves busy.
Yeah, we found a case for you. Thought you'd better not move anything until we got here.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Well, throw your light on him, Andy.
Right.
I know this guy. When we were kids, we used to live next door to each other. I busted his nose once for cheating at marbles, but he was a nice kid. Named Spencer. Ace Spencer.
Gambler, huh?
Yeah, he'd bet on anything. I used to tell him, Ace, we're going to pick you up dead sometime. It'll either be by your own hand because you're broke or because you've cut corners on some guy. And, well, who found him?
I did. I was walking along the river road about 4 blocks from here when I heard a shot. I figured it was up this way. I guess it was about 10 minutes before I found him. I saw he was shot in the chest, so I beat it to an all-night restaurant on the corner and called for you.
I'm glad you did. Of course, the world won't miss Ace Spencer much, but he was a swell guy.
Yeah.
What do you know about him?
Nothing, Captain. I'm just agreeing with you.
Did you see or hear a car around after the shot?
No, sir.
His shirt and chest are powder burned. Looks like he let himself have it and pitched forward.
Here's the rod, Captain. 32 automatic. Loaded for one. And here's the ejected shell.
Did you go through his pockets?
First thing. Had $5.60 in his pants. Not a dime in his wallet. There's a package of matches with the name Carrington Hotel stamped on them.
$5, eh?
Yeah.
Last time I saw him, he was carrying 10 grand or so. He must have taken an awful beating.
Yeah.
Will you go back on your beat, Evans?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to get rid of that guy. He's standing around saying, yeah, gives me the willies.
Yeah.
Let me see that gun. His gun, all right. He wanted to get a license to carry it the last time I talked to him. I told him nothing doing. He laughed and said he wouldn't need it. Said the only one he'd ever use it on would be himself.
You think he'd done the job himself, Captain?
Well, Bill's all the earmarks of a homemade job. We might check up on the Carrington Hotel. It's a pretty ritzy place for a guy with only $5 to be staying, but, well, come on.
Yes, sir.
I'm Captain Fraser from Police Headquarters. Do you have a man registered here by the name of Spencer? William Spencer.
Just a minute.
Say, that guy didn't live here the way he was dressed. He must have picked those matches up.
Well, it's the only thing we have to go on.
There doesn't seem to be anyone registered here by the name of Spencer.
Let me see your register a minute.
Certainly.
What are you looking for, Cap?
Oh, I don't know. Just familiar names. Hello, here's one. W.F. Collins. That's Bull Collins, another gambler, and here's Flash Douglas. Seems to be a hangout of gamblers.
Yeah, but Ace Spencer ain't in their class.
Oh, he isn't, eh? Listen, those guys couldn't hold a candle to Ace Spencer in his prime. Come on.
Where now?
Just a matter of routine. We're going to make the rounds of the cheaper hotels. I've got a hunch that Ace had a room at one of them.
Going to keep this up, Captain. Do you know we haven't stopped for lunch?
Well, we'll try this one and then call it a day. Hey, you.
Yeah?
Do you have a William Spencer living here?
Yeah, room 9, but he ain't in.
We know he isn't. He's on a slab in the county morgue. Give me the key to his room.
I ain't surprised none. He's been acting funny ever since the boss told him he'd have to pay his rent or get out.
Was he much behind?
Oh, about 2 months. You know, I couldn't savvy that guy. Never had a dime, and yet he was wearing a diamond sparkler on his finger that knocked you dead.
Yeah, I remember seeing it the last time I saw him alive. He always wore it for sentimental reasons. Bought it for a girl who died. Said no matter how tough he found the sledding, he'd never pawn it.
Well, he either pawned it or had it lifted tonight.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he wasn't wearing it when we found him.
Maybe it's in his room. We'll look. Come on, Andy, down this hall.
Well, not here.
And here's the reason. A pawn ticket for a diamond ring dated yesterday.
Where'd you find that?
In his suitcase here. So Ace finally decided to pawn that ring, eh? You know, Andy, he must have had a reason for doing it.
Why? What was the ring worth?
Not a cent less than 10 grand.
And he was walking around penniless with a sparkler like that?
He wouldn't have parted with it for $1 million, unless he had a certain use for the money. He was a swell guy. Sentimental, too.
What are you getting at, Captain?
There's something there, Andy. I'm not saying that Ace Spencer didn't kill himself, but I'm saying that he must have had a reason for pawning that ring, and I'm going to find out what happened to the money.
Say, how about something to eat? First we go to the pawn shop, then we go down to talk to that stool pigeon, then we come back here to Carrington Hotel. Who are you going to see down here?
Keep your shirt on, Andy. If Ace bumped himself off, he must have had a reason. I'm going to find out what that reason was. We're looking for room 681.
What did that stoolie mean when he said Ace was framed in a poker game?
He was talking about last summer. Ace Spencer dropped $23,000 in one game. There was talk that he was framed. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Maybe if he was framed last summer, he was framed again tonight. That's why he bumped himself off. Sol Levison said he gave him 10 grand on the ring. Ace told him he'd get it back tomorrow. Here we are. Who lives here? Bull Collins. I got a hunch that maybe Ace came up here tonight for a game. Bull Collins is supposed to be the guy who broke him last summer. Maybe he's out. Oh, Bull. Remember me?
Well, come in, Captain. You're just in time for a little drink.
No, thanks.
Cigar?
You can skip the rope, too. Who's your friend?
Oh, don't you know Flash? This is Flash Douglas, Captain Fraser.
How do you do?
What can I do for you, Captain?
Ace Spencer bumped himself off tonight.
No.
Yes. He did it because he lost heavily in a poker game earlier in the evening. We found a package of matches from this hotel, and I found your name on the register downstairs. Putting two and two together, I figured that maybe Ace was in a game with you and Douglas.
It is a swell job of figuring, Captain. Ace was up here tonight. Lost 10 grand. Said he was clean, but I doubt it.
He was giving it to you straight. We found him with only $5 on him.
No. What, if I'd have known that,
What time did Ace show up?
4:30 this afternoon.
Whose cards did you use?
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Was the game on the level, Bull?
You know it was. My games are always on the level. Anyway, Ace had me sent down to the cigar stand for 2 fresh decks.
Oh, he did he? Well, it was his funeral. Come on, Andy. We won't be bothering these gentlemen any longer.
So long. Can we stop in the coffee shop for a bite to eat, Captain?
Pretty soon, Andy. We have some important business over here at the cigar stand. Hey, buddy.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Plenty. We're officers. You were working at 4:30 yesterday afternoon, weren't you?
Why, yes.
Do you remember sending some cards up to room 681?
Yes.
What are you getting so flustered about? I merely asked if you remembered sending them up.
Yes, I sent them up. 2 decks.
I see. Where'd you get them?
Out of the showcase here. Why?
Are you sure you got them out of the showcase?
Why, sure.
How many decks you got left?
I don't know.
Count them.
Yes, sir.
Up here in plain sight. That's it. Bring them all up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's your name, son?
Bailey. Fred Bailey.
Been working here long?
No, sir.
Well, how is it that the day clerk inventories the playing cards before you came on at 10 decks, and you sent 2 decks to room 681, and you still got 10 decks in the showcase? What kind of arithmetic is that?
Why, I don't know.
Listen, Bailey. You didn't know it at the time, but you got yourself mixed up in a pretty ticklish matter. And I'd advise you to come clean with us. You sent 2 packages of cards to 681 that didn't come from your stock, didn't you? Didn't you?
Well, yes, I sent him up. He said he'd give me $100, and I didn't know. Honest, I didn't.
Well, that's all we want to know. You stay here and take this fellow's statement, Andy. I'm going back upstairs. I don't know that there's anything I can do about it, but we'll see.
Well, we didn't expect you back, Captain. Come back for the drink?
No.
Well, sit down. Let's have a little talk.
You can skip that, too. In fact, you can skip all the baloney.
What do you mean?
I mean that it'll be a long time before you do any more gambling in this town, Bull. In fact, I'm going to see what the chances are of getting you tossed in the can.
Are you crazy?
No, are you? Look here, Bull. It was Ace Spencer's own funeral when he came in here. I'm not crabbing about that. I know he had it coming to him someday. That's all okay. But I can't understand why a big shot like you would deliberately take Ace with a couple of stacked decks when you knew he was down and out and trying to make a comeback. You knew that you'd drive him to suicide. Maybe I've been wrong all my life about giving a guy a break when he's down, but I'll get that. You stay where you are. Hello? Yeah, this is me, Andy. You been talking to who? Oh, the cigar clerk. What? What? He said that Ace... Hey.
Oh!
Hey, you will pull a gun on me, will you?
You broke my arm.
Hello, Andy. Come on up right away. This tin horn tried to pull a rod on me. Yeah, I'm okay. Well, that's one on me. I was working this thing out just backwards. It was Ace Spencer who bribed the cigar clerk to send those fixed cards to your room. But it was you, Bull, who found it out. And after Ace had taken every cent you had, you followed him to that vacant lot and killed him with his own gun.
Hello, Fraser.
You shouldn't have done that, Bull. Ace was a swell guy.
Police reporter. Again, we bring you the police reporter telling you another true story of a crime. While this is no sensational murder case, it presents some features which make it a most interesting one.
Ohio State Penitentiary in Columbus. The time about 20 years ago. We find two men talking, Daniel Bonzo, parole and record clerk, and Jack Red Downing, a convict.
You're doing a nice job, Red.
Thank you, Mr. Bonzo. I'll have it all ready in a couple of hours.
You're a good carpenter. When I get your parole, you won't have any trouble getting a job.
Well, I've been here almost 7 years, Mr. Bonzo. I'll be lost when I get out.
Oh,
I don't know what it's like outside anymore.
Don't worry about that. You can come to my house for a few months until you get your bearings. I have enough work there to keep you busy for a while. In the meantime, you can look round and see what's going on.
That's swell of you, Mr. Bonzo. But what'll your wife say about you bringing an old con into your house? Maybe she won't feel about it like you do.
She feels the same way about you as I do, Red. She wants you to have another chance. A real chance.
I'm awful grateful, Mr. Bonzo. And I mean that.
I know you do, Red. So forget about it and finish your job.
What do you think of it?
Why, I think it's one of the best pieces of workmanship I've ever seen. Strong, solid, and serviceable.
I did the best I could.
You can be proud of it, Red.
You think the warden will like it?
He'll be tickled to death. Besides, it's getting him out of a hole. The state legislature changes the law about capital punishment, but doesn't vote any money to buy an electric chair. So it's up to him to furnish one.
Well, I've built him an electric chair, and it's a good one, if I do say so myself.
Oh, well, Red, let me be the first to congratulate you. You'll go down in the books as the first man to build an electric chair in the state of Ohio.
You mean it'll be in the state history?
Sure, pictures and everything. What do you think of that?
That's swell. It'll help me with the parole board, too, won't it?
It's already down on your recommendation.
Do you think it'll go through?
Now, listen, Red, don't you worry about that parole. It's a cinch. In 6 weeks, you'll be out of here and as free as the air.
Free? Gee. Won't that be swell? To be able to do what you want and go where you want whenever you want to? Oh, I can never thank you enough, Mr. Bonzo. And I'm going to prove it to you when I get out of here. You see if I don't.
In 6 weeks, Red Downing was as free as the air. Daniel Bonzo kept him at his home for over 3 months. After that, the ex-convict established himself as a carpenter and was getting along nicely. Almost a year has passed since Red was given his parole. The scene is the Bonzo home.
Oh, hello, Red. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Bonzo. I was just going by, so I thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Oh, I'm glad you did. Come on in and sit down. What have you been doing? We haven't seen much of you lately.
Oh, I've been getting along all right. Been working steady lately.
Had your lunch?
No, I just finished a job, and I was on my way downtown to get some.
Let me fix you something.
Oh, don't go to any trouble, Mrs. Bonzo.
It's no trouble, Red. How would some cold-baked ham and rye bread strike you?
They just about hit the spot.
A little chilly in this living room. I should put some coal in the furnace.
I'll do it for you.
This is my rent day, and I've been expecting the landlord. I can't hear the doorbell from the furnace room.
You stay right here, and I'll fix your furnace.
Say, we've got some good beer in the basement. I'll go down and get you a bottle for your lunch.
That ought to hit the spot, too.
And if that landlord comes, he can just wait until we get back.
Seems like I'm putting you to a lot of trouble, Mrs. Bonzo.
Oh, it's worth a bottle of beer and a little lunch to get my furnace fixed.
Let's go, then.
Wait until I get my purse. I don't like to leave it laying around. It's got the rent money in it.
Okay.
You know where the furnace is, don't you, Red?
Sure. I shoveled enough coal into it while I was living here.
Late that afternoon, Daniel Bonzo received a telephone call. It was from Detective Chief Scully of the Columbus City Police. He asked Bonzo to come home at once as his wife had been found murdered. Daniel Bonzo left the penitentiary and rushed home.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bonzo. Awfully sorry.
Oh, where's my wife?
The coroner just taken her to the morgue.
How did it happen? Do you know who did it?
Well, we've got a couple of clues.
Oh, what are they?
We found a business card on the cellar stairs. John Downing, carpenter and builder, 637 Chicago Street. Do you know him?
He lived with us for over 3 months.
What do you think about him?
Oh, Red wouldn't do a thing like this. He's all right.
He's an ex-con, ain't he?
Yes, but he's my friend.
Well, he's the only clue we've got, so I sent my boys out to pick him up. If he's home, they'll have him here any time now.
But why should anyone want to kill my wife?
I've got a hunch it was robbery.
Robbery? Why, there wasn't anything in the house worth taking.
Your landlord was here a little while ago to collect the rent. Turned the house upside down, but there's no rent money.
She always hid her money in a sugar bowl in the kitchen, or carried it around in her purse.
And the landlord told us about the sugar bowl, and we found her purse, but they're both empty.
Well, any other signs of a robbery?
Your son says your revolver's gone. Did he know where you kept your gun?
Sure, everyone in the house knew it.
Well, how about Red Downing? Did he know where you kept it?
Yes, but Chief, you're all wrong about Red Downing. He wouldn't do a thing like this.
Yeah, maybe not, but he's my only cue, and I want to talk to him. That's probably my boys now. Come on in.
Here's Red Downing, Chief.
What's the matter, Chief?
I hope everything's okay as far as you're concerned, Red.
The cops wouldn't tell me a thing.
What you been doing all day, Red?
Working?
Got any money on you?
Sure, some.
Let me see it.
Well, here's $6.
Hey, frisk him.
Yes, sir.
You ain't got no right to do that.
Hey, you want me to take you down to the station and do it?
Red's right. You have no right to search him.
Hey, listen, Mr. Bonzo. Would you mind keeping out of this?
All right. I'm warning you, Scully. I won't stand for Red being mistreated.
Red hasn't got a thing to be afraid of, if he's innocent.
What's it all about, Chief?
Mrs. Bonzo's been murdered, and we thought you might know something about it.
Me, Chief?
Yeah, you were here this afternoon.
How do you know?
Oh, we got ways of finding out. Come on now, reach for the ceiling. I'm going to search you.
I won't stand for it.
Hey, don't be a sap, Red. All the holler in the world ain't going to stop us, and you know it.
Go ahead, then, and see what you find.
Well, what do you know about that? A gun. You know what the law says about paroled convicts carrying guns, don't you, Red?
Yes.
Well, where'd you get it?
Mrs. Bonzo loaned it to me.
What for?
I work with a lot of tough guys. I wanted to scare them, so they'd let me alone.
I will let that pass for now. Don't seem to be anything else on you. Take your shoes off.
Do I have to?
You know what's good for you. Come on, move.
Can I sit down?
Sure. Hey, what's that stain on your shoe?
Ooh, just a little grease.
Yeah, looks like blood to me. You got some on your sock, too. Say, how'd they get there?
I cut my hand working.
Let's see your hand.
Why, there.
You heal fast, don't you, Red? That cut's been on there for at least a week, and the blood on your sock's fresh. You want to change your story?
No.
Nothing in this sock or shoe. Come on, get the other one off.
What's the good of all this, Scully? While you're bullying Red, the murderer's probably getting away.
Mr. Bonzo's right.
Hey, let me be the judge of that. Come on, take off the shoe. Hey, what's making that bulge?
A broken bone that didn't heal right.
Take it off, let's see. So you only had $6 on you, huh? Hey, where'd you get this other $55?
Saved it.
Just a peculiar coincidence, ain't it, that you should have the same amount of money that was stolen from Mrs. Bonzo?
Well, it could happen.
Sure it could, but it ain't natural. The only man the neighbors saw come here was a big red-headed man. And the same big red-headed man has blood on his shoe and sock. He hides $55, the amount stolen on his person, and he also carries a gun which he says the disease loaned him. You know, all those things could happen once in 100,000 years.
Tell him you didn't do it, Red.
Come on, tell me you didn't do it if you can.
Why don't you deny it, Red?
I can't.
What?
Come on, spill it. Why'd you kill her?
Oh, I don't know. Honest, I don't. She told me she had that $50 on her. And when she went into the basement, I slipped this gun in my pocket and followed her. She was going to get me a bottle of beer, and I was going to fix the furnace. While she was bending over to pick up something, I pointed the gun and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened, and I saw the gun was empty.
Well, go on.
Just then, she looked around and saw me. She started hollering, and I got scared. So I grabbed the steering post of an old car that was laying on the floor and hit her with it. And I kept hitting her till she shut up. Then I took the rent money I knew she had in her pocket and beat it.
Well, Red, I guess that's about all we need. You'll go to the chair for this.
Oh, I don't care. I'm better off dead. I ain't no good. Killing's too good for a guy like me. A guy that'll kill one of his best friends for $55. I'll be glad when it's all over. I'll be glad when the day comes when I sit in that chair.
In spite of all this talk, Red Downing put up a tough fight. He was convicted, however, and sentenced to be electrocuted. It is 6 o'clock in the morning of the day of his execution, and we find him and his spiritual advisor on their way to the chair. Forgive us our trespasses.
Forgive us our trespasses.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
And deliver us from all evil.
And deliver us from all evil.
For thine is the power.
For thine is the power.
And the glory.
And the glory.
Forever and ever.
Forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen.
Sit in the chair, my son.
You can't tell me anything about that chair. I built it. Can you imagine that? You have to strap the legs so tight.
I'm just trying to make it easy for you, fella.
Have you anything to say, any message to leave, my son?
Only this. I built this chair the last time I was here. Now they're electrocuting me in it. They're electrocuting me in my own chair.
And through the irony of fate, Red Downing died in the electric chair he himself had built.
You have just heard the 13th story brought to you by the police reporter, who has hundreds more in store for you, all of which are as interesting as those you have already heard. Perhaps if you would write him in care of the station to which you are listening, and tell him of some case in which you are particularly interested, we might persuade him to dramatize for you some of the intimate happenings of the case with which you are unfamiliar. Included in the cast presenting this series to you are Noreen Gamil, C. Whitney Shealy, Hugh Lester, Sid Bracey, and Jack Lewis. This is a radio release production.
Six in service, starting mileage 6,587, 6587. Officers Perkins and Good.
Check 5-6, 6:09 p.m., starting Nightwatch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder working with this detective unit, just reporting in service on the Nightwatch. You're going to ride with us tonight. Just where, your guess is as good as mine. But just remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Nightwatch.
Nightwatch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Nightwatch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 5-6 on patrol and your police recorder, Don Reed.
Control 1 to all units. All units in the vicinity at car 5-2 at 8700 Maple. That's 8700 Maple. A 211 just occurred. Ambulance follow. 5-2, your call code 3. 5-6, your call code 2. 6:14 p.m.
5-6-10-4.
We're rolling on a 211. That's a holdup. Ambulance has been dispatched. That indicates that someone has been shot or injured. In a matter of seconds, we'll be on the scene. No way of telling what we're going into. The uniform car will be coming in from the north. We're swinging in from the south. Traffic is light tonight. Gives us an opportunity to check the incoming cars. Just an outside chance, but there's always the possibility to observe a fast-moving car which might be connected with a holdup. One more block to go. It's the liquor store on the corner. We're wheeling into the curb. Heading into the store. The motor officer just rolled up. Bill Hurd. Man lying on the counter. Blood flowing from a head wound. Broken bottles. Smell of beer and whiskey.
We got an ambulance coming in. Is that you, Ryan?
I don't know if you got that. Victim has been hit over the head with a hammer.
But that I wouldn't let him go. See, I had to fight him. He finally ran out. He went up Culver Boulevard running.
By himself?
Yeah, man about 45, sort of grayish-brown hair, and sort of blue clothes, blue suit on, light blue, and very extremely nervous. He ran up the street.
Light blue suit?
Yeah.
Glasses or a hat or anything?
No, nothing.
Which way? All by himself? What kind of a gun?
No gun. He hit me. I turned my back, and he hit me over there with a hammer. He was going to hit me again, and I started fighting him and wrestled him.
That's not your hammer. How tall is he?
He's about 5'10".
5'10"? Gray-brown hair. 5'10", how much he weigh?
He weighed about 160 or 70.
Okay, which way did he go, north?
He went right up this way.
Man, about 45 years of age. In car? On foot. On foot. Perkins is putting it out on the air right now.
officer is taking off to cover the area. Suspect is possibly on foot. District uniform car coming in.
Directions they go? He went east on Culver running by himself, one man, white male American, 45 years, gray-brown hair, light blue suit, 5'10", 160 pounds. We have the hammer in here. It's not a armed robbery. It's 211 slugging.
Over to our car to radio information.
5-6 to all units. The description on this 211 slugging. Male white American, 45 years of age, wearing a light blue suit, gray-brown hair.
While the sergeant's sending that description out over the air to our other units in the field, let's get back into the liquor store here and check out the man who has been injured.
Cameron of the district uniform car talking with the victim.
Anything around here? He touched the register and wiped everything he touched, except the hammer. I wouldn't let it go. And he says, I want your money. I said, I haven't got any. He says, I want it. So to pacify him, I said, well, let's get it on the register. And I kept holding on to the hammer, and so did he. So we came over this far, and he says, open the register. I said, oh, no, I'm not letting go of this. So I said, press the blue button. So he pressed the blue button, and the register opened. He grabbed whatever was in there, and he grabbed, so with his other hand, he started wiping it out with a handkerchief, and I was getting kind of weak from the blow, so I started shouting to him, get out of here, get out of here. So finally he got scared and he ran out. I ran out, sort of dizzy-like, and I said, I've got to go call the cops. So I did, and that was it. And you'll know him again when you see him. Oh, yes, I saw him before. He's been around here, I'm sure.
He's been around here, sir?
Yes, he's been around here. Because, you see, I recognized, I said hello, and he says, I said, can I help you? He says, oh. How much money did you get? He must have taken about 10, 15, 20... He took about $30.
About $30 on your person?
No, he couldn't even touch me. I was holding on to the hammer. It's the minute since he hit me.
Oh, you're holding on to the ice.
See, what happened was, he asked me to get the beer, and I, like a fool, turned my back and started reaching for the thing. I just knew it was coming, and pow! He hit me with everything. I fell to the floor, and I was surprised I woke up. So I turn around, and there he is. He leaps down on top of me and starts swinging. I grabbed his arm, then I grabbed the hammer, and we started going around. We smashed the beer. I kicked him. So we both wrestled over here, and he asked me how to open this, and that was it. Then I scared him by saying, you better get out of here before someone comes in. And he left. But I still held on the hammer.
Think his prints will be on there, Sergeant?
I don't think so, Don. It's a pretty rough hammer. It's a little ball-peen hammer. He got hit over the head. The blunt end of it. Take it out and try it anyway for prints.
Well, let's hope. That sounds like the ambulance right now. Let's hope there are prints on that. Sounds like them rolling in now. Here they are. Here comes the ambulance rolling in. Two attendants coming into the store with a first aid kit.
Lucky he didn't kill me. He had
examining the wound.
Chance to hit me as hard as he wanted to. Is it all right?
Oh, he does.
Is it? Oh, swell. And
Lieutenant Machado is over here now to take charge. Sergeant Perkins is bringing him up to date.
I said this. Lieutenant Olson been notified that...
See, not as yet. The fellow that got hit here said that this man wiped all of his fingerprints off of everything he touched in here except for the hammer.
Yes.
The hammer's on down to the station.
Right.
And we can preserve that down there for Lieutenant Olson.
Right. Well, we'll get a teletype out.
Right.
See if
He got about... what was it?
Said $30.
About $30 in cash.
$30 in cash.
Yeah.
All right. Has Lieutenant Conlon notified you?
Not yet.
I'll notify Lieutenant Conlon.
Fine.
Right.
Right-o. We'll handle it from here and let the card make the rest of the report.
Let's get back to the car. We have the weapon with us. The hammer used by the suspect to slug his victim. It's tied to a string so as not to smudge any of the prints. So, let's get back to police headquarters and the Fingerprint Bureau. Here at the station, Sergeant Perkins is getting out an APB, an all-points bulletin on the suspect. Meanwhile, we're heading for the Fingerprint Bureau. See if there's anything turned up on the weapon yet. Lieutenant Olson and Officer Cameron are kneeling down on the floor, dusting the hammer. Let's
see if they've done any good. Hi, Lieutenant.
Hello, Don. How are you?
Swell.
Good.
Any chance of any prints?
Well, I believe we'll have some partial prints here at least.
Golly, that looks like a good one up high.
Well, a whole lot depends on what we can find when we left it. The stuff of getting it off of wood isn't too satisfactory, but there's pretty good finish on this handle. It's practically new.
I noticed that that's a black powder you're putting on there. What type of powder is that, Lieutenant?
Well, it's specially prepared fingerprint powder made out of lamp black. We use a lot of different things in it. Rosin, anything that makes it adhere to the fluid.
It takes on a sort of a grayish color now. Will you photograph? I noticed there's several smudges coming out here and there. Will you photograph that, and the result will be a fingerprint?
That's right. And, of course, we lift it and preserve it in that manner. We take it off of the article.
Well, so far we have the suspect down to a local. The victim was a holdup. It says that he's seen the victim at least 3 times in the last 6 months. In the area? In the area and in the store. All connections with him have been in the store.
The victim, Don, has he gone home or is he back at work?
He's been taken to the hospital, Lieutenant.
The hammer certainly has prints on it. We'll have to check them against the victim. If he was wrestling for this hammer, his prints may be the ones that come out good on here. However, we'll be able to tell as soon as we get the victim's prints.
Yeah.
This string that was tied on that hammer to pick it up and to bring it in here was one of the smartest things that the investigating officer could do. Ordinarily, you see, or at least in fiction, the detective will pick an article up that he's bringing into the eye bureau, into the crime lab. He'll pick it up in a handkerchief or a piece of paper, and that definitely ruins or stands a good chance of ruining the print. But the way this was prepared, tying a string around so that it would balance, and he carried it in, not having touched it at all, I'm satisfied that I have the prints of either the suspect or the victim because they wrestle for that hammer.
Well, all I can say is the bulk of it, I hope, is our boy.
That's right.
I hope so. Well, I want to head on down, so thanks a million, Lieutenant.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye.
Well, let's get back to Sergeant Perkins' office, see what's doing. Check out to be marijuana?
Yeah, we'll take a run over there. I know where the address is. Okay, I'll leave a report on your desk. Okay, right.
Hi.
Hi, Don. Well, we've done about all we can on that 211. Lieutenant Collins just called and gave us another assignment.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, he got a report back from a crime lab about some leaves found in a man's jacket. Seems it turned out to be marijuana.
You are listening to Nightwatch and following the activities of a detective unit on its tour of duty. The people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Nightwatch. And now we switch you back to car 5-6 on patrol and to police recorder Don Reed.
In a moment, we'll be at the location where we are to interrogate the owner of a small dry cleaning establishment. Now, this is the information we have to go on. A man entered this store last week and left a jacket to be cleaned. An unusual type leaf was found in the pocket, which aroused the suspicion of the store proprietor. Of course, this was only a supposition on the owner's part until he notified the Detective Bureau, and the samples were sent to the crime lab for analysis. Results? The leaves found were definitely marijuana. Well, here we are.
Our job now, locate the owner of the jacket in which the narcotics were found. Inside the store.
I'm Sergeant Perkins. Identification. You have some information.
Now,
for
as to
us,
any
sir?
further identification of who, what, or
You
where,
got a phone call.
we're going to have to leave that part unsaid.
Phone call.
So, they found a loafer jacket in the pocket.
Was in the pocket. Well, we sent it down to the Los Angeles County Crime Lab, and there was sufficient leaf on these twigs to show that it was marijuana. When we run across stems, it indicates usually one of two things. Either that the person that has the stems has access to the plant itself growing someplace, or that he has had sufficient quantity that he has refined or used the leaf and didn't bother to get rid of the stem. They don't smoke the stem, they use the leaf of the seed. Usually indicates a pretty big deal. It's not just an average run-of-the-mill marijuana smoker. Now, whether or not the boy is smoking or pushing it or has access to it, that's something we've got to find out. We have run into some narcotics locally which some young people are involved in, and it may tie into it.
Well, if I can help in a way, I will.
All right, Swell. Thanks a million.
We appreciate your cooperation. We know where you work, so we're going to go over there and have a little talk with them. Thanks very much. Good night.
This fellow works around here somewhere, doesn't he?
Yeah, he works at the gas station right around the corner down here. We'll swing around in back and see if this car is there. If it is, then we'll go in and talk to him.
Yeah.
This is it right over here.
Yeah. See, is that the license number?
Yeah, that's his car back there. Let's go shake the car down. It's behind the building there. He can't see us.
Yeah. Okay. Have the suspect's car here in behind this building. Now they begin to shake the car down now to see if we can find anything that may indicate use of marijuana. Working now in the back seat.
3 seeds. 4 seeds.
Marijuana seeds?
Yeah. Right along the crack of the door here, see them?
Let's see.
See right here? There's one there.
Yeah.
There's one there.
Yeah. That means he's been blasting here in the car, doesn't it?
That's right. Look. See, there's one here and one here. There's 2 more there, right at the crack of the door.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take these 2 for evidence. We're going to leave these 2 in here.
Right.
So when we get the boy, we're going to show him that we found some seeds in the car.
Right.
Got it?
Check.
Okay. Let's go around and have a little talk with this fellow.
Right.
It's a cat.
What is that?
It's a cat.
Is that what it is?
He knows we're coming now, anyway.
Boy, gosh, it jumped like I was shot. Gotta get around the building here now. Service station directly ahead. Let's move across the lot now to where the suspect is working.
You the fellow that owns the car out there in back?
Yeah.
We're police officers. Step inside. We don't want to talk to you.
Moving into the building. Suspect appears rather nervous. Short, heavy build, hands covered with grease. He's wiping them off on a rag, reaching for a cigarette.
Ready? Black sedan? You driving it tonight?
Huh?
You the one that drives it?
Huh?
No one else drives it, huh? See those 2 little seeds?
Yeah.
They came out of your car tonight. There's more of them still in the car. That's marijuana. Do you want to start telling us about it, or shall we tell you what we know?
Well, sir, I haven't had anything to do with it.
You haven't?
I used to run around with fellas that have, but I haven't myself. Because I haven't gotten in any trouble at all.
I'm not saying you got into trouble. I'm telling you had narcotics. You use them, you blast.
Oh, sir.
Now, there's marijuana twigs in your coat pocket. These marijuana seeds in your car, there's more of them in there. I'll take you over and show them in your car. What about it?
Well, sir, those don't belong to me.
Where'd they come from?
Well, I don't know. There might have been somebody got in my car or something.
There might have been. But there wasn't. And take that car of yours and turn it over to the state. Impound it on the narcotics violation. The state will seize it.
Well, sir, those seeds, I haven't the faintest idea how they've been in there. I used to do that, but it's been about 4 or 5 months since I have.
When's the last time you blasted?
About then.
What made you stop?
I just have decided that it's not doing me any good at all.
How do you get your stuff from? Who?
Well, what I used to do, we used to just go down to Mexico and get it.
Whereabouts in Mexico?
Tijuana.
Who's we?
Oh, me and anybody else that could go.
Blast in your car?
We did it a couple of times.
Front or back seat?
Front seat, I guess.
Well, we found seats in the front and back.
Well, I don't know how I got in the back seat then.
Well, you're in a spot right now. Well, when you go down to Mexico and get the stuff, what kind of stuff do you get? Get it with twigs in it? What do you pay for it?
$15 or so.
How many roaches you make out of stuff you buy?
I don't know.
I don't believe you didn't say the last time you blasted. Those seeds there are too fresh for that.
When somebody else is dropping them in my car.
Well, don't you think it's a little unusual for us to, if you haven't blasted in the last 3 or 4 months, that all of a sudden we get an investigation on it? We start going. We find marijuana in your car and marijuana in your jacket pocket.
Well, sir, I don't know why anybody would investigate me. I mean...
Do you know why you're being investigated? Because you're using narcotics. Happens to be against the law.
I was, sir. I'm not anymore.
How often did you blast?
Just on weekends, usually.
How many did you blast at a time?
A couple.
You know, the state of California will seize any car in which narcotics have been transported in. Because all they need is one little seed. We just brought 2 in to show it to you. We go back and probably get about 30 or 40 out of that car by the time we get through. That's a lot of cigarettes, a lot of roaches.
So I'll admit it.
You're going to be booked on a possession charge. Possession of narcotics. Get your coat on. Let's go on down to the station.
Here at police headquarters, the officers are busy making out reports, so let's go on into the detention room and talk for a moment with the young suspect that was picked up a short while ago. Glancing through the bars, his father is talking with him. Apparently they're through. They're just getting up. Let's go on in. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your arrest. Would you like to discuss it?
Yes, I would.
Let's come right to the point. Why did you start smoking marijuana?
Well, I think it just, sometimes you feel, there's not much to do, and it doesn't seem to do much for you, and I don't know, I guess it was just something to do.
Mm-hmm. How does smoking one of these marijuana cigarettes affect you?
Well, just kind of shuts things out from you. So it just has sort of a deadening effect. It doesn't, things aren't as sharp or as clear as they usually are.
Did you try to use this as a means of escape from everyday problems?
Well, I don't think that was the reason I started. I guess I got running around with the wrong friends, and it was just everybody seemed like that was doing it.
Okay, I want to talk with your father for a moment. Sir, in just a few moments, this young fellow will be transferred down to Juvenile Hall, where he'll be held pending court action. How do you think he got started smoking marijuana?
Curiosity, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And if curiosity was what led youngsters in the teenage group to try marijuana, why doesn't that same curiosity take them to Juvenile Hall to see some of the results? I just hope maybe they'll try that rather than the marijuana.
Thanks very much. What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually occurred on the Nightwatch. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The suspect in the robbery and assault case tonight is still at large. Our Detective Bureau is continuing the search, and every police department has been alerted to watch for a suspect answering his description. When this suspect is taken into custody, he will be charged with 211 Penal Code, the penalty of which is not less than 5 years. In the final case, where a young man was charged with violation of the State Narcotics Act, the subject was booked on Section 11502 of the Health and Safety Code. Even more important than the arrest of this suspect was his personal realization that further contact with marijuana could lead to his possible addiction of an even more dangerous narcotic such as heroin and ruin his entire life. Nightwatch is the result of many grueling hours of work and exposure to considerable danger to take you to the scene of action. But we are doing so for a purpose. You are hearing for the first time the decisions and problems your law enforcement officers must face in the field. If we succeed in bringing this message to just a few, then we are accomplishing our purpose in presenting Nightwatch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Nightwatch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, and is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by Police Recorder Don Reed.